Welcome to the war room. Hello, folks. Just trying to get the chat up over here. Welcome to our building a super duper tall MAMLUKS live stream. Let's see. I hope you guys can all see and hear me properly. So let's see. Where's the live stream here? There we go. We got 14 people live. Lovely. Lovely, lovely stuff here, folks. And if I can only get the chat back up, we can finally start the game up. Can promote Mameluke. Interesting. Does this give you like an unique parliament action or something like that? Maybe, I'm not quite sure. Has anybody played as the Mamluks so far? Do you guys know how exactly this works? Alright, I can't get the chat up for some reason. Let me see. You can't see me. Can you see me now? Because, well, rather, can you see the game? Yep. Nope, you're getting the stream, folks. Okay. Alright, so to start with, we are going to continue with the Golden Horde to the Mongol Empire run eventually. I do have another episode that has nearly wrapped up filming, so you're going to get an additional episode tomorrow, and after that we'll see about it. Next up, for the poll, most people voted for Sweden, so that's going to be our next series. We are going to become Sweden, and then we are going to become Norse. And then we're just going to raid all of Europe for slaves. That's going to be the main series. But as the runner-up, I decided that we are going to give something to the Mamluk fans as well, and we are going to do a chill live stream as them. So let's go for that, and this is on the newest beta. This is version 1.3.2, I believe. So let's see. AI aggression is normal, historical AI, country change prohibited, renaming locations allowed. I have no idea how you can rename locations, by the way. Okay. And then for flavor, I believe there are some interesting stuff here. So only Western countries is the default now, or maybe it always was. I will have to... Okay, religion conversion is present in country by default, very interesting. Like that is there. Dynamic rule, let's make this present in country as well, because why not? Institution spawn is dynamic, Byzantium dynamic, or default. That one, rank restrictions, there we go, AI personalities. I'm going to make this random per ruler in order to spice things up a little. So hopefully that will change the way that AI works as well. And that's going to be it. You can get a cabinet member, interesting. So let's start playing as Egypt, and let me talk you guys through about what exactly we want to do in this run. So you see, Alexandria here is one of the best city locations in the game in terms of its population capacity. It is farmlands, it has Mediterranean climate, it is reasonably close to the equator, etc, etc. And as you can see, it already has a population capacity of 879,000. And our goal in this run is going to be to build a megalopolis here, to build it up to become the largest possible city in the game. Now, some of you might be thinking that the city of Varanasi over here has a higher population capacity than Alexandria, because if we look over here, well, where is that one? There we go, city. There's a holy site here, the Varanasi holy city, for the Hindus, which gives you another 250% local population capacity. So technically, by default, Varanasi has a higher population capacity than Alexandria. But of course, as I said before, Alexandria has better topography, and it most crucially has a better climate. It is the only location, or rather one of the only two locations in the delta with the Mediterranean climate. And this is a rather unknown fact. Most people aren't aware of this, but Alexandria also has a city holy site. So you can get an additional 200% local population capacity in Alexandria, but it requires you to be either Bogomil or Paulician. And yeah, as you can see, that's going to be slightly difficult. So we would have to invade either Bosnia or Byzantium. And I guess you guys can imagine which one we're going for. So in this run, we are not going to convert to Coptic or Nestorian because for some reason I have no idea. I have literally no idea why this is the case. But the city holy site only works for the Bogomils and Paulicians. And if you go for anyone else, if you go Hellenist or if you go for the Orthodox or Miaphysites, you do not actually get any additional population capacity. So in order to build up Alexandria to its maximum capacity, we will actually have to conquer lands in the Balkans and convert to Paulicianism, which I believe is pretty much going to be the first time that anyone has ever played a Paulician game before. But anyways, that's all in the future. For now, we are just going to build up stuff as usual. And let's see. Let's start with our budget. Why the hell are we... Oh my god, trade expenses minus 55. Oof, okay, that's bad. But it's not a big deal. I guess I'm going to actually disband our armies here. We literally don't need any of them, and we are a settled country. Thankfully, we are not an actually army-based country. And let's see. So we start with the Mamluk government. Nothing much there. I guess we'll go for agricultural cultivation as usual. The additional prosperity and especially food production is going to be massive. Because of course, if we actually look at the delta, we are going to be producing a lot of food, especially huge amounts of wheat and rice. And as you can see, the delta gets a fairly decent additional boost to our raw goods production. So it's a very nice place to build up your food production in. And we are going to probably get a decent amount of income in the early game simply by selling food. Yes, I agree, this is a quite crazy quest. And I'm not going to lose the Mamluk barracks, but I'm going to close them. Because, just look at that, we have 44,000 men in levies. I don't think that anybody can match us. We can just steamroll everyone. We do not need our regulars. And in fact, we do not need to steamroll anyone either because, again, this is going to be a very toll-oriented playthrough. So I'm just going to get 2 forts over here. And I'm going to delete everything else. Let's see, what's yeah, so we have a lot of lands which are under our suzerainty as well. So again, I don't think that we're going to actually conquer any sort of land. I think we're just going to build up toll in the delta. And we will attempt to convert literally everyone to Paulician and just build up Alexandria to be the largest city that can ever be built in this game. And for that, we will need 100 development as well. So again, it's going to take some time. Yo, Gustav, hello, mate. How are you doing? And how are all of you guys doing? Let's see. But you still can come back to your Coptic culture. Yeah, that could be interesting. You can just delete your regulars and convert the slaves to peasants so you can import more. That could be. That they choose to follow. So no Coptic conversion. Unfortunately not, yeah. And more importantly, if we become both wrong culture and wrong religion, boy, that would be bad. So anyways, we do have an open bureaucracy slot because, of course, we have a megalopolis. And this is 1.3.2, by the way, so you guys know all about that. We're going to see all of the new stuff, like the new estate interactions, the new government reforms. We'll definitely play around with those. Unfortunately, we can't actually get any bureaucracies in the immediate start of the game. And I'm going to make the Byzantines our rival. Other than that, is anyone a threat? I don't think anyone is a threat. I think we literally don't have any threats to our rule. Yeah. Maybe, nope, Delhi isn't a threat either. So we'll have to do a huge amount of diplomacy spending in order to keep complacency down. But I'm fairly confident that we will be able to get decent control in our Levantine possessions as well. Didn't you say the stream is... Wait, today isn't Friday? Oh, today is Thursday. Huh. I thought today was Friday. Anyways. So apparently the stream is on Thursday. Also, we begin with a decent number of Bahriya members, so we are going to get 2 of them in the cabinet, that's for sure. And that should give us a really decent chunk of crown power in the early game. And, oh, I guess I should not have destroyed the auxiliaries. Yeah, I'll just hire another one. We don't have enough leather to hire auxiliaries, oh god. That's alright, we'll hire them later, because I was going to put one of our crown estate characters at the head of the auxiliaries, and the other one at the head of the navy, but I guess that's not going to happen. So instead what we're going to do is we're going to get 2 navies here, and we're going to put both our sultan, and in the other one we're going to put our crown prince, so we get a decent bit of naval push, even though in all likelihood we're not going to push naval just yet. And let's see, where is the change? There we go, change societal values. I guess I'm going to change them using this guy because he has slightly better diplomatic stats. Communalism, we already are at 50, so we'll wait for the black dot for that. Innovative, yep, we're going to push innovative with this guy. And with the other guy, do we have any... Oh, Alexandria is not integrated, interestingly enough. So I'll just integrate that maybe, or maybe... Yeah, I think what we should probably do here is to strengthen government in order to reduce our legitimacy cost. Slave maxing is 100% part of it. I'm not quite sure. I'm not really sure how exactly we can slave max. The last time I played around with the system, it was basically broken, so let's hope they fixed it and we can actually slave max now. Lenient taxation, geez. Yeah, we'll definitely have to switch out of this, but the monthly prosperity is probably too good to pass up on. So let's increase cost of the court. Let's go to our trading view. Let me search about what Alexandria is to Paulicians. I'm pretty sure that Alexandria isn't anything to Paulicians. Like, at most it would be like the, you know what? At most it's like a pentarchy seat, but I don't think it's anything specific. So all of these trades look very okay, actually. In that case, why does it show that we're losing 55 in trade? I swear to God that Paradox should really figure something out about the startup economy, because the game literally lies to you in so many ways. Anyways, I'm just going to keep, maybe not even Alexandria, I'm not sure. Let's keep Alexandria. It's okay. It's okay, I guess. And of course, we have to build a local governor somewhere, but unfortunately we can't do that just yet. So let me look at the proximity map mode. And we don't have a lot of maritime presence either. Yeah, yikes. Alright, so I guess we're going to get acceptable amounts of proximity in the Nile area. The Nile is a river in Egypt, as they say your husband is gay. So we'll probably want to build a local governor in Antakya, maybe. It's a fairly decent city producing silk. Let's see, do we have any rivers? Yeah, I guess if we got one in Antakya, we could get all the way up here to Baalbek and maybe a couple roads to Halep. So that would be more than enough for us, I guess. But for now, I think we'll just wait and save up money and build up the area in the Nile River Delta. If you get stuck, I can explain. Yes, please. So how exactly do we slave max with the Mamluk barracks? And also, welcome aboard, everyone. We are going to population max as the Mamluks. Don't you need to go tradition? Oh, right. Because right. Okay, that's a very good point. Gosh, I can't even. Okay, so if we go for traditionalist, it gives us the... No, that's not... Wait, what? Which one gives population capacity? Oh, it's the planned storage system, so 50 quantity, 50 serfdom. Apparently not traditionalist. Or is there something? Is there something that you guys know that gives population capacity when you go traditionalist? Because I don't think that's the case here. Let me check. So if we go to values, and this is 1.3.2, so we got this nifty UI here. Really one of the best additions that Paradox has added to the game as far as UI is concerned. It gives us a Charter of Religious Freedom. Interesting. It's maximum RGO size. Yeah, it's probably serfdom plus quantity, so we'll definitely go for serfdom plus quantity as well. But that's actually a pretty good point. You know, maybe we do not need to go innovative all the time, because honestly, you do get some decent stuff. But like, it's mostly 10% max literacy, and if you go traditionalist, you also get the gymnasium, 45% max literacy, and 5% monthly research, which is comparable to 10% max literacy at least. And you also get the agrarian community, which is fairly okay. I mean, +2 tolerance of heathens is actually going to be really nice. And the +50% maximum RGO size is huge. So I guess traditionalist is finally balanced with innovative. Mr. War Room, check the trad economy buffs. Wait, the Paulicians reject the Old Testament? That is hilarious. Raw materials output, and that's mining communities. This was in the game previously. So wait, traditional economy, do you mean like the, yes, 25% pop cap, we definitely want to go traditional economy, but luckily for us, traditional economy is actually fairly easy to push towards. And anyways, Alexandria is apparently biggest theological and systemic nemesis to Paulicians. So they made a holy city for their nemesis. That is so hilarious. Anyways, let's see what else do we want to get here. So we definitely don't want any of the Muslim advances. We're going to convert away anyways. I guess food purchase efficiency, so they changed that one to be an efficiency modifier as well. I guess we'll go like this, and that should be more than enough. And now for our other rivals, again, nobody is going to be a threat. Is there anyone that is close to being a threat at least? Yeah, probably not. Probably not. So I guess the other rivals are just whatever. I don't think it even matters. So I'll just grab maybe Kilikia. I believe there's either an event or just another way of getting Cyprus as a vassal, because I've definitely seen them become a vassal to the Mamluks when the Mamluks are led by the AI. That's crazy lore, NGL. Yes, the Paulician lore is quite crazy. I would agree with that. And let's see, I want to marry off our crown prince as well. So anyone with decent stats. Unfortunately, she's 53. Yikes. Yeah. You know what? Let's marry him off to the Granadans, because why not? And we can get country improvement with the Hijazi culture. That could be it. Alternatively, do we have course here? We do not have course here. So I believe there is an action to move the provincial capital, and Tor is the provincial capital, and this is Coptic. So let's check our culture map mode. Coptic is a fairly high amount. Levantine. Let's see, are there any countries? Nope, we don't have any countries that have Levantine as a primary culture. So I guess what we're going to do here is, we'll create a custom subject with the Levantine primary culture, and we'll try to use that to... Oh, but that's Armenian. Can we move provincial capital to here? You guys, do you know how we can move the provincial capital? Because I'm fairly confident that that's supposed to be like a new thing that you can do in the new patch, but I can't really figure out how to do that one. I hope that we'll do something for Ardabil. Yep. Yep, we'll see. That would be nice because obviously they're going to come back to here at some point, but... Oh, there we go. Designate province capital. So it's a very small icon, very easy to miss. And now, how about that Syriac? Ah, that's not Levantine, that's Syriac. Yeah, I guess we'll have to create someone. Do we have Levantine? No, that's not Levantine either. I'm trying to figure out which province here has a Levantine majority. But I guess none of them do. I guess what we could do here... Hadmur. So what we can do here is seize a single location from Al-Fadl. Let's see if I can actually find that. Yes, seize territory. 25 liberty desires. Literally nothing. And then I'm going to create a custom subject here. Let's make sure. Yep, that they should be Levantine. So that's going to be a fiefdom because why not? And these guys are a Levantine. So now we can ask to improve the Levantine opinion of us. And that should make it slightly easier for us to accept the Levantine culture. Where is the Levantine culture? Over here. So now it costs us only 0.15 to actually accept them, which is basically peanuts. And you know what? We can actually accept a lot of these guys. We can accept Coptic, but do we need to accept Coptic? Probably not. Instead, I guess what we're going to do is we're going to accept the Bedouin culture, but we can't accept them either. Oh, yeah, that's rather unfortunate. Alright, I'm not going to accept the Copts so that they simply assimilate over time. I am, of course, going to accept the Upper Egyptian culture. Hey, mate. Oh, my Portuguese friend here. There we go. That has the name Jordan. Dude, Jordan. If something has the name Jordan, it's automatically goated. I would beg to disagree. And I guess once we have additional prestige, we'll probably add Syriac and maybe the Alawites as well as accepted cultures. Because of course, these guys cost so little, mainly because of the language requirements. And also, they're all Arabic cultures, so it literally costs us peanuts to accept basically all Arab cultures. And this is actually insane. Like, there's so much blobbing potential. When you're playing as Egypt, you can literally accept all of the Middle East, more or less, all of Arabia and most of North Africa. And it only costs you peanuts because of the Arabic culture group and the Arabic language. But anyways, we are not going to blob. For once, we are not going to blob, folks. It is so difficult to keep myself from taking over all of this. Ooh, also Prodigy. Okay, we'll slap expensive education. It's going to cost us so much what we're going to get. Such a giga chat here. Oh, she's 12 though. I probably should not have done that. So do I want to go on a pilgrimage? Religious influence. What exactly do Muslims use religious influence for? Oh, it pushes us towards jurisprudence. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, of course I'm going to go for that. Because jurisprudence is simply OP. It doesn't have any government reforms attached to it, but 10% cabinet efficiency and 10% monthly research progress is just amazing. It's so unfortunate that we're going to lose it very soon. So help me out here, folks. Blank template, help me out, man. Do I allow slave religion or do I force slave conversion? Because if I believe if we force slave conversion, they basically turn out of being slaves and they become peasants, I believe. But I'm not quite sure. Also, what do you think about the Ilkhanan International Organization? I haven't played around with it, but I'm fairly confident that we'll play around with it once we are going to go for the Jalayirds run, because we are definitely going to do a Jalayirds run at some point. Anyways, what else do we want to do? There's a stockade in the Mecca market. Oh, there are 2 stockades in the Mecca market. So I'm going to destroy those as well. What else do we have? Cost of the court costs us so much. We definitely need to figure out a way of getting additional proximity in the Levant. And hopefully coring up the area by accepting Levantine culture will be part of it. The other parts we'll see about. I've closed down the Mamluk barracks. Let's make sure that we've closed down all of them. Yep, because we probably don't need most of that. Growing Mamluks can get even more clunky. What do you mean? Is there a message that I'm missing here? I'm not sure. All right. So what else do we have? We're going to automate minting, automate the tax for the umara, the ulama. Maybe I'm going to keep taxing them at the start, but we're probably not going to tax them for too long. And reduce the estate satisfaction targets here. We don't have a lot of dhimmi, so I might as well not tax them, and tribes are the same basically. And let's see, let's maybe reduce diplomatic spending a little, because I'm not quite sure where exactly the trade expenses will settle down in, and we'll see about that. So any specific privileges that we want to hand out here? Allows noble recruitment center. What does this mean? Levy size. Stabdikian agenda, impact, we're definitely going to build this one. And manorial courts, we probably want this one as well. 5% additional tax is just huge when we can only tax them at 6% normally, so that's going to be set. Alright, so I guess I'm going to go for forced slave conversion, because why the hell not? Portuguese and Russian would have hated each other if they were neighbors. Well, Portugal is honorary Eastern European, so I don't think that's going to be the case. But again, I don't know. I don't really know whether they would hate each other or not. And let's see, can we build more? Oh, we begin with the does as well. And even though shipbuilding costs are through the roof nowadays, these guys still give you a decent bit of maritime presence. Yep. So I think we'll probably build some, but wait, what? How are we getting sailors if we don't have any wharves? More importantly, why I can't... Oh, we don't have enough glass in the market. Jeez, what the hell? What do you mean we don't have enough glass in the market? There aren't any glass guilds in the... Wait, are there any glass guilds in our country? Let me see. Glass. There are 5 glass guilds in our country? But for some reason, they're all in the Levant. The Alexandria market does not start with any glass guilds. That is absurd. That is literally absurd. So I guess we're going to start by building up some glass guilds in Alexandria and Al-Quds. I'm sorry, Al-Qaira. Al-Mansura too, I guess. And maybe Damiette. Or maybe let's just build these 6 and then we'll see what sort of impact that has. And let's see, I guess we'll also go for the RGOs. So that's going to turn a profit in 6 years. I'll do that. And in, let's see, where else? Al-Mansura is probably going to turn a profit in around the same time, I guess. And maybe 1 level each in Cairo and Damietta. So with the 1.3.2 beta, they basically doubled RGO construction costs. And that means the cutoff point, which used to be something like 0.10 ducats a month, is now more like 0.20 ducats a month at the start of the game. So we'll probably be a bit more careful about which RGOs that we expand. And in general, the early game economic growth seems to be much slower. So I'm not quite sure what the meta is going to be nowadays. Alright, so what else do we have? And yes, chat is so fast. Thank you all guys for tuning in, and also thank you guys for keeping the chat alive, because usually it tends to be pretty dead, which is kind of funny if you think about it. But let's see, let's patrol the seas so we get at least some amount of maritime presence. I'm going to reduce the fort maintenance here. The navy maintenance will keep up. And then we're going to let the game flow for a couple of days. There we go. Now we're earning a decent bit of surplus from trade instead of having a deficit. So let's see what else do we have here. production. Do we have any buildings which are not profitable? Any buildings that we need to build immediately? I'm not sure about that. So we eventually want to move the court from Cairo to Alexandria, so we get the additional population capacity bonus for being the capital. And we also want to build a megalopolis here, because again, Alexandria is going to be the biggest city in the world. So I'm not quite sure if you want to build any of the specific buildings here. Maybe the Royal Garden for the additional monthly diplomats. That would allow us to keep diplomatic spending low, but we'll see about it, I guess. So I'm just going to let the game progress for a few years, just making sure that we haven't missed anything here. Do let me know in the chat if we have actually missed anything here, folks. Let's see. I thought Norse won. Norse did win. For people who are just joining in, we are going to have a series as Norse Sweden, but this is basically a consolation prize to the runner-up, and I'm going to do a couple live streams. So the live streams are going to be for the runner-up, and there we go, we got a bunch of cores, and we are definitely going to have a good old-fashioned proper series as North Sweden. So I guess Turkoman, Armenian, Syriac, and Alawite. I guess next up, we're going to go ahead and accept the Syriac culture, but we can only tolerate them. We'll need 5 more prestige to accept them, but that's quite alright, I guess. And basically, we want to accept all of these cultures except Coptic, which costs us a decent bit because of the Coptic language, which, fun fact, is literally the evolution of the Egyptian language. So this is like the final form of ancient Egyptian, like the hieroglyphs and stuff. Isn't that hilarious? And let's see. So we are running a decent bit. Oh wait, we are not running a decent bit of... What? What? We got... So apparently Mansa Musa decided to embark on that pilgrimage, and we gained 5% inflation. I definitely expected to get more inflation, by the way. Jeez, that is a lot of gold, gems, and salt. And oh my god, this is going to be amazing. This is creating so much demand for gold. I'm fairly confident that this is broken in some way, but if it's not broken, that's going to be a lot of money for us. Also, so much cost of court. So much cost of court. What can we do here to reduce like the cost of court? I'm not quite sure. Yes, do have interesting conversations, folks. Please do. It's always fun seeing what we got. Oh my, doing an overpowered Mamluk run. No, mate, I'm not going to do an overpowered Mamluk run. I'm going to do a bit of a crazy Mamluk run here. Let's see, do we have any gold or silver? There is one over here. And I believe there's also a silver somewhere, but I'm not quite sure. So probably we want to get, let's see, why is this all ulama? Why are there so many ulama here and literally no nobles? Probably because of the tribesman thingy. So we probably want to build a bailiff here. Are there any buildings that we can build to increase the conversion of tribesmen to peasants? I guess we could build a mission, but apparently we can't build a mission, so that's unfortunate. Don't you start at 90 inflation? No, apparently we only start with 0%. And Mansa Musa mentioned, what the hell is economics? Roar, yes. We are not going to convert to Coptic Christianity. We are going to convert to Polishanism, and you guys will see why when we do in fact convert to Polishanism. Especially if you enslave China. Can we actually enslave China though? Do we like get anything that gives us, you know what it is, the ability to slave rate? Also additional traditional economy and additional stability, yes please, and Jesus Age Result Christ. So we have 100 legitimacy and we are running a surplus of 61 ducats a month. That is crazy. That is super duper crazy. Jeez, I guess we could have kept the army. Anyways, let's see if we can actually build a wharf now. But of course, our first priority here There we go. Couple wharfs here, one in Akka, one in Antakya, so we get more maritime presence as well. But our first priority here is going to be to build a road between our capital. Wait, what? We already have a road between our capital and the Levant, so why didn't it show us that we have a road? Well, paradox math for you, I guess. Let's see. I believe we have 2 local governors. And as soon as we can afford it, I'm going to build one in Antakya and build one in Akka. And in fact, we can actually cancel the road construction here. Where's the road construction? Jeez, I can't see the road construction. I guess, there we go. So if we can't, wait, what? Where did we spend all of the money to? I have no idea what's going on, but whatever, I guess. That was, yep, diplomatic as well. Polish, no Coptics allowed. We are going Polynesian. No, we're going Polish and not Polynesian. Yes, I do consider gaining the legacy of Saladin. In fact, I was going to do a Ayyubids run at some point. So for this one, income from minting is nice. But I think the selling efficiency is going to be nice as well. And we don't have a lot of gold output anyways. Help me out here, folks. Do we go for the minting efficiency or the selling efficiency? I think we'll go for the export ban, because why the hell not? So what was I saying? I did intend to do an Ayyubids run before 1.2 dropped, but it got kind of lost in the interim. And I guess we'll do it once 1.3. Wait, what's slave raiding? So we actually get slave raiding as the Mamluks? I did not realize that. Oh, because our capital actually starts in Africa. Oh yes. Oh yes. You guys know what that means, right? Italy, here we come. China, do we actually want to go for China in this case? That would be hilarious. But probably not. I think we're just going to focus on the Balkans for now. And maybe Italy as well, and that's going to give us a huge population, especially if we manage to siege down northern Italy. That would be amazing. But then you will just import all of the slaves. For monthly enslavement. Interesting. Well, it does say we get slave raiding though. Yeah, there we go. Hello, folks. You'll pop like 10 mil. Balkans are deserted. 5.52 million. You know what? Challenge accepted. Make Alexandria into a 6 million city. Alright, where else do we have to go? So we definitely want to declare war on the Byzantines ASAP. And what can we do for that? So the thing is, we don't actually have to take any land. If we capture this area, which has some Polish and Pops living in it, we should be able to use them because they would be enslaved and sent to Egypt. We should be able to use those in order to convert to Polishanism. So I guess we can actually build a spy network on Byzantium. And maybe on Naples as well, but they do have a significant navy, so I'm not quite sure about that. Yeah, you know what? This is amazing. Like, the slave raiding PB is just amazing. And you can get it on basically anyone that you want. So let's see. Hungary is probably the way to go here. But in order to get to Hungary, we will probably need to go through Serbia, or maybe we can just land in Bosnia. Right, you know what? So here's the idea. I'm going to go for Byzantium first. Oh, but we do not want to convert to Polishanism immediately, because then we would not be able to enslave people in Europe, because we would be Christians. So first we raid Europe a lot, in order to boost up our population. And once we are like nearing the population capacity, then we probably want to convert to Polishanism. All right, I think that's going to be the plan here, folks. But first, let us build those local governors. There isn't. How can there not be enough masonry in the bloody market? You guys have any idea what you're talking about? Why don't we have enough masonry here for masonry? So much demand for masonry. Constructing town buildings and building villages. Jesus H. Roosevelt Christ. Yeah, it doesn't work like that, I guess. Or maybe there just isn't anywhere that we can actually import masonry from. You know what? I'm going to put it like this. And if the AI cannot actually, if the AI is unable to actually import anything, just in case, we're going to build up some masons in the Dimashq al-Sham market as well. So let's go for those masons. Where are the masons? There we go. Maybe like a couple over here, maybe one here in the cities. You know what? Instead of going for these, let's build them up in the cities so we can actually make better use of them. And then we're just going to wait for a few years, or China will get strong. Can we actually get to China? We'll see about that. Oh, interesting. So this is why Georgia tends to be allied with Egypt, apparently. Interesting. I mean, I wouldn't say no to that. Additional pop satisfaction for our Christian pops. And Georgia could be an okay ally. Like, they're not super duper good, but I guess they're okay. Let's see. I think I'm also going to build a spy network on Naples. And Byzantium and Naples are probably going to be like our two initial targets. Evostatevos Bekeledi Ethiopian monk. Additional stability. Are there like any events that is related to this guy? I can't see anything. Converting the Copts is here, but I don't know. He is pretty okay. He has decent stats. So you know what? The stability is nice. I think I'll just send him over in case that he would cause anything weird for us. Does the forced slave conversion immediately convert them? Because we don't... as soon as they arrive, we would have some Polishans present and we would be able to convert. But again, I'm not sure if it converts them immediately. Well, we'll see about it. And a new outbreak, is that? Yep, smallpox is here, folks. So smallpox universalis. Ooh, look at that. Look at the death count climbing. We're going to see... Do we see 1 million? I'm willing to bet that we're going to see 1 million. Also, prestige. Lovely. That means I can finally accept Syriac. And I can accept Alawite. And I guess we'll have to accept Hijazi and Bedouin as well eventually. But for that, there we go. Bunch more cores. So now, basically all of the Levant is also cored. And I guess we can now build a local governor in Akka. And I'm also going to build one in Antakya. Because again, we can use the river here. Is this the Asi River, I believe? In order to get some proximity going down to Hims, to Baalbek. And maybe even down to Dimashq al-Sham. And also by building just a couple roads, in fact the roads come pre-built, we can also get proximity in Halab and Aintab. So overall, lovely stuff there. And we also want to maybe improve relations with our vassals a bit. But let's get these CBs first. Let's get the CBs on Byzantium and Naples. There is a limited number of Polynesians. For the last time, it's not Polynesian, it's Polishan. And we get a hunting accident because, of course, we got a hunting accident. What did I expect? No, not the lowborn, Marianoble. Does that? Nope, it does not cost us any thingy here. And yes, Smallpox Universalis is back. Oh, also, wait, what? Did he die because of smallpox? I have no idea, but this guy is okay. He is Crimean though, so do we want to adapt to local culture? Probably not. Instead, what I want to do is I want to add Hijazi as an accepted culture. And ooh, wait, what? Okay, they really need to condense this this thingy here, this tooltip. Previously it used to show too little, now it's showing too much. Which culture? Maybe if we were to remove the Copts as a tolerated culture? Or we can just go above our culture capacity. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. Or even better, yeah, maybe not Mizrahi. I don't know. Let's see. Levantine, Upper Egyptian, Syriac, Alawite, Hijazi, Coptic, Bedouin, Libyan, Mizrahi, Eastern Amazigh. I think Eastern Amazigh is the issue here. And these guys are just tolerated, so we're not even getting anything out of them. I'll remove them as a tolerated culture. And that should allow us to add the Bedouins and maybe also the Libyans as accepted cultures. But again, we don't really need any of those. Polishism, yay. Oh yes, the Artukids are very interesting because these guys are contemporaneous with the Seljuk Sultanate of Rome. They just arrived in Anatolia in like the after Manzikert. Was it 1071? After Manzikert, and they're still out here kicking, alive and kicking, 250 years later. Even though all of their other friends are dead, like the Danishmandids are dead, the Beylik of Çakabe is dead, the Seljuk Sultanate is long gone, and the Artukids are still out there just vibing. And also, so many cores. We got cores on all of Arabia as well. And as soon as we accept the Bedouin culture, we're going to get cores on all of this area as well. So as Egypt in the early game, you definitely want to check out your accepted cultures, add a bunch of cores, and that's going to get you to where you want exactly. Alright, so, wait, what? Why did we lose so many crown characters? Well, that's rather unfortunate. But at least this guy has, like, okay stats. And what? Oh, of course. Oh, we lost a lot of legitimacy there. I'm guessing because of the ruler change, maybe? Establishment of new Waqf. That's nice. I think I'll go for that. And I guess I'm going to reduce the cost of the court a bit, so we're still getting a bit of money here. So the economy has probably had some time to recover. We are receiving a bit of trade income, but it's not very high. We could definitely get more. And I guess we'll adapt to local culture. I should have done this before this one, but whatever. 7 stability is an okay amount to lose, I guess. Chancellor is a green thumb, so we'll get 10% additional food production, which is nice. And the local governors are going to be complete in 3 years. Jeez. Why are these taking so long to build? I don't know, but I guess whatever. Europe might be more ass than you expect. Let's see. So that's a fairly good point. Luckily we have peasants here. No, there are a lot of peasants, especially in southern Italy. And in northern Italy too. So we're still in the early game. In the mid game, you definitely have a point, but in the mid game, it is very likely that we will be Polish in anyways. So we will probably not be able to actually slave raid in Europe anyways. Expand military exercise, gravel road network, import controls. I really love that they opened up the tooltips, by the way, but they probably shouldn't open up all of them. And finally, Coastal Trading Post Network has received a buff. Previously, this used to be like 0.10. It was basically nothing. -3, both for the proximity cost and crucially, for the proximity cost without maritime presence. That's probably going to be very useful. And I guess we'll go for this. I don't think we'll actually build any roads, but I definitely want to check this one out. Mamluk promotion. So it gives you two options. And you can invite one of them. I think we'll go for this one. But these stats are definitely not nearly as good as I expected them to be. We'll definitely lessen levy obligations. We don't intend to fight a lot of wars, and it's just noble levies. I think I'll request additional taxes. There we go. That's going to be a decent bit of additional money for us. And let's see, more marriage. I'm not going to marry you. I guess we can marry you to her. 28 is okay. We'll probably have to marry our heir to a lowborn. Rather unfortunate, but ideally I want him to be married off as soon as possible. Hi, Marco Berdiu, you just joined. What's happening here is we're just starting up as the Mamluks. Ooh, that's an interesting event. Whatever the hell. Factionalism in the Sultanate. Yeah, you see, this sort of event should happen much more often for the Mamluks. Right now, it doesn't happen nearly enough, and you can just get out of it by paying 10 Umara satisfaction, which is basically nothing. Great Bitter Lake, Lake Burulus, and Corridor. Wait, what? Oh, so the event here is actually bugged. This is hilarious. This is literally hilarious, folks. I guess they kind of forgot. I'm guessing they tried to code this event to ignore impassable locations, and instead they made it so that the event could only target impassable locations. So now we're going to lose 100% prosperity in 3 impassable locations. That is hilarious. That is hilarious. Paradox coding for you. Is this going to be an episode after? I'm not sure. We'll probably continue this. It depends on exactly how many people we can actually cram into Egypt at the end of the day. Now, let's see. Humiliate rival or slave raiding. Of course we're going to go for slave raiding here. It's going to be hilarious. And looks like the Byzantine navy just got evaporated. Just like utterly destroyed. And they're at war with Naples? What on earth? Why did Naples declare war on Byzantium? That makes no sense. Well, whatever, I guess. Do I have a name? No, I am the war room itself. Oh, Jesus. 5%, minus 5% tax efficiency. That is bad. Yeah, the Smallpox Universalis really hit us badly here. Not only did we lose 640,000 men, we also got this. Kilikia versus Karamanets. Well, the AI seems to be a lot more aggressive in general with their wars too, which is nice. And I guess that's part of the reason why in the beta you see a lot more sort of regional consolidation, let us say. And I guess the reason why the local governors are taking so long is because we don't have enough masonry, but at least the one in Akka has been constructed. So there we go, that's going to be a decent chunk of proximity in the Holy Land. And once the one in Antakya has been constructed, we'll also get the same amount of proximity up here in the Levant. So the only area that we're missing out on right now is Hejaz in Arabia. And I guess for that, we probably want to build up a fleet in the Red Sea eventually. And we'll probably want to get maybe like 2 road segments here. Build up a town in As-Suwaish. It also has an okay natural harbor. And we'll just try to get more proximity over here through those means. And eventually, if we manage to annex Mecca and Medina, we could also plop down maybe a local governor in Jeddah instead and move the one in Akka, because by then we will probably have enough maritime presence and proximity to be able to cancel this local governor out. But anyways, that's all for the long term here, folks. For now, let's just keep building stuff up. and let's just prepare for the slave raiding CB on Byzantium to be complete. Also, I guess we're going to keep building up all of those RGUs in Alexandria, because just look at that, we have so many surplus laborers available to us, and this is going to be a fairly lucrative RGO for us to build. We have a decent proximity and control here and everything. In fact, we probably should have more proximity, or maybe not. Well, whatever, I guess. 67% is more than enough. Yes, Melvin, I did manage to reduce the lag by taking some taking some real life measures, let us say. And it turns out that we did end up continuing the run. So you're definitely going to start getting more episodes of the Mongol Empire run. And in the first episode, we're going to conquer, let's say, Anatolia and the Levant. And eventually, we do want to conquer Japan as well, because that is the one major defeat of the Mongolians. And we definitely want to make the Japanese pay for all of the good luck that they had. Also, more royal marriages, I can't say no to that. So right now, we basically need the Neapolitan-Byzantine War to end before we declare on Byzantium, and we can just take a bunch of slaves. So I'll see whether we can convert to Polish-ism through the slave raiding route, or whether we actually have to take all of those lands ourselves. In which case, we will probably get a Parliament CB and use the Parliament CB to declare war on the Byzantines the next time around. Let's see, what else do we have here? We don't have enough royal marriage candidates, which is kinda bad, I guess. Hold on. Let me grab a little water here, folks. Alright. Our legitimacy is going back up. There we go. And we have a sister and that we can arrange a royal marriage for. So let's see. The Ottomans could be it. We don't have anyone in Tunis. Yemen is probably a good idea here, so I'll go for their crown prince, which gives us a bit of prestige, and you guys know what we're going to do with the prestige. Oh, we can't accept the Bedouins. Ah, that is so bad. So we'll have to assimilate them. That is definitely rather unfortunate. Or alternatively, if we annex Almira and Al-Fadl, would that give us enough of a Bedouin population to accept them? I'm not sure. I'm still going to improve relations with them so we can accept them. Also, is that Wallachia? Probably. So in 3 months, we're going to go to war against Byzantium and Mosque Madrasa of Sultan Ramadan Bakhriya. Let's see, we have military ability, so I'm going to put military education here. Oh, 5 research and 2 jurisprudence. Ideally, this should have granted you like a building, maybe a great madrasa in your capital. That would have been nice. But for now, I'll just take the 5 research points. And maybe let's make... Oh, Kilikia got eaten up by the Karmanids. That is nice. Anyways, 2 more months and then we declare war on Byzantium. In the meantime, let me queue up 1 more salt here because this is giving us 2 tax base per level, which is amazing. So already we can get a decent amount of stuff in Alexandria. And I'll also queue up a Spinners Guild. We're already going to get huge amounts of tax both on the Spinners Guild and the Tannery. We are aiming to convert to Polish-ism. Not Polynesian, Polish, guys. But we're definitely going to convert to it later on. Ooh, growing Ottomans as well. That is interesting. And we got, she's gifted. And if we wait for, oh, also. Damn, I forgot to do that. Slave raiding, go brrr. So I'm going to raise up our levies. And the naval levies as well. And let's make sure that the Byzantines don't have anyone. Epirus is free. Alright, so we should be able to just invade them all willy-nilly, and it's not even going to cause us any issues. Stool, okay. Join up, folks. And I'm going to take you guys over here. Again, this is just going to be a slave raid. We do not actually intend to like take any lands from the Byzantines or anything like that. We just want to take their population. Let's go to Mistras, and I'll send these guys back home. And in general, we're just going to ferry over some troops to the Byzantine lands, and we are just going to slowly raid them for slaves. And that, my friends, is how you actually play toll as the Mamluks. You do not have to stay at peace all the time to play toll. For the Sunni faith, yes. It is quite insane in that we are declaring war very early on in the campaign, but at the same time, we are not actually doing a full war because we are using the slave raid CB, so we probably won't be able to take any lands at all. Oh wait, we can take a small bit of land actually. Maybe something like this, which would actually give us some coalitions. I'll definitely consider that, but for now, let us just raid Byzantium for slaves and just take as much land as we can get. And our side goals here are basically this, my friend. We want to create the biggest city that the world has ever seen in Alexandria. And we're going to do that by converting to the Polish faith. So it's going to be a standard good old, let's break the game, let's do something extremely goofy, kind of the war room gameplay that you guys are all used to. And it's not going to be like a proper Toll Mamluks game, because we're still going to do something weird here. The Age of Renaissance has come, and have they changed any of these in the open beta? Shrewd commerce, nothing much here. Privateers might be nice, but I do not believe that we can actually get what is it called? Slaves through slave raiding through privateers, so I'm not going for that. Yeah, probably not. I mean, I guess they didn't change most of the advances here. I heard that someone mentioned maximum government bonds. That's interesting. They did add bonds and like the credit worthiness system, so I'll be curious to see how exactly that plays out. Yeah, I guess it's quite obvious you're going for the admin focus here. Can you get Gemini siblings in EU5? What is a Gemini sibling? Seriously, I have no idea what a Gemini sibling is. To steal the throne of the City of World's Desire. Exactly. The City of the World's Desire has never been Constantinople. It was always Alexandria. It will always be Alexandria. It is known. Let's send half of these guys here. Also, this is so bloody annoying. I hate that they changed the, way that the break apart, that the split armies functionality works here. I'm just so used to the way that it used to work back in the day in patch 1.2.5. So I'm having a bit of trouble actually adjusting here. Also, we're getting some really nice stuff here. Cost of the court. So do I want to keep this guy at strengthening government? Or do we want to... Yeah, we probably want to develop province. But... Jesus H. Roosevelt Christ. There are Libyans here, so we can't actually accept them. That's rather unfortunate. So we'll first have to assimilate people in Alexandria. We don't have a lot of control, unfortunately, especially here. So I guess we'll stop encouraging, or maybe not. Yeah, you know what? Let's do it like this. Oh wait, that's in... I'll increase control first, and once the control has hit the local maximum, then I'm going to put this guy to assimilate Alexandria. In the meantime, let's go full innovative with you, my friend. There we go. We are sieging down Constantinople, so there's that. Yep, Polishans really are. Jesus Christ, there are Libyans here. I had no idea how that sounded. Hijazi to Upper Egyptian. So the estates now have, of course, their own culture and religion as well. So, for example, our commoners are Lower Egyptian. Our tribes have become Upper Egyptian for some reason. Really interesting stuff there. But we can also use this interaction here. You know what? It's 20 stability. I mean, it's 20 stability. And we should probably get the interaction from the burghers as well. It's 120 ducats for only minus 10% estate satisfaction. And you can also get the emergency taxes for additional taxation as well. Again, I don't really like these. Like, these are bad. These kind of force you to micromanage things and just click on them every 5 years if you want to be min-maxing. And if you don't click on them every 5 years, you're basically losing out on a lot. So ideally, I think what the interactions here should be like is instead of losing 15% satisfaction, you should probably lose like 40%, or maybe get an estate satisfaction equilibrium malice, something like that, that will actually make it not worth it to go for that, to whatever it is called, to actually use the estate interactions, because some of them are just free stability and free legitimacy, free money buttons, and it's never nice to have free stability, legitimacy, and money buttons in a game like EU5, which is supposed to be more like a simulationist game, let us say. And yes, the idea here is you're supposed to have like an emergency button that you can use when things are going really sideways, but that's not the case. It's not an emergency button, it's just something that you can do regularly, which kind of defeats the whole point, defeats the whole purpose, let us say. So really, it's bad. It's, yeah, sure, why not? Why not, mate? There should be something, some other conditions, as you guys said. There we go, 7,000 slaves, and we also managed to loot a decent bit of money. So I'm definitely happy about the way that this turned out. And if we wait for a few more days, we're going to get a decent chunk of, there we go, thousands more slaves. Thousands and thousands and thousands of additional slaves we're getting here. Alright, so here the question is, will the Byzantines actually unconditionally surrender to us? Also, since this is like a slave raid, is there anything specific that we can get? And let me also check to see whether we gained any... Nope, that's interesting. I'm guessing either we simply got unlucky and didn't get any coalition slaves. Let's see what the slaves are like here. Coptic, Greek Orthodox. So it certainly appears that we are getting Greek Orthodox slaves, but we did not get any coalition slaves. And again, I'm guessing we probably got unlucky, or maybe they got just rolled in to the thingy, to the Orthodox. I mean, that's the interesting thing here. Like, Paradox is not locking any of that specific content behind the paywall. Wait, let's say perform Navy logistics. Let's see if we can actually get food in Constantinople, because otherwise our troops are just going to starve to death. Also, sometimes the game bugs out, and when you do a save load sequence, it gives you Byzantium just unconditionally surrenders. So I'm just going to do that, and let's see if they actually unconditionally surrender to us. Because otherwise, I'm probably not going to bother with sieging down Constantinople itself. Oh, Oh, is that the case? That is really interesting. So you actually have to occupy the land yourself. Hmm. So the question here is, do we actually want to keep sieging down Constantinople? Because there's a chance that this siege takes like 1,000 years or something like that because of the Theodosian walls mainly. Hmm. Ooh, that is really nice. And this guy is 23 years old. So I'll probably go for that. But on the other hand, 0.10 monthly legitimacy and 2.5% monthly research and pushes us further into jurisprudence. Hell yeah, I'll go for that one instead. Hmm. Stability investment and tolerance of the true faith. I really think that the study Islamic texts and call upon the faithful should be rebalanced because this is kind of okay, but this is just like 6 stability and +1 tolerance of the true faith. Which, to be fair, if you have like 100 jurisprudence, and if you're about to get more jurisprudence, in that case it might be worth it, but I think in general it probably doesn't make a lot of sense. Also, where the hell did these guys go? Oh, so they picked up food from Egypt, and they came to... Wait, what? Are we even feeding our troops here? Because... Oh, they don't have a lot of food capacity, because these are fishing boats, of course. Let's see. We would lose a lot of men if we tried to keep sieging Constantinople. Okay, I'll just disband these troops first. And then maybe also disband these guys. And we might as well just disband all of our naval levies, in fact, because we don't really have anything to do with them. Also, this is so stupid. This is so stupid. When you disband levies, even if they're like in enemy territory or anything like that, they just return at full strength, which is something that Paradox managed to solve in Crusader Kings 2, which is 14 years old at this point. So it's utter madness that they did not code literally the same behavior for EU5. But you know, what do I know about that? I think EU5 has a better, let's say, skeleton. You can it's probably going to be the better game in the long run. But right now, I think that EU4 has more content and more varied content as well. So right now, if you do not want to bother with like the... Oh, there we go. That's actually a very quick siege of Constantinople, by the way. So if you do not want to bother with the semi-early access kind of stated that EU5 is in, EU4 is definitely a worthy contender. But overall, I think EU5 is going to be better in the long run. So let's see. 200 ducats, yes please. War reps, I'm not sure, but I don't see why not. And we want to take this location at the very least. And the more locations that we get, the better. So something like this, maybe? Yeah, something like this. I'll accept the demands. And there we go. We now have some Paulicians living in our country. So that means we will be able to convert to the Paulician religion. Let's see. Oh, we can convert to Samaritanism as well. That is hilarious, by the way. Ah. Oh, let's see. Can we also get any additional accepted cultures? Except Coptic. I don't want to accept Coptic. Probably not. What a waste of coin indeed. Let's see. So technically now we can convert to coalitionism, but I don't think that we're going to do that immediately. I think we want to first raid as many countries in Europe as we can for slaves. And later down the line, once the European slave raiding phase is over, only then do we actually want to convert to coalitionism, because by then we will probably have, let's say, more than enough people living in the Delta, and we should easily be able to handle the additional population capacity. So I'll hire a few more traditional galleys here. No need to lose any money. Unfortunate, but what can you do sometimes? And we're also going to, let's see, go to Alexandria, and I think I'm actually going to start using the new auto-expand functionality. Let's auto-expand the Spinners Guild, the Papermakers Guild, and do we have the... Okay, we probably don't have the there we go. We have the auto-expand functionality in the RGO building window, but we don't have it over here in the location window, which is just Paradox UI for you, I guess. So we'll go to the RGO builder, and we're going to, let's say, unlock auto expand for these RGOs, maybe this one as well, because why the hell not? And these are going to be our most profitable RGOs in the early game. And also I'll go to Al Khaira, build up the Spinners Guild, Tannery, and stuff. So despite what Paradox said about ideally they want to reduce the profitability margins on the urban buildings, they're still getting like 1.2.5 levels of profitability in our urban locations, and I'm not 100% sure why that's the case here, but these are definitely quite profitable. Like, I'm not seeing any decrease in profits except for like the outlying areas, like this one over here, Antakya, for example, has low market access and right now very low control, and even here we are getting like 0.15 ducats a month in taxes, or that kind of profitability levels. No, actually the canals are probably one of the biggest steps backward in terms of EU5. We have neither the Suez Canal, nor the Panama Canal, nor even the Kiel Canal, which is kind of unfortunate, let me say. So we want to go with Naples within the next 2 years. I'm going to wait for the traditional galleys to be built, so we can actually outfight them in the sea. In fact, we can probably fight them on even ground even now, but let's not jump into any conclusions yet. And we probably want to hire some mercenaries as well, some naval mercenaries. 20 cogs. That's like 5,000 people. Yeah, the main issue that I have with Naples is they have a lot of men, and also they are quite far away. So even if we were to station our troops in Barca, it would still take us a decent while to actually ferry them to Naples, and in that time they would probably be able to gather up their forces and destroy our troops, which we're going to send piecemeal. So we'll see about that, but we really want to attack them and just get all of those juicy, sweet slaves coming into our lands, that is for sure. Also, let's see how many people we got as slaves. We got 1 million. Although I'm guessing a decent chunk of those were here already, so if we check the cultures tab, we didn't get as many slaves as I expected. We got like, how many of these again? 45,000. I would have expected more. I would have expected like 80,000 or something like that. Why did we get so few slaves? That's interesting. Also over here, I'm going to go for, let's see, we got everything. We got everything that we wanted from the Age of Traditions. That is nice. 1 second, folks. I'm trying to get the chat back up. There we go. Jeez, why is this like this? Do you know who doesn't have man's China? What is this China you speak so highly about? China? I don't know anything about China. Well, what's that? We can't even see what that is. Imagine burgers, so quite a few already. So, what do we want to get in this side of the tree? I mean, we definitely want to get stuff like the additional proximity efficiency, diplomatic annexation efficiency. Seriously, they changed that one to be efficiency as well. Jeez, Paradox really doesn't like it when people have fun, do they? I guess I'm going to rush religious war. Because slave raiding is fun, but ideally we want a better CB. And religious war would be nice. We would lose the Muslim lineage eventually, so probably not go for that. Oh, you know what? Peasant levy. We want those peasant levies because we're going to be raiding so much. And then I think we'll go for these, maybe this. Yeah, those should be plenty. And the Mediterranean galley just for the hell of it. But also, we are going to start getting decent amounts of spread in Alexandria, because of course we are going to have a lot of trade relations between the Italian states and Alexandria. So eventually, all three Renaissance institutions are going to spread very quickly. And as usual, I forgot to change the skyway to actually assimilate Alexandria, so let's see. Well, these are all peasants, not a lot of tribesmen here. But we have a lot of Libyans that we actually need to assimilate before we can actually go to Alexandria and start developing the city. Alternatively, we could start annexing these guys. Let's get a peace here. And I think we'll try to... Ablak Palace. Oh, 2.5% silk output for the entire country. That is definitely interesting. So now that we're going to get legitimacy overflow from this, I think we can actually hand out some privileges. Building roads rights is really nice. And also, urban development grants, we should have probably granted these at the start of the game, but I wasn't sure where exactly the economy would settle. So that's going to be that. And, oh, right, the local governors, of course. Are we getting enough taxes here to justify the local governors? I'm not quite sure. But the effects on control alone are probably worth it. Because of the whole average control thingy that we have in the current patch. Monthly complacency, research progress, all of those are really, really nasty malices. Well, I don't think we're actually going to need any of the special Mamluk troops, to be honest, while we are building Toll. Maybe for the slave raids? Also, if Aragon is at war with Castile and their entire army is gone, the Aragonese army is gone, haha, pardon the pun, that's going to be another opportunity for us to be able to get more slaves from Aragon. And let's hold this in Alexandria. Irrigation projects is really nice. I don't think we can... Oh, yeah, we do have these areas which are technically unintegrated though. What do you want us to go for here, folks? Any ideas about what to go for? EU5 DB, isn't that kind of wanky right now? Because I believe whoever created it did not update it for the recent patch. So the last I checked, it wasn't really working properly. Don't think the local governor is worth it. I mean, normally yes, but the local governors and bailiffs in this version of the game are better than you'd expect because of the average control modifiers and especially the monthly research progress here. You ideally want to have at least 50% average control because you get huge malices to crown power, research, and complacency otherwise. So I'm mainly building the local governors not for the wealth that they're going to create, but for the additional control that they're going to create. And especially because the navies got nerfed quite a bit, we don't have a lot of maritime presence. It's going to be a while before we can get any maritime presence. So obviously it's going to be a while before we can also get, you know what it's called, proximity in the Levant. So the local governors are kinda helping us out on the proximity front, more or less. And especially the one in the north, the one in the south, they're both fairly useful. I guess the road network here is also at acceptable levels, so there's that. And that's why we built the local governors, not because of the wealth bonuses, not to get money out of them, but to get additional control out of them. And I think I'm going to sponsor irrigation projects here. I'm also going to grant, let's say, Elite Council, Stab Decay, and Agenda Impact are both really nice. So control that. Traditional economy, yes please. More traditional economy, yes please. The Ulama wants to break our alliance with Georgia. What do we say to them? Probably not today. And then I'll just wait to see if we get like the urban parliament seat event, which if we do, that's going to be lovely. Okay, so what are you guys good at? Diplomacy. And over here, I probably want to reduce cost of the court just a little. Just to, you know, even things out, basically. Alright. So far, so good. We've got our navies up to speed as well. So now we should probably be able to destroy the navies of Naples. And you guys know what that means. It is going to be time for war in a couple of months. But I wonder, maybe we should go for something else first? Maybe we should hire some mercenaries, like naval mercenaries. How much would it cost us? Oh, that's 720 ducats. Yeah, that's a lot. That is definitely a lot. So instead, can we do this? What's the army levy size? See, this is why the new estate interactions kinda don't make sense. Even if you ask for extra levies from the burghers, they're going to give you army levies, but the burghers are supposed to mostly give you naval levies. So it doesn't make a lot of sense, but what can you do sometimes? Can I instead build like maybe a couple of cogs, but those also cost a lot? Ah, jeez. I mean, we are the Mamluks. Like we probably have one of the strongest economic bases in the entire world. I think we might be like the third richest or maybe the fourth richest after Delhi, Yuan, and Goryeo. But of course, Ashikaga is united, so that's going to be maybe better than us. And Jesus H. Roosevelt Christ. Like Castile, I have no idea why Castile is so aggressive, especially against Aragon in the current version of the game. I really feel like they should be kind of either locked out of or just have huge malices towards declaring war on their fellow Iberians, at least until the Reconquista is complete. And you know what? I think what we're going to do here is instead of Naples, we'll let the sea be against, or maybe, I'm going to spend a little on diplomacy first. Just like maybe something like this. So we'll declare war on Naples in a couple of months. There we go. Ah, jeez. Sicily and the Papal States. So at least they're going to be slightly busy. So in all likelihood, you know what? We could also intervene against them instead of declaring war directly. So that way we wouldn't have to deal with Provence, but look at that. If we do deal with Provence, we can also get a lot of slaves from them. Yeah, I'm going to declare war, folks. I'm going to declare war, again using the slave raiding CB. as usual, let's raise our levies. And we'll try to figure something out. Maybe if we were to get a military access and food access from Sicily, that might work. Also, yep, that is a fairly okay border. Like, if Aragon had these two locations, that would basically follow the Ebro River to the band, I mean. How to write the religion that you want to be? What do you mean, mate? Huh, interesting. Well, I don't think EU5 on release was better. But I still think that like 1.1 was peak and 1.2 was stagnating. And right now 1.3 is actually kind of okay. But at release at 1.3.0 it was literally the worst patch ever. Or maybe not the worst patch ever, but it was pretty bad. And right now I'd say that it's kinda sorta okay. But of course we're going to see about that. Let's see, can we get... Nah, apparently not. So I guess we're going to have to risk it here, folks. Let me send these guys over to Barca, so we don't have to cross as much. Ah, Jesus, yeah. Yep, we should not have risked it. Well, we can't get anything like that. Oh, what we can do is, we can land in Albania. We would starve just a little. Oops. But you know, we could make it work. And I guess we should have probably taken like food access or military access from the Byzantines. Alright. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to occupy Kerkira. Also, Georgia is duper aggressive. Like, they've already declared 2 wars. They've eaten half of Shirvan. Very interesting stuff, let me tell you that. Kerkira, let's go. So, how are you doing, folks? What are you up to, chat? Are you enjoying the slave raiding so far? Because this is just going to be like the first phase of a fairly long and somewhat convoluted campaign, let me tell you that. Alright, so let's also get maybe Vutroton. I mean, Christian Gnosticism is one of the biggest rabbit holes that you can actually fall into. It is amazing. It's really amazing what these guys really taught about. Especially the more esoteric aspects, like the whole the Gnostic interpretation of the Old Testament, for example, where it's literally like God, you know, playing a game with people and God is actually the devil or something like that, something close to that at least. I know I did a terrible job at explaining it, but Gnostics are just something, I mean. Alright, I think I'm going to reduce game speed for a little here. And we're going to try and do a landing on Lecce. And hopefully, we can get there before the Neapolitans arrive. And just destroy our entire army. Come on, folks. Come on, I know you can do it. I know you can do it, guys. There we go. I think we're actually going to succeed. We just need to figure out a way of getting a bit of food, and I guess we should be able to capture some food stocks in the areas that we take from Naples. But geez, we lost so many men to attrition already. It's utterly unbelievable. So they're down to about 30,000 men. If we manage to keep our forces together, we probably should be able to handle them. And I'll get even more men over here from Egypt. Well, it's Wiki 3 is about industrialization. EU5 is not about industrialization, so there we go. A bunch more slaves. So thematically, slaves are a lot more useful than in Wiki 3. And in EU4, they are somewhat useful. They're still not the best pop type. But more importantly, they're population. Like, you're still getting those slaves as population. And if the Neapolitans actually hit us, we're so bloody dead here, but whatever. Mostly we're just taking the slaves so that we can assimilate and convert them and turn them into peasants later down the line. Well, yeah, Gnosticism is really... on one hand, I do kind of sort of sympathize with at least some of their theology. Also, why are we... Oh, geez, yeah. We are so toast here, folks. We are so toast here. Alright, I think I'm going to try to retreat all the way back up north. Jeez. So next time around, note to self. Do not destroy your entire army at the start of the game, because we definitely need the auxiliaries to carry food for us. Also, can we see like if there are any provinces with decent food? Maybe over here. Yep, we probably want to capture this province next. Jeez, our guys are consuming so much food. It is almost unbelievable. Unbelievable, literally unbelievable. Just look at the amount of food that we are consuming. At least it appears that they maybe changed the whole morale thingy. So our low morale forces do not get immediately stack wiped at the very least. And the operative word here is immediately. They're probably still going to get stack wiped. But at least, oh, there we go. We probably want to retreat from this if we can. Come on, seriously? Yeah, we did get stack wiped, that was bad. But Gnosticism is heretical. I mean, so am I. Oh, I mean, it's just a bit of heresy. You gotta spice the theology up a little sometimes, you know. What's life without a bit of heresy to keep things interesting? Okay, I'll have to keep you guys here, so there we go. We might actually be able to win this. Are we winning this? Probably not, but sheesh. Yeah, that is bad. And the center gave away. Yeah, okay, this was probably a bad idea to embark on a Neapolitan expedition so early in the game. Also, if you guys want to do this yourselves, probably it's a better idea to not actually destroy the regular armies at the start. Because right now we're suffering a lot because we are basically using the levies instead of regulars. And I probably should have kept the regulars around, if only for this eventuality. And yes, Naples does have a tendency to conquer parts of Sicily very early on, so there is that. And let's get more slave raiding CBs on Aragon, and we're also going to get one on Sicily. And I'm also going to reduce our diplomatic spending here a little, and maybe improve relations with Al-Fadl. Probably not with Kilis though. And get more admin education over here. Also, hello and welcome, folks. We have a lot of newcomers, I believe. Did Jedamsan end his stream or something like that? Because that's a lot of new arrivals. And the goal here for this campaign is to build up toll in the Delta. And we will try to make Alexandria into the largest city in the entire world. So that's the eventual goal. But right now we're just slave raiding Europe for funsies. 7 stability. Yes, please. And oh my god. Okay, that's a lot of goodies that we're getting here. Kefalu, yep, definitely go for that. Alright, so if we huddle up in Sicily, they probably won't be able to march through. And then what we can do here is we can bring our armies together. There we go. Missed that one. I could have, could get them on low morale, but looks like we can still get them on low morale. There we go. So that's actually going to be, oh, lovely. We destroy them in the sea and we destroy them on land as well. Maybe go for that, yeah. I have no idea where the Neapolitans themselves are also starving at this point. Literally makes no sense, but I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. And there we go. Can we actually get a bit of money in reparations out of this? Maybe, maybe not. Sheesh, we lost so many men here. I'm fairly confident that we lost more men in levies than we are going to gain in slaves, but I guess it was still fun. I guess it was still a fun. He just clicked it away. You're losing cores. Did we lose a core? I thought we gained a core. Wait, what? Syriac Armenian. Oh, right. Yeah, we actually lose cores. See, that's the interesting bit about taking slaves. For some reason, slaves actually count against, let's say, the whole population of the location. So if you have too many slaves in a location, what's going to happen is they're going to turn that location away from being a core. Also, we are lacking gold, so let's go for Dimash Hasham and maybe give some trade orders. Maybe not for masonry. Import order for gold. There we go. Maybe something like 4 trade capacity. That should bring in about 1 gold a month. I mean, Christian theology is probably a much deeper rabbit hole than Muslim theology, especially the heretics and stuff. But Islam has some fairly weird movements as well, like the Karmatians especially come to mind. I mean, it's so strange. Those guys are like, yeah, we are vegetarians. By the way, we are going to destroy the Kaaba. Isn't that cool? Downgrade Cairo. I'm not going to downgrade Cairo specifically. Right now, Cairo is the capital. And again, we're not going to downgrade it, but geez, we're definitely going to get stack wiped here, by the way. But what we're going to do here is we are going to move our capital to Alexandria while keeping Cairo as a megalopolis. And we will try to build a second megalopolis in Alexandria, which I believe you can do. But again, don't quote me on that. We will wait and see whether it actually works like that. Also, another pilgrimage? Hell yeah. You gain 10 jurisprudence each time you go on a pilgrimage, which is just amazing. So it's really, really easy to just boost it up. And you're going to get 100 jurisprudence in like 5 years, even without doing anything. Also, looks like their entire army is in the south. So we are actually going to carpet siege here. Fingers crossed that they don't manage to come back up north before we are done. Ah, jeez. They're definitely going to make it up here, aren't they? Let's see, folks. Let's see. So ideally, I want to get some reparations over here. But if we don't manage to do that, just the slaves that you have taken in raids so far should be more than enough. And I want to get these 2 locations, not the provinces, but the locations, because as you can see, they're pretty well populated. So let's see where these guys are headed exactly. Well, they're just hanging out there. They're not like doing anything even. There we go. It's so easy just going all Fabian tactics against the AI and just ignoring them. Salerne. Can we? It looks like we can. But these guys are probably dead, which is unfortunate. Or maybe they're not dead, huh? Oh, they're dead. But we did manage to get our slaves from here, so I'm not complaining. And we're going to pull all of our troops away from Italy right now. I'm going to, let's say, get these guys to full retreat as... Oh, shit. That was not... I was trying to full retreat the other regiment here, jeez. Yeah, that was bad. My PC specs. So my PC specs are... I believe I have an Intel Ultra 7 255HX, which is like a top 10, top 20 laptop CPU. And I have a RTX 5060 with 32 gigabytes of RAM. So overall, I have really decent specs. Probably one of the best specs that you can get for a laptop. Let's see, what do we go for here? But I'm still getting a decent bit of lag. But it appears that the latest patch 1.3.2, the one that we are playing on right here, has changed a lot of stuff in regards to performance adjustments. And I'm actually getting better performance compared to 1.2.5. So I'm guessing over time, we are probably going to see, once patch 1.3 is out of the open beta, we're probably going to see a really nice performance improvement for most people. And of course, we're going to build a bunch of pest houses. I believe that we actually have incense. I'm not sure which one is the source here, but we should definitely have some incense in the local market. So that's going to allow us to actually make the pest houses work. And oh, you can build the pest houses anywhere. That's actually really nice. So I'll try to build them up in as big a portion of the delta as possible. Let's see, something like this. And Dimashqa Baalbek, maybe not. Halab, maybe, I don't know. So we definitely want to build them like here, here, here. That's for sure. There we go. Yeah, that's a lot of pest houses, and that's probably going to save us a lot of pops over the long run from the Black Death. But we're still going to lose, I believe, at least 2 to 3 million, possibly more. We'll see about it, let's say. And now let's try to do the same sort of slave raiding against Provence, because they're also part of this war, while Naples tries to siege their lands back up. And also, look at that, we can take a lot of money from them. Yeah, so we'll probably try to siege down only the provincial capitals here, with just like 1,000 men stacks. And that should be nice. Okay, so basically, also, where the hell are the Provençal armies? I forgot to... Oh, geez. They're just going to come out of nowhere and destroy our armies, aren't they? Or maybe not, because I'm not seeing any movements here. So maybe they sent their armies over to Italy. That could be a possibility. We definitely want to get Aix-en-Provence, because, yep, and also these 3 locations have a lot of people living in them. So let's send some of our armies here. Let's send some of our armies here. Oh, so they're in northern Italy. They kind of just stopped, which is nice. So it's going to give us a bit of a window of opportunity, during which we will be able to occupy the Provençal countryside as well, in addition to what we got from Naples. So there we go. Thousands more slaves. This is just so fun. This is like the most fun that I've had in ages, just not taking any lands, taking slaves. and just running amok in Europe, basically. So this is additional tax efficiency and innovative push, which is very lovely. And this over here, if I can find it, is 2.5% production efficiency, so we'll go for that. We are getting some capital economy push here, but fear not. Basically, you get so many events for pushing traditional economy that as long as you have a natural push towards traditional economy, you can boost it up to 100, and that's going to be more than enough to get all of the bonuses that you need from the traditional economy. Where you only own locations in your own market. That might be interesting. Forced immigration for the win. I concur, my friend. I definitely concur. There we go. And we're also getting money out of this as well. So many noble mansions that we're destroying here. Alright, so as soon as these two locations, these three locations, let's say, have been sieged down, we are going to peace Naples out. Please, there we go. Order full retreat for these guys. Order full retreat for these guys. So that's 100 men each that we lost. But we're getting thousands of slaves in each location that we take, so that is more than enough. And we are going to get war reps plus money from Provence as well. And also get them to dismantle their forts, so the next time around, the next time that we come here, we are actually going to be able to capture their forts as well, or their former forts. Forced immigration in market only. There is chance that half of those slaves can't move. Forced immigration, do you guys mean the expel populace action here? Because if that's the case, that does assist you. Oh, geez. Oh, okay, okay. For a second there, I thought that the Black Death just bounced back off, because that happens sometimes. Apparently that wasn't the case here. And I'm also going to get a bunch of money from Naples and also dismantle their forts in Napule. L'Aquile, okay. Oh, Jesus, Age Roosevelt Christ. If we manage to destroy their armies here, we'll be probably able to demand more. Come on, Neapolitans, please die for me. There we go. Oh, that was so satisfying. So satisfying. Truly, totally, absolutely, horrendously satisfying. So do we want them to return cores to, I don't know, Sicily maybe? I mean, weakening Naples is probably going to be our best play here. There we go. So why not? Let's get them to return their cores, because when we declare war on Sicily, we will also be able to occupy the Papal States. And would you look at that, the Papal States has a lot of people living around Rome. Same with Sicily, these two locations hold a lot of pops. So we're going to do this sort of peace with Naples, and yes, oh god, Naples. Completely concur there. And then I'm going to disband all of our levies. We'll have to wait a bit for these guys to arrive in Nice, so we can destroy them, disband them. Get our armies, our navies to go back to Egypt, and then we're going to declare war on Sicily and Aragon. Oh, Aragon is also allied with Provence. Ah, that is nice. So we'll be able to slave raid Provence again in all likelihood. There we go. And that's basically what we're going to do. We're just going to slave raid the entire Mediterranean world and try to cram as many people as we can to Egypt and the Levant. And question mark, a profit. That's basically going to be it. So let's expand the RGOs even more. Again, we can literally boost it up to level 13, and that's not going to cost us anything. And let's see, do I want to get more RGOs here? Probably, yeah. Because even if we account for the Black Death, we're still going to have more than enough people in the Delta, so they can convert into peasants. Well, right now we got one of our cabinet members changing the values, and the other one is assimilating populace in Alexandria, which doesn't work. Oh, jeez. Hmm. What am I supposed to do here? We can't actually core Alexandria. Oh, of course. Of bloody course. I'm going to build up bailiffs, which will give us a decent bit of control, which will in turn allow us to actually assimilate people there. But for now, let me take you away from there. And let me, I don't know, integrate province maybe? Yeah, sure, why not? Integrate Al-Iskenderun. Or burgers will sell them. Let's see. Are we losing a lot of slaves here too? Oh, they mostly died from diseases? Does it appear here when you have like the whatever you have when your burgers sell your slaves? Does it appear in the province window? I'm not sure, but I don't really care, I guess. And we got more people that we can marry off, so of course we're going to do that. You as well, my friend, you're going to get married to an Indian at the CBUT. And in 2 months, I guess it'll be time for war against Sicily. What's this? Austerity. Unit food consumption actually sounds really nice here, for the simple reason that, you know, it probably also affects our levies, but I'm not quite sure about it. Alright. Time for another slave raid, this time on Sicily, but why do you guys have so many levies? Also, we can raid Athens as well. Do you still have the fortress? Nope, they've destroyed the fortress as well. Oh yes, that is going to be so nice here. So another slave raid. And there we go. More slave raiding, folks. The more slaves we get, the better. And in fact, oh sheesh. No, I want to cancel. There we go. Cancel. Because we're going to wait for, let's say, 1 more month. I'm going to declare a simultaneous war on Aragon, so we can just ferry our troops around and slave raid Aragon and Provence as well during the war. And they do have 6 galleys, so we'll have to keep an eye out for the Aragonese navies. But I'm fairly confident that we can figure out where they are and destroy them. Interesting. That is good to know. But don't you get a decent bit of money when the burghers like sell the slaves? Because from what I've seen, slaves are like one of the most expensive trade goods out there. And oh, okay, it's only 2%. So hopefully we're not going to get that much bubonic plague. Let's see, let's send you guys over to Sicily. Or maybe let's send you guys over to Athens. Alright. So what we're going to do here is we're going to occupy Charistos. And we're going to ship our entire army to Charistos. Okay, maybe not the entire army. Maybe you guys go here. And we'll ship like 7,000 men first. Alright, you know what? I think the optimal play here is going to be to destroy the Aragonese armies. So for that, sheesh. That was very badly timed for us. And where the hell are these guys going? That's absurd. There we go. Change with captured. So let's go back over here. Barca. Okay. Why would anyone want to lose Pops? Well, definitely not here. Oh, and yes, we are going to have a video series for Sweden. Norse Pop Maxing Sweden. This one is basically a consolation prize for the runner-up, which was the MAMLUKS. So you guys are going to get your Sweden, trust me on that. And this is just like a consolation prize for the live stream with everyone else. And welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us if you've joined us just now. Let's grant another, or maybe even better yet, another hunting accident. Why are we getting so many hunting accidents here? Jesus, Age Roosevelt Christ. Additional monthly prosperity is definitely going to be nice. Trade capacity, migration attraction, yes please. So I'll go for the Freetown Charter here, and then use the event to get our legitimacy back to 100. So what was I saying? Thank you all for joining us, folks. What? Oh, sheesh. The armies we sent to Karistos got destroyed when I wasn't looking? Oh, that's just bad. That is just really, really bad. But it looks like at least we managed to kill off some Athenian troops. So maybe we might be able to destroy them. Or probably not. Or maybe yes. Oh, come on, you can do it. Or maybe you can't do it. We'll see. Sheesh. And you guys retreat to all the way over to our possessions in Macedonia, of course. Yeah, for some reason today I'm not good at fighting these wars. I guess it's mostly because we forgot to build any auxiliaries. So basically our army starts starving to their deaths the moment that we land anywhere, but you know, whatever, I guess. Another one bites the dust. Seriously? Very, very bad options here. Really, really bad, terrible options here, folks. $10 legitimacy for 100 ducats. Yes, please. So that means we can hand out a couple more of these urban rights. So we'll definitely go staple port here. And we'll probably go for a staple port in Akka as well. The additional harbor capacity and maritime presence are almost always worth it. Jeez, what exactly does this do? I don't know. So for this one, let's go for Alexandria as well. Expand gravel road network, that sounds nice. Balance the budget, yes please. This is free money. This is literally free money. Or maybe free inflation reduction sounds better right now. So let's go for that. Let's go for that. And also traditional economy boost for obvious reasons. There we go. So we captured the provincial capital. That's a lot of slaves that we're getting. Yeah, we did lose a lot of stability due to the Black Death, so there is that. And 1.47 million, and it's almost over. So we didn't lose nearly as many people as I expected to, so that's the big plus, I guess. And we probably don't need to get any more slaves there. Instead, we're going to land on Sicily, and we are also going to enslave the Sicilians. Also 20% slaves, not too bad, not too shabby if I say so myself. So especially we want to get Catania and Girgenti or Palermo. We probably got Messina earlier. And did these guys survive the Black Death already? Yep, it looks like they survived the Black Death, so we are not going to get as much slaves, as many slaves as I expected. Yes, the war room is bad at war. Ooh. I'm sorry, guys. I usually just cheat my way to victory whenever I'm playing a single player. So when I'm playing this live, you can't actually cheat, when you're playing a live version of the game on a stream. So I guess that's the reason for the disparity, the skill disparity that you're seeing here. There we go. Repay all. And that's 600 ducats. So you know what that's going to be? That's going to be even more RGO expansion here. I'll go for Antakya and Akka as well. And let's max up the RGO in Al Mansuriya, Akka, and also in, let's say, Cairo as well. We're building a lot of RGOs. RGOs are really, really nice money makers, especially in the early game. There we go. More slaves. More slaves, please. More. I want more slaves everywhere. Yeah, probably not. Oops. And I guess after this, we're going to build toll for like 30 years because our levies are just bankrupt. Also, please don't die, please. Yeah, we still have the Polishans. We still have the Polishans, that's okay. That's quite okay. How many slaves do we have right now? Let us see, my friend. We have more than 1 million slaves, so that's 20% of our entire population. More innovative and research points. Whatever, I'll go for that. That gave us a free thingy. Oh, also, sheesh, I forgot to reduce our diplomatic spending, which was kind of unfortunate. So let's see. Venice seems to be down. Did they keep? Nope, they did not. So let's see. That's an okay amount of people, I'd say. But in general, Europe is devoid of enslavable population right now. What about Verona? And they still have the castle. Padua? Maybe. Okay. I guess we want to go for Castile eventually. But when we do go for Castile, the question is... That's going to be 4 million, so we can get maybe 300, 400,000. What about the Black Death? So they probably survived the brunt of the Black Death. If we can ally Morocco, nah, it wouldn't matter, they don't have any levies. I'm basically trying to figure out how we can defeat Castile right now, but I guess we'll just build our spy network for now and improve relations with Granada so we can get military access and food access from them. And by using that, we can basically use Granada as a home base to just raid the entire southern regions of Castile and carry off maybe millions of people into slavery. And if I can find that one, where was that? I'm going to show you guys something really hilarious if I can find that one. But apparently not. Oh, there we go. Warrior Monks Training Grounds. Yep. The Iberians can build Warrior Monks Training Grounds. Because for some reason, their clergy is allowed to construct them. I guess it's mostly has to do with the fact that they have access to military orders. So technically, you can build a bunch of warrior monks and get local manpower from your clergy estate if you're playing as one of the Iberians. And that is just hilarious. But anyways, let's just keep sieging down Palermo for now. Al-Ashraf Bahriya. 26 looks okay to me, I guess. Yes, what? That was my reaction as well when I first learned about this, and it's always as hilarious as it was on day one. It's just so broken, like. And Paradox has known about this for a while, but they didn't fix it in the beta either, even though I guess it's probably like a very easy change to make. So I'm guessing they actually intend for it to be worked this way. So this is probably working as intended, folks. We probably wouldn't have a lot more levies because our levies also probably got wiped by the Black Death. But I'll try to do that. Let's see. Slaves. Yeah, we'll probably. But I don't want to convert too many people because we are going to convert our religion to Politionism. So ideally, we do not actually want to convert anyone to Sunni just yet. Again, just yet. But eventually, we will start converting them. 1.2 thousand. Cagliari is basically no troops. So I guess Provence is the big what-if scenario here. I'm not sure whether we would actually be able to defeat them and raise 28 more levies. We can raise 28 more levies, folks. Isn't that hilarious? You are going to get a diplomatic education because you're gallant. And you are going to marry an African. Let's see. Also, we don't need to improve opinion with Barca anymore. Yemen has declared us as a rival. Interesting. Well, Marco Berdiu, that makes sense actually, because at some point I do want to play as the majors, like Castile, for example. But I also want it to be a sort of a unique run, so maybe doing something like that might make sense. Also, the Provençals are here. Oh, jeez. Please fall, please fall, please, please, please, please fall for me. Because otherwise, there we go. There we go. And we got, I don't know how many, but maybe 1,000, maybe 1,500. Well, we got some slaves out of that. So let's go east. Also, that's interesting. Huh. Bedouin warfare disrupts trade. Jeez. That's the worst event ever. We did manage to destroy these guys, though. So the question is, do we let our vassals handle the sieges? And I guess probably not. A new outbreak. Is that smallpox? I'm not sure, but it was something. Oh, also I forgot to sponsor mass forgiveness. You're supposed to do that each time that the Black Death hits you. Or rather, you can only do it once usually. So let's take these guys to Cagliari now. And we should be able to get more slaves from Sardinia. And then I'm actually going to hit Provence again. Also, geez, we have so many dynasty members. It's insane. Accept and unaccept. Okay, that one actually makes sense. But unfortunately, we do not have enough slaves of Neapolitan culture to be able to accept them. So hopefully, eventually we will get there, but for now, that is not going to be possible either. Yeah, sure, Georgia, why not? There we go. Oh, please don't die. There we go, they did not die. Hmm. 3,000. That is a significant force, and we can't actually see Marseille. Alright, so I took a big risk there by just dropping down, but it was probably worth it. Oh, Narbonne. Oh, Montpellier. Okay, we'll probably take more slaves from here. Again, fingers crossed that they don't actually have any. Seriously, man. Okay, at least our vassals are around here, so Mecca should be able to deal with the Aragonese. One of the best things about playing with Egypt is you begin with a fairly sizable vassal swarm, and they're just super duper loyal, except for the Dulkadirids for some reason. So it's going to be a pretty decent boost to your war making capabilities because of the thingy, because of the, what's it called? The vassal swarm, yes. There we go. And I guess that's going to be, there we go. We're capturing a decent number of ships here. And Georgia is just Georging, I guess. Medieval military has been... please! Seriously, man? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, Aragon? I'm literally raiding you for slaves and you don't let me get any slaves from you? That is so bad. That is bad boy, Aragon. This was just hilarious. Whatever, man. Whatever. Oh my god. Oh. Do I actually want to get them to transfer Athens to us? Even though that would be hilarious, I don't think I'm going to do that. I think we're just going to... We can't release them either. Just get war reps, maybe? And take some maps. And basically the same from Aragon, but... They literally cock-blocked me. This was so bad. Oh. Nah. I don't want to liberate that. But I am going to dismantle as many forts as we can. So we don't have to deal with them when we come back and enslave them in the next war. And that's basically going to be it. Wait, what? Interesting. Anyways, let's take our armies and navies back home. And as you can see, we are building a bunch of stuff here. So that is very nice. It does appear that the auto expand functionality is working splendidly. We are getting a lot of expansion in our spinners and also paper makers guilds. So that is nice to see. Let me disband our navies here. And we got so many fishing boats. But I don't believe that these actually cost you anything to upkeep, so I'll keep them as fishing boats. They do cost a little bit of money to maintain, but I don't think we're paying anything at all in terms of the sailors' cost, so that's very nice. So I'm going to just send the navy to patrol the sea, maybe over here. Levantine Sea sounds nice. Just to start getting our maritime presence up. And then, let's cancel this. Let's start paying for diplomacy. Both to reduce our complacency and because ideally, I want to start annexing Barca now. When will this be over? 17 years, that's a fairly long time, let me tell you that. Save scum? Nah, we're not going to save scum here. Why doesn't the message... that's because let's see if I can figure that one out. When I was playing as the Ottomans, I kept getting spammed with the "you have enslaved this many people" pop-ups, so I just kind of turned those off, and I guess they have remained turned off ever since, basically. Another pilgrimage, yes please. We're going to the Cave of the Patriarchs this time around. And then I think it's time that we start building up our granaries, especially in Alexandria. But first, we have to build up our masons, of course. So let's go for 1 mason each in literally every single location in the Delta. And the reason why I'm building these up in one of these up in each location is so that the masons build up simultaneously, which in turn is going to make them complete faster, basically. The slave raid on Castile. And I guess what we're going to do is in the next parliament, we are going to go for additional levies, assuming that we can get those. And then using those additional levies, we're just going to raid Castile to the ground. Also, I guess, if we just, let them be, they will probably send their own troops over to try and occupy our lands. And in that time period, we should easily be able to destroy a few of their stacks. So no royal marriage for you. Also, let's see what our wealth graph is looking like, folks. 236, just look at that. Our tax base has increased by 50% in like 15 20 years, so that is pretty amazing growth that you can get as the Mamluks. And as you can see, we are building up the entire country over time. Not yet. Hello, Victors. Thank you. I really think that the Golden Horde game is quite cool myself. It is rather fun to play. And the series is going to continue, by the way, so don't worry about that. Because all of you guys just demanded it so much, I basically said whatever. And we are going to definitely continue the series. You should get a new episode tomorrow. Warring for money is more profitable than for land. Probably not, to be honest. But it is quite profitable. It is fun. And more importantly, you don't actually have to bother with integrating all of the lands. So in the early game, probably the additional war reps that you're going to get, and also in our case, the additional slaves that we're going to get, are well worth it. And just look at that. Wallahi is doing whatever. Serbia is doing whatever. The Ottomans are expanding. This is a nice game. I really feel like, look at the Korea series. Yes. So if you guys have found the channel recently, I definitely recommend checking out the Trebizond series and the Korea series as a bare minimum, because those are like the big ones. And also Jerusalem was quite fun while we were playing as that one, the Knights to Jerusalem. But it was a slightly shorter series, but it was definitely a lot of fun. What was I going to do here? Honestly, I have no idea. Oh, right. I was going to see if we can actually accept any of these guys, and probably not. We could tolerate the Neapolitans and the Sicilians, but I guess the first slave culture that we will be able to accept will be the Castilians. Assuming that we manage to get enough of those, but we'll see. There we go. We lost nearly 1.6 million. And yes, you can definitely see that in the graphs over here. That's just massive drop over here. But without that, if we look at like this over here, until the year 1347, we actually managed to get enough people through slave raiding to basically counteract the effects of the initial drop from the smallpox. And I guess if we raid even more people from Castile, and then whoever it is that we can find, basically, we are probably going to get a really, really solid economic and slave base. And eventually we will be able to simply assimilate all of them. And that's just going to make Alexandria into the largest city ever in the history of mankind. Let's see, we have 54% here. We have a lot of Copts in Alexandria. In fact, they're like a third of the city. Oh, also now it shows you which cultures are like primary, tolerated, accepted. So that is very nice as well. So we're paying a lot of money in diplomacy. Is it worth it? Well, without that one, we would probably... This would take like 32 years. Also, wow. Our cultural influence is much lower than I expected, so I guess we should build. Firstly, more wharfs, but we probably can't build more wharfs. We should probably build more libraries, because of course we don't actually have any libraries, do we? Yeah, that's bad. I should have figured this out much earlier. Also, someone said that cultural tradition actually does something. Oh, that is really interesting. Your cultural tradition power actually gives you up to 5% estate satisfaction now, which is a lot. So previously it basically did nothing beyond a certain level, let's say. Now it actually makes sense to optimize for cultural tradition as well as influence, most likely. And let's see what the maritime presence is like. We are slowly but certainly getting our maritime presence back up. And I guess it's time to build maybe a couple of those. The deterioration of the Khalqa. We have a Mamluk army law. Oh, that's interesting. Lose 55. Who coded this? Who coded this event to give you minus 45 stability? Or minus 25 legitimacy? Bloody hell. What's the... Oh, Jesus. Alright, folks, there you have it. If you play as the Mamluks yourself, you definitely want to switch away in the Mamluk army law and just get the Ajnad al-Khalqa. Avlad al-Nas, that's interesting, but why do we not have it? Has unlocked this policy. When am I playing Victoria 3? Back in 2023. Jesus. I'm going to do a save here, because I'm not sure if the Mamluks have any specific disasters for them. If we go to negative stability. Let's see. Okay, apparently not. So we did win that one. Oh, books. We also need to, of course, build up some scriptoriums. Wait, what? We already have the scriptoriums, but we still have a deficit of books. How come the libraries consume so much books? Gee, oh, we are building libraries, of course. Of course, you get more. Norse Bhutan. How did you become Norse Bhutan? And more importantly, why did you become Norse Bhutan? Like, why? Just why? Smallpox. It's Smallpox Universalis again, folks. There we go. Lost 1.6 million to the bubonic plague, nearly 800 to smallpox, and I'm fairly sure that within the century, smallpox will overtake the bubonic plague. Develop the interior. That's a nice one to have, but that's not the one that we want to have. I'm going to go for this one, mainly for the additional support, so We can ask for larger levies, get serfdom support. Yes, request additional taxes. And let me see what laws we have. Local courts is... Oh, sheesh. We want to change that one as well. Yeah, I should have probably checked these earlier. Alright, you know what? We'll switch to Central Council here. I should have checked the laws before actually getting additional taxes. That is bad. Let's go for 30% satisfaction equilibrium with these estates. And we do not have to tax the ulama anymore, so I'm going to put them at 100% instead. And in 1 month, let's see how many levies we have. 26,000. Oh, interesting. This is a very interesting, unique, I would say, parliament event, probably. Screw you for daring to have fun. I mean, smallpox was probably worse than the bubonic plague over a large enough time span in real life as well. Yeah, you know what? I think we're going to declare war. And we're going to wait for the Castilians to come to us, because there's a decent chance that they do come to us. They tend to do that. They've also given up the Portuguese alliance, so I guess that's nice. And I'm also going to start building a spy network in Portugal. And also, we should be able to purchase military access from Granada. So let's raise our levies. I'm going to just disband these guys. We're not going to be able to do anything with them anyways. Saint places. What sort of bonuses do you mean? We are trying to get the city here by converting to coalitionism, but that's probably not going to happen just yet. And there we go. We got the disappearing army bug again. Yay! So let's gather everyone in Damietta. And let's see if Castile actually decides to come to us, or whether we'll actually have to go for them. Burgers trade capacity. Neither one of these are good, but I guess that one is slightly better. Let's see. What else? Do I actually want to integrate these areas? You know what? Probably not. I think what we're going to do here instead is I'm just going to start encouraging migration to Alexandria. So hopefully we'll get more population increase here. Well, I haven't gone coalition just yet, because when you go coalition, we will no longer be able to slave raid Europe. So ideally, I want to raid Europe as much as we can before switching away from Christianity, at which point we are going to start raiding the Muslims instead. Coalitionism literally gives you no advantages, except you get to use the Alexandria Holy City, which gives you plus 200% local population capacity. And this actually works even if you are not Polish yourself. The majority religion here has to be Polish. But unfortunately for us, we have no way of converting the populace to Polishism without going Polish ourselves. So we'll have to do that to actually get what we want here. And it doesn't look like the Castilians are coming at us, so what we're going to do is we're going to wait for 3 more months, and then we are going to yeah, I think what we can do here, we can also use this. I keep forgetting about these actually. See, this is why I think that this sort of stuff is just really bad game design, because you have to remember to come here every once in a while, like every 5 years, and get all of these done. Because otherwise you're just leaving money or stability or legitimacy on the table. And that's just bad. That's just bad game design. Anyways, we do have our additional diplomat now. So I'm going to request food access. And let's see. We can offer fleet basing rights to a bunch of Italian states. So they start spreading their institutions to Cairo as well. And there we go. We're already getting a bit of spread towards the Renaissance, which is the big institution in this age. So there's that. And basically we're going to ship our troops to Granada first. And we'll use that to use Granada as a base to actually raid Castile. And yes, 200% Jesus. Yep. 7 stability. But what's minus 7 stability when you're at minus 41 stability already? Sheesh, I hate it. I hate this because the AI just randomly cancels the food access. There we go. What are you guys? Are you guys like galleys? They are galleys. A decent chance that we actually lose this one. What on earth? Okay, we lost a lot of ships there. And the Castilians are landing with just 177 men. Jesus H. Roosevelt Christ. I mean, we did lag quite a lot in the early game. Nah, probably not, mate. Let's see. Can we? No, we can't. And they did destroy half of our navies. That is so bad. I'm seething with rage right now. But at least we managed to land like one army, and we are interesting. Alcoy, so there we go. If we actually manage to land in Spain with all of our armies, military allotment. Why does military allotment give you an upgraded navy? Let me see. So it says possible soldiers. But from what I know, the naval levies that you get actually count your burghers, not your soldiers. In fact, let's check it out right now. Can I see it? Apparently not. Well, yes, for the army levies, that is correct, but I don't think that soldiers actually give naval levies. I think the naval levies you get from the burghers, not the soldiers themselves. This would have been a lot faster if we didn't get stacked wiped. with our navies, but still, it looks pretty okay. And it looks like the food situation is acceptable for the most part, if not very good. So Spain probably has decent food, at the very least. The subject of Barca is hell on earth. Why do you think that? Why do you say that? Oh, sheesh. I think I'm actually going to do a full retreat here because the Castilians managed to join up their entire army. Huh. Oh, he becomes Circassian. Yeah, sure, I'm not really all that in love with that guy anyways. And this means we will be able to get this guy as the prime minister. There we go. I think what I'm going to do here is maybe open up the Mamluk barracks in El Cairo. And we're probably going to get a few halkas. But it will have to refill the buildings first, I guess. Kill off you guys. Okay, so we do have food and military access. I'll purchase fleet basing rights as well, just in case. And basically we'll try to... The Castilians split their army again. Which means... But why does it... How come their army has better quality than ours? They only have a single light infantry. So maybe go for here. Ish. Alright, so with 18,000 men, we should be able to destroy 12,000. And they only get a +1 here. So the tactical isn't too bad for us either. I guess I'm actually going to marry him off to a lowborn in this case. We don't have a lot of marriage prospects. There we go. But these guys are going to arrive just tomorrow. So maybe it's time for a tactical retreat here. There we go. That was still a tactical victory for us because we killed more of their troops. And I guess we'll try to go over here so we can get some food from Granada. There we go. And hopefully our troops will stop starving now. And if we can get +15 morale, I mean, they do get a lot of flavor, but it looks like we can probably defeat them if we manage to find their armies when they're divided. It's just that getting those armies when they're divided is going to be a bit difficult. Also, seriously, man? Did they cancel food access again? This is unbelievable. If I had to pick one thing for Paradox to fix, that would be the AI just randomly ending food access. Unfortunately, no throat singing today because I've yapped a bit too much during this stream session. So my voice would probably not be able to survive a throat singing here. Let's see. There we go. So that's something, and we can most certainly destroy that stack. And that means we can most certainly destroy this stack too. So that leaves, there we go, just 2,500 men, boys. All right, so we can't quite carpet siege yet, but we can most certainly start focus sieging. Let's get someone at the helm of this army as well. There we go. And we're getting thousands of slaves in each province that we occupy. And of course, the Castilians have very few forts. We will probably still want to siege down Sevilla, because 50,000 people, that's going to be a lot of slaves for us. But overall, I think we are going to be content with mostly occupying the countryside. And maybe split up just a bit more here. Just a bit more. There we go. Yep, we are eating all the food that Granada has to offer. And I'm not sorry for it. I'm definitely not sorry for it. There we go, Calatrava. Let's go for over here, Tortosa. So we're also occupying the Catalan and Aragonese lands here, and oh, that's a lot of Andalusi pops actually. I don't remember there being this many Andalusi pops in Aragon actually. Turn on what exactly, mate? Counterpoint cavalry. There we go. And let's see. How many have we captured? Can we see the number of... Well, where are the Catalans? There are definitely supposed to be more Catalans if we have captured more slaves. And the number of slaves is actually going down. I'm not sure if they're like a similar... Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that was bad. I probably should not have split the Eastern Army even further. Let's see. Let's get Cordoba. And then we'll probably go for Toledo. Oh yeah, I love horses too, especially ponies. Did I tell you guys that I'm actually a brony? Fluttershy is my favorite pony, by the way. Let's see. Get these guys back together. And again, we're just going to chill out and occupy the Castilian countryside now. Ooh, that is bad. These guys are regulars, you say? Can we figure out a way of like meeting them in a good tactical location? Oh, sheesh. Yeah, I should not be playing. There we go. We actually won that battle. Unexpected, but definitely not unwelcome. So I think that's basically it. So we can actually do a carpet siege here. There we go. Let me take you guys here. Oh, but first, let's consolidate regiments. We do have peasant levies, so we got 1,000 men regiments now. That's unfortunate, but whatever, I guess. I mean, we can still occupy 10 Castilian provincial capitals at once. And that's going to be a rather large number of slaves, let us say. All right. There we go, Merida. So we'll send you guys to Toledo. Fingers crossed that the Moroccans don't manage to occupy Toledo before we do, because if they do, that's going to be rather unfortunate, let us say. Ooh, that's a pretty long route that you're going to take, my friends. Nah, I'd rather you guys starve to your deaths. Seriously, you know, there should be an option to not accept unconditional surrender. Because, yeah, basically. But anyways, I guess we can just take money. We did not get as many slaves as I was hoping for. Let's see, do we have Castilian here? Nah. So I'm guessing the slaves are probably assimilating. Maybe to Coptic, but probably not to Coptic. Maybe to Neapolitan, that's probably more likely. He's also crustacean. What? There's a crustacean pony? That is hilarious. Oof. This is so bad. Like, we should have an opportunity to refuse an unconditional surrender, because right now, I literally did not want to piece them out. Whatever, I guess I'll just dismantle their forts, take their money, and that's a decent bit of money that we're getting, so I'm not complaining all that much, and also humiliate them. There we go. And we'll just disband our levies. And then, who do you want to go for next, folks? That is so evil, yes. I was just going to enslave your populace. Like a proper slave raiding Mameluke Sultanate of Egypt ran. Why did you not let me enslave like 10 million Castilians, Castile? You're just bad. You're just mean. I hate you. I hate you so much, Castile. I'm a sad war room now. Sergeantry. Yeah, why not? And again, we are probably... Wait, what? Surely a single sergeantry. So, you guys saw that, right? I demanded 800 ducats. And we definitely did not get 800 ducats. Oh, Camrian, hello, mate. Go to India. I mean, we could theoretically go to India, but most of the population in India is actually located up north. And Delhi is still the big state here. So you know what that means? We would probably not be able to enslave people in India. On the other hand, I mean, the south is also pretty well populated. Is that the... No, Tikal... Oh, so this is like a Delhi breakaway state. Interesting. But sheesh, I mean, look at the troop numbers on these guys. Oh, and also, I can't go to India because India is beyond my diplomatic range right now. What we possibly could do is we could use the next parliament to gain a CB on Junagar, invade Junagar, and then maybe take like DU or something, and then use that to extend our diplomatic range so we can actually slave raid India. That would be pretty hilarious. Okay, so you know what? Here's what we're going to do. Step 1, we are going to save some money. Step 2, we are going to make a town in As-Suwaish. And step 3, we are going to use that town to go into India. But I'm still quite mad because... Oh, wait. Yeah, so that's what happened. We did get the war reps, but the AI just instantly spent them all on the auto expansions that we queued up. And clever girl. That is actually quite clever. We definitely want to auto expand these because, I mean, decent profits to be made. Maybe not the paper makers guilds, but definitely the other ones we want to auto expand here. Did I queue up any other auto expands? Can you see which buildings you're auto expanding? If I go to automation, would that show me which buildings that I'm auto expanding. Open buildings. Auto expand RGO. I guess not, folks. I guess not. Oh yeah, Oman might work as well. I think instead of Oman, we're probably going for Junagar, but we'll definitely consider going east. But the more urgent issue is, look at those levy numbers. I mean, we might be able to get something out of the Malabar coast, but other than that, for these, we're never going to get that. And you see, Mabar is Sunni as well, so we wouldn't actually be able to slave raid them either. So we're basically only able to get slaves from this area. And they do have a decent population, but you know, we can get just as many slaves in Europe as well. I believe that you can actually choose what the auto builder AI can build right now, in that you can choose which buildings to auto expand. But maybe you're thinking more like expand only spinners guilds or something like that, which, well, you can also do that too. And I guess the auto expand functionality here has much more granularity than you would expect, because you can choose which building, which market, and under what profit conditions as well. Maybe, I'm not quite sure, but you can definitely get something out of it. Is this actually working? I have no idea. Oh, by the way, we've probably left this guy on encouraging innovative for way too long. And I also forgot to encourage communalism. Jeez. Yeah, I'm playing a very bad game here, folks. Very, very bad game here. See, this is what happens when I live stream. I just forget to do some of the more important stuff that I need to do. Anyways, let's go for Noble Navy. We do have a nice safety cushion that we can go for. Alright, if you use the auto build functionality, that's what happens. But that's basically what I meant with using the auto expand instead of auto build. Also, 700k, nearly 2 million. Where are we? So 5 years. Alright, I guess we'll start building spy networks on Naples and Serbia as well, because those are going to be our next targets. And we're basically going to do a blunt rotation throughout the Mediterranean, where we just try to cram as many slaves into Egypt as possible by doing constant raids on the Mediterranean. And in the meantime, because we now have a decent chunk of masonry, I'm going to start building up the granaries. Let's start with Alexandria first, because of course we want to build up here. How many does that make? 16. Alright. We'll need another 4, I guess. More legitimacy. Any other privileges that we want to hand out? This one definitely, but it does push us towards mysticism. This one probably, yeah, that would make sense. I guess I'll go for first stability. And over here, let's see if there's anything we can hand out to the burghers. A minting threshold is nice. Innovative push is nice. Naval push, we definitely want the naval push. And we'll do this, which does give us a bit of a debt, but we can get through that pretty quickly. So that shouldn't be too big of an issue. There we go. Oh, we can also call a jihad. But no good options here, so I'll ignore that for now. More jurisprudence, yes please. Yes, we could just let them unsiege everything, but the issue is they did not actually have any troops left, and they had no way of raising any troops. And more importantly, when you let the enemy unsiege things, well, when the enemy unconditionally surrenders, you start getting a lot of war exhaustion. So that would probably not have worked. But anyways, I guess our next target is going to be Portugal here. We have 9,000 men, we have 16,000. It should be pretty easy. And they do have an okay number of people, so we can get maybe an additional 60,000. So even if we lose like the entire navy here or the entire army here, we can still get more than enough slaves to offset the troop losses. But more importantly, why did we lose so many ships? Jeez. It's definitely going to take a while to ship all of our troops over to Portugal, I guess. So again, let's do Granada as like a stepping stone. And let's send everyone over to Libya. Oh yeah. You want me to activate my inner Sigma and lock in. We are going to lock in. We're going to lock the fuck in, folks, and we are going to slave raid all of Europe before becoming Christian ourselves. Because that is the war room way. There we go. We got 3,000 men. And I guess we're going to get more very soon. Geez, so many children though. So many children. When is Paradox going to add automatic education of children? I can't believe that they haven't added it yet. We got auto expand on buildings before automatic education of children, which is kinda hilarious if you ask me. But anyways, what else can we get here? Military education. Also, you guys think this stream is chill enough? Because I feel like we're still warring. And I was supposed to like build tall and, not declare any wars and anything like that. And here we are just doing a nightmare blunt rotation throughout the entire Mediterranean, just, raiding the entire Europe for slaves. Isn't it hilarious? I'm not sure about the... Ooh. Gifted. I guess that's worth slapping an expensive education on. I don't think that's actually optimal, by the way. I think for most of your children, you want them to have like one main trait, and that's it. You don't want... Because if you're going to put them in the cabinet, most of the time you're going to be focusing most of your cabinet on a couple specific actions. So in most games, it's probably going to be integration. Here, it's going to be one guy expels populace, the other guy encourages migration, and the third one develops the location. Levantine heathens, that's interesting. Okay, I don't want to do that. Just leave it as it is. Also, geez, why are we getting so much estate satisfaction? Oh, I guess I did hand out quite a bit of privileges to them. So you know what, but we're getting satisfaction on literally all estates except the commoners. Isn't that hilarious? Why is this guy bold? Aren't you too young to be bolding, my little mate? And I think it's probably better for Granada to actually own like half of Spain, because we are soon going to convert to Christianity. And when we do convert to Christianity, what we're going to do is we're going to start raiding the Muslims instead. And that is going to be quite hilarious. Like, we're going to raid Spain for Christian slaves, and then in 20 years we're going to come back and then raid slaves for Spain for Muslim slaves this time around, which again is going to... Ooh, there we go. There we go. That is Probably the largest Granada that I've ever seen in my games so far, folks. Except for, of course, the one that we created ourselves. And they've taken Sevilla as well, which means we can actually use Sevilla. Oh, Jesus, Age Roosevelt Christ. Are you kidding me? Are you serious right now? Okay, so turns out this was a bad idea. How did they manage to defeat us? They had 3 galleys? We definitely had more than 3 galleys. I swear that I'm going to eat my hat if Paradox ever manages to balance the naval warfare in this game. That is something that is never ever going to happen. Bloody hell, mate. Bloody hell. I'll close you guys down again. I mean, well, better land, like, this is still quite okay. I mean, sure, it's not India, but it's still quite okay, I would say. In fact, it was probably much better off at the start of the game. It did go down quite a bit due to the bubonic plague, to be honest. Yeah. We should probably ignore Europe. I think you're right. Unfortunately, we can't get Portugal to accept a white peace here. So as soon as we can piece them out with a white peace, I'm probably going to piece them out. And then we'll probably try to go east to India. Also, is Elodie a Muslim? They are Miaphysite. Well. You guys know what we're going to do, right? Let me improve with Makuria. Let me build spy network. These guys. And you know what? Yeah, Europe really is quite underpopulated if you think about it. I think we'll still try to get Naples because Naples still has... Oh, we have to not have a truce with them. No, I don't think it's about maritime presence. I think we just received too many casualties or like... Yeah, 7 stability, sure. I think what happened was the navies were just too damaged during the war against Castile, and I forgot to... what's the thing called? I forgot to repair them, as usual. So that kinda busted us. Right, this is going to repay half of our loans. If we manage to... Ah, seriously? Well, I mean... I guess. Worth it for the additional taxes, most likely. Bellicose is also generally worth it. And we also want to get traditional economy, so that means we can actually change the distribution of power away to maybe favor the elites. Who are we getting the most taxes out of? I think favor the elites is going to be the way here. Also, we have so many Mamluk laws. Jeez, is that... You can get additional legitimacy from these laws? Oh, that's a lot. Alright, I'll go for that. Then support traditional economy. And then we will balance the budget to lose some inflation and lose the half of our loan. And just look at that. That is an insane amount of money that we're making already. And that means, one, we are finally going to get that town in As-Suwaish. Lumber is fairly difficult to come by in the Delta, unfortunately. Can we build... Is it the lumber mill? Yes. Can we... Oh. Oh. We can actually build lumber mills in the Delta? Are you kidding me? Are you serious, man? Geez, seriously? I mean, they cost a decent bit, but I did not realize that we could do that. Don't you need to have, like, forests or woods to build lumber mills? You can build them on farmlands and sparse? That is definitely new to me. Anyways, I guess we are going to build the lumber mills. What's wrong with Wallachia? Holy crap! Seriously, what's wrong with Wallachia? And that's not Wallachian land, that's Crimean land. Jeez. I mean, I guess it's nice that the AI is at least trying for regional domination now, but... Ah, that is a lot. 2 cities, 1 market. Oh. Why the hell not? Oh, there we go. That's actually nice. And also oh, this is so nice. This might be one of the best. Hold up, I'm actually going to do it like this, of course. This might actually be one of the best UI improvements that Paradox has done so far. It shows you how many levies it's going to raise. Ah, this is so nice. This is so nice. I'm literally in love with this change. Alright, also, I guess we can afford at least 6 more galleys. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we'll build a couple more next month. Port spending efficiency, nice. I'm damned if I know what Wallachia is doing. They're doing something, that's for sure. There we go. And you know what? Do I actually want to start just ignoring Portugal? Now we could theoretically get like another 60,000 from here. If we can land our troops, which we probably can't. So I'm just going to get money from them and call it a day. And then I guess for the next few years, we're going to build up toll while we wait for our levies to recover. And when they do, they're probably going to start raiding into India. So let's see, we do want a bit of minting, a bit of inflation. And let me pay off the loans here as well. But we do not want too much inflation. Oh yes, another genius. Thank you, Lord. And I wish she was, you know, I wish she was a he, but nothing that can't be changed. Let's see. The Junagarth doesn't have all that many levies, which means... Oh, of course. You know what? They have 1 galley, so... I think I'm actually going to build up the town here for 2 reasons. Number 1, we can use this to get additional proximity push in the Red Sea eventually. And number 2, we want to start building up a fleet in the Indian Ocean as well, in the Red Sea as well, instead of just building it up in the Mediterranean. How are we doing with the institutions, by the way? So we got all institutions in Alexandria, and that means, we'll get the banking in 10 years. That's still a rather long time period, wouldn't you agree? Can I shorten that up? Let me offer some fleet basing rights to more people in Italy in order to get additional institutions spread in our capital, and that is lovely. So the more fleet basing rights that we hand out to the Italians, the more that we're going to get, the more spread that we're going to get towards the institutions in our capital. And there we go. There we go. Our economic base is nice. Our wealth is nice. Our tax base is very, very solid. Our tax base has nearly doubled since the start of the game. I guess some of that is due to the fact that we have built up some control in these areas, but most of it is probably coming from simply building up toll in the delta. So we're definitely going to keep doing that. Let's see. Nothing for you two folks. And I guess for a while we're just going to build up our economy, our presence in Egypt. We've got max granaries in Alexandria. Let's see. Freetown is nice. Staple Fort is nice. We are eventually going to move our capital. In fact, should we move our capital? But probably not, because the stability cost is rather prohibitive, let us say. And I guess first we are going to keep building up the RGOs here. Yeah, because we definitely can afford to do so. Okay, maybe not here. But in most of our locations, we have a surplus of laborers, which is rarely the case. And that means we can simply build a... Oh! Well. Claims on Byzantium. Do we actually... Nah. I'm not going to conquer land. I'm not going to conquer land. Also, I say it is time to buy up our stability. And finally, we will be able to convert to coalitionism. But let's wait for our stability to recover first, because apparently we are not going to be raiding Europe anymore. We're going to go east, but ideally I do want to raid the Kingdom of Alodi at least once, because they do have a decent chunk of people, but they do have a decent chunk of peasants too. Most of this land is actually peasants, not just tribesmen. So we'll try to get access through Makuria, which... Why do they have such low trust of us? Seriously? Why does Makuria have literally no trust of us? That makes no sense. What about these guys? They also have zero trust of us. Why are we like... What's the deal here? Why... What the hell? This game is just so weird sometimes. Any way that we can actually increase their trust? Oh, that's a good question. Does coalitionism give a holy site? Would you believe it? It does. Oh, it does. So we could build up Constantinople to also... That is really, really tempting. But I'm not going to conquer any lands. No, it's not the different religion. Handling the Coptic community. Again, we do not intend to convert them. They are Sunni. And it looks like these guys, like in the south, they just begin with zero trust of Egypt. Again, I have no idea why, whether this is working as intended or not. Yeah, probably. I think we'll just wait for the parliament get a CB on them, conquer them, and then we will be able to slave raid Alodia. And then, of course, we're just going to go east and start dealing with India. There we go. Georgia is also expanding quite tremendously, and the Timurids are here. He's 25 years old, absolute giga mega uber chad, as usual. So I guess, knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. I guess we're going to see a big Timurid blob to our east, but hopefully he does not try to meddle in our affairs. I mean, it is a good excuse to raid them, but as you can see, the Byzantines don't really have a lot of population left to raid. I mean, even Constantinople is down to 56,000. So yeah, it's probably not worth the time that we spend on them, to be honest. Let's see. Military education. Also, hopefully Barca is going to be annexed very soon, which should allow us to do something. Arabic is also the most powerful liturgical language at this point, which is very nice. Good to know that. And what's that? Important buildings missing output. Input. Dimashq Asham. Let's increase this a little. Why is our trade income so low? I mean, we have acceptable amounts of crown power. We're getting like 3 ducats from 23 trade capacity? What's the deal here? Yeah, these are actually pretty okay trades. We should be getting more. How about really quaint? Don't underestimate Timothy. Well, I'm not underestimating Timothy, trust me on that. But it's going to be a while before he makes it here, so probably we can underestimate him. Also, let's get you guys to patrol the seas as well. And let me... Oh, also, I haven't been enforcing culture, have I? I should have been enforcing culture, so let's get it on Duar. Not religion, because again, we are going to switch away. And let's see. What was I going to do? Oh, of course. I was going to offer fleet basing rights to more people. Gorizia, maybe? These guys, definitely. Let's see. Yeah, I guess that's basically it. We can probably not offer it to Byzantium. Maybe Granada. Not Granada. Maybe Brabant? They do have professional armies, but that's basically it. And we're not interested in those. So yeah, I guess that's going to be it for the institution thingy as well. Yes, Egypt. We are basically doing a consolation prize for the Egyptian supporters because Sweden is going to get their own series, and the best that I could do here was a couple of live streams. Is that smallpox again? Yep, it's smallpox again. Smallpox Universalis, folks. We are at 900k and climbing. Nice. That's a long tooltip. TLDR. TLDR, really. Granada is big, yes. Because we basically smacked Castile to the ground, they managed to recover Sevilla, Cordoba, and Jaén. So I guess that's just like a shout out to the Granada campaign that I did way back in the day. 100% historically accurate war room playthrough, I would say. There we go. Diplomatic education, please. And let's see what else we're going to get. So we already got the granaries here. 0.52%, not bad. We could increase the food storage even further, I guess, by handing them out to the granary town, but probably not yet. In the meantime, would it be worth... Oh, I was going to plop down bailiffs here, yes. Yes. We want to get walls of Lucca, huh? Why does Lucca get special walls? That is hilarious. I guess I'm going to put this guy into assimilation duty now. Okay, maybe not in Tobruk, but definitely over here, bailiff. And using the bailiffs, we are going to increase our average control by quite a bit, so we will actually be able to start assimilating the population. And also the wharf in Suez will allow us to build a navy in the Indian Ocean as well. And using that, we will be able to go slave raiding against Junagar. And let's get the slave raid CV on Alodia too. Do you guys have a fortress here? You do not even have a fortress. So we just need to conquer Makuria, which again is probably the way to go anyways. And let's see, what else do we want to get here? We can probably get... We can probably shake down the estates, especially the burghers, I guess. What do you get for having satisfied burghers? 1% production efficiency. Who cares about 1% production efficiency? I'll get those too. And their satisfaction will recover. And I'll get this. And their satisfaction will recover as well. And there we go. That's both a lot of money. And crucially, 23 additional stability that we got. Pilgrimage. Final pilgrimage this time around. There we go. There isn't any event. I don't think that there is an event here, but let's check. Now, there is no canal here, but you know, sometimes it doesn't quite work. The Tar and the Sultanati monopolies. Why not? What an excellent, not an excellent idea, because we want our burghers to have okay stuff here. The Royal Mamluks. So what sort of stuff do we have? Refined Forusia. So that's probably not going to do anything. Write a poem to the Sultan. Oh, this actually sounds nice. Appoint the Muhtasib. Muhtasib. This guy, I bet, plus 1% selling efficiency. Not bad. Europeans circumnavigate Africa, huh? Oh, that is very interesting. The event gives you like a free explorer. How quaint. You know what? The Mamluks actually get some really interesting events here. We have a ruler. Demand for ship supplies is rising, but interesting. So what do you exactly need to get rising demand for ship supplies? Or am I tripping here? Or is this like supposed to give you the demand for ship supplies is rising modifier? But also it requires you to have the same modifier. I think that might be the case here. You get something for owning Mecca and Medina directly. Yes, custodian of the holy cities. You also need Al-Quds Also, this is kind of funny. This does not require you to be Muslim, so we will eventually probably get it, even though we have converted to a Polishanism, or rather, we will convert to Polishanism. Political instability. Interesting. So maybe these two kind of weird things out. And if you have a single reformed Mamalik, you again lose 55. Oh, Jesus. Why are these events like lose 55 stability or lose 25 legitimacy? Desperate times. I guess. Interesting. So we're probably going to get this event eventually, which will give us something at least. These events have happened. The Al-Azhar Madrasa. See, this one does not actually require you to be Muslim as well. So I guess a lot of these, in theory, require you to be Muslim, but actually, or rather, they should require you to be Muslim. But in fact, they do not. And the Pride of Alexandria, we can get this after 1380. And I believe this actually is the one that gives you the ability to construct the Lighthouse of Alexandria. Anyways, nothing quite specific, but I mean, just look at that. So many events. Like, this is the kind of stuff that people talk about when we say that EU5 does not have flavor. EU5 does have flavor. You have so many events, but none of them actually do anything. None of them really matter in the grand scheme of things. So it's not necessarily flavor that's missing. It's interaction between that flavor and other game system. It's that flavor having any sort of impact on the game that you play. Paradox does hate it when people have fun, indeed. There we go. So you got that. Ooh, well advised. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. That's like the best one that you can get, the best trait that you can get. And we also got the Mediterranean galleys. So let's get these guys back home. Costs us 20 ducats. Yeah, sure. And eventually we will want to upgrade all of them to Mediterranean galleys, but probably not yet. Gosh, at this point we really need to embrace at least one of the institutions, but they're spreading just so slowly. Maybe go for this. Maybe go for not Ramadan, because we're going to lose that. Maybe for this and this. And this too, but we'll probably embrace at least one of the institutions before then. Yeah, we are very close to, I guess, getting the Renaissance. Yep, we got 13%. So as soon as some more of the Delta gets it, we can embrace the Renaissance. But we're still some way away from banking, and banking is the one that we really want to be able to build docks, to be able to build a proper navy. Also, in 11 months, hopefully, we will be able to reduce our diplomatic spending, which will give us a bit more money that we can use to invest in our economy. And we've crossed the 5 million mark again. We are getting acceptable amounts of population growth, I would say. So for this one, I think I'll expand the gravel road network. And we definitely want to get that CB on Makuria. Let's get it on Nobatia, so we might be able to threaten war with it. There we go. And we probably... there should be a confirmation. I was trying to click on ask for law changes. Seriously, man. So we'll probably fail this one. You have a lot of unique laws here for the Mamluk. The rank system, 5% additional nobility satisfaction is nice. Central Council. Oh, the ICTA. Yeah, Huh. Hmm. It does give us prosperity, so I guess I'm going to keep this. And satisfaction and a traditional economy push. But I guess land acquisition is also really nice. We probably want to switch away from limited censorship eventually. Yeah, in fact, let's go for that right now because we are going to convert to coalitionism very soon. And ideally, I want the extra hidden tolerance here. Yeah, I really should have clicked better, mate. I concur. I definitely agree with you there. Oh, jeez. I guess we'll cut down the diplomatic spending sooner than expected. And also, oh, wait. See, this is what I mean by bad game design. I mean, it was technically an emergency moment, but if I'd forgot about that, it would just be over. Muhtasib inspectors. Is 1% selling efficiency worth it? I think not. Let's get. Ooh. That's rather unfortunate though. And seriously, he's also Crimean? Alright. So, I guess we are going to declare that war against Makuria. In fact, let's see if I can threaten war. There we go. Raise them levies, boys. 10 years. Oh, but that's on just a single location. I thought we would be getting 5% production efficiency in our entire country. There we go. Let's send you guys down south and you guys down south as well. The Upper Egyptian Revis. Oh, jeez. That guy is an absolute giga chat, by the way. The Mamluk succession. Well, yes, but what's the succession calculation like? Is it just like random? Also, we can no longer encourage naval. I guess I'm going to go full spiritualist here because we will want to convert all of Egypt to coalitionism, especially Alexandria. So there is that. Oops. Turn back, turn back, turn back. I did not expect them to be able to raise 10,000 men, which is bad. And geez, if this is what I think it is, okay, at least we can't actually vassalize them without taking their capital. But there we go. Yeah, that was probably a bit too much. So let's disband you guys. And 13,000 should be more than enough to deal with the remaining levies here. There we go. We got food as well. But the food is running out very quickly. There we go. So let's try to siege down Dongola. And I'm afraid that we are going to suffer for fairly heavy casualties here, which does remind me to build up the bloody Halka. We should have built them up ages ago. Like ages ago. Again, if you play as the Mamluks yourself, definitely what you want to do is build up, or rather not destroy, the initial auxiliaries that you begin with. The rest of the army isn't all that important, but the auxiliaries are just so important, because otherwise you just starve to death without the auxiliaries. And also, let us start building up. Oh, geez, yeah. It's age 2 now, so apparently the galleys cost 200 ducats. On the other hand, we're getting a decent bit of money already, so we should be fine. And we'll get even more money over time. I really feel like the economic growth in the current beta patch is slightly slower than before, but it's still not all that slow. Like, you're still getting okay amounts of economic growth, so you can still feel like something is happening. Like, the line, in terms of Victoria Tree parlance, you can still see the line going up, but it's not going up so quickly as to make it basically meaningless. Am I able to grant Imperial Breadbasket a city law? I believe that the Imperial Breadbasket is unique to the Byzantines, because I don't see any of those here. And I haven't seen that one in any games other than the one that I played as the Byzantines. So it's probably either Byzantium specific or unique to the Roman culture group. So you can only grant it with the Greeks and the Latins and stuff. And thankfully, Makuria has unconditionally surrendered. So I guess in theory, we could have basically just avoided fighting them. And in all likelihood, they would still have surrendered once the 1 year was over. So I'll just get a bunch of stuff here. I'm going to vassalize them. We probably wouldn't be able to get decent proximity this far down the Nile area, but we still want to have the land for the simple reason that we're going to use their food to attack Alodia. So let us do exactly that. Wait, where do I have levies raised? Oh, right, it takes a single day to recalculate. So, Jesus Age Roosevelt Christ, 32,000? Are you kidding me? Oh, damn. That is a significant army, let me tell you that. But, luckily for us, in all likelihood, they are going to come to us, and you guys know what that means. They're going to start starving to death, and they're going to start losing. Oh, finally, we have managed to annex Barca, and that means I can accept the Libyan culture. Thank you, I can accept the Libyan culture. So that will give me cores on all of Alexandria and Cyrenaica. And finally, we can stop doing that on Alexandria, and let me change this guy over to this Giga Chat here. We can start developing Alexandria. There we go. Because we want this location to have 100 development at the end of the game. Alodia strong, yes. The impassable terrain will be filled out when you annex Makuria. Yes, I guess that's the best reason to annex them. But we're not going to do that just yet. Probably not a ruler, but definitely this guy. And then let's go south. So thanks to the Halka, we actually have food, even though it's not going to last for all that long. Jesus. Okay, we don't have food. Are you kidding me? Why is the food situation so weird? Like, I have literally no idea what's going on here with the food calculations, but I can't say that I can't say anything good about it. Can we actually get their capital? You know what? I'm just going to try and hold on here, maybe. Sheesh, man, this is so bad. So what exactly did we get with the cabinet? Oh, we encouraged spiritualists as much as we could. We can't go for this. We can get more innovative, so I'm going to go for that, I guess. 10% maximum RGO sizes. Nice. And let's try to destroy the Alodian armies here. That's a stack wipe, which is lovely, and it should also open up the route to their capital. We don't have all that many people in Alexandria, just 234,000. That might actually be lower than the amount that we had at the start of the game due to disease and stuff. Oh, great madrasa, that's interesting. But we are working on it. We built up the granaries to the full. And really the major push is going to come when we start expelling people and also encouraging migration simultaneously. And right now we're just trying to boost our population as a whole, like the population of the whole country. And most of that is going to come from slave raiding. So that's basically what we're trying to do here. And we should be able to get a good additional 100,000 people by slave raiding Alodia. So usually you can get around 10% of the peasants when you are slave raiding. Do they have? Nope, their armies are all dead. And seriously, man, I just hate it when this happens. Yeah, well, I mean, So what do you guys want to do here? How should we punish them? Oh, we can't do anything. Jeez. Because of course this was a slave raid. I just get them to return course to Makuria, which is our fiefdom, and just do it like that. We dismantle. Oh, we can't dismantle that one. And maybe humiliate. But that's probably going to be it. And then send the Halkas back north. We got a decent bit of money here, by the way. So that means it is time for us to build 4 Mediterranean galleys in the Red Sea. Max peace deal, 100% war score. Yes, what about the statement about Alexandria having 5.52 million people? What about that? It's desert, army need a water. Yes, my friend, it's desert, army need a water. Also, jeez. Oh yeah, we'll have to wait for them to recover. Well, the Bedouin events are just so weird. Ooh, that is nice. Additional stability investment. Wait, what? Why would you ever go for this? Is there like a follow-up event? Because from what I can see, this is just better in literally every single way. Oh yeah, do not destroy all enemy army. I think that makes sense because if they don't have armies, if they... Ooh, the Turks have taken Constantinople, and just look at that. Isn't that an amazing illustration? This actually sounds nice, but I'm going to get the +7 stability because we definitely need the stability. The Granary of the Mediterranean. Yes, finally we're getting some of the nice events, and look at the illustrations. Let's see. Invest to boost the production. 20% raw materials, 50% local food production. Hell yeah, we're going for that. We are so going for that. All right. Let me cancel these two and let us maybe annex someone. Who were we even improving relations with? Oh, Banu Khans probably. Okay, let's improve with Makuria. There we go. And the moment that we hit 50 stability, in fact, hold on. So let me do this. In case there's anything that we're missing here. Oh, but wait, what we are missing here is the fact that we want to embrace banking and renaissance soon, so we will need more stability for those. All right. I mean, nah, I told you guys, we're not going to expand. We're just going to build up toll in the delta. And all the wars that we're going to do are going to be to get more slaves for us. We're not going to take Constantinople, but we might slave raid Constantinople eventually. We will see about it. And we will definitely want to slave raid Morocco, let me tell you that. But first we convert to Christianity. And he paved the way for Christianity. So we get periodic events when we are bordering Byzantium. And they're facing the fate of the Phoenix disaster, I think. Jeez. Serbia really did a number. I mean, this is basically all war room campaigns mashed into one, folks. Like, we've got large Granada, we've got large Serbia. So I'm half expecting the Koreans to just show up on our doorstep and start conquering England. And hopefully Vijayanagar does not conquer all of India. Enforced Sunni. I mean, that actually makes sense. But the unfortunate situation here is we can't actually enforce religion using the slave raid CB. You need to get the religious war CB for that. And thank the Lord we got banking. And since we did not use the religious war CB, we were unable to actually force religion on them. But there we go. That was really nice. And let me cancel all of these. And then we are going to beeline, if I can find that one, for the docks and the protected harbors here. Oh, the Kashif for an additional 10% cabinet efficiency is really nice. And we'll probably, most likely, get the, what's it called? Get the Renaissance very soon as well. So I'm not going to queue up any more advances, but the ones that we have should be fine. And why can't we cancel clerical literature? Yeah, whatever. Sure, plus 20 is nice. Czechoslovakia, Wallachia, yes. Cede Castilia again. Should have intervened in Hundred Years' War. Could we have intervened in 100 Years' War? I mean, we barely managed to get anything out of Castile, so I guess the French vassal swarm would have probably destroyed us. On the other hand, it looks like England has managed to destroy the French vassal swarm. Wait, is the 100 Years' War over? I think it's just that we can't see it, so... Yeah, that would probably have been nice, but... You know, to get any decent population out of France, we would need to go way up north. And the food situation would have been terrible. At least in the Mediterranean, we are like in our own homelands in friendly territory, let us say. Also, really nice Serbian Empire there. I'm curious to see whether they actually collapse as they historically did as well, so we'll see about that. And there we go, we can embrace professional armies. But I'm going to skip out on that because we want to get the Renaissance as well. Rather, we want to get the Renaissance first because it unlocks the additional government reform and the additional cabinet seat. Czechoslovakia campaign, that actually sounds nice. You know, we probably could do that. For like invade Hungary kind of stuff. Ideally, I want to wait until they add something to the Hussites before we go for the Bohemia gameplay, though. We definitely are going to do that, but who knows when. Institute Canonical Law is really nice, by the way. But I think we still want to get more, what's that called? More laws. So we'll probably go for this one. Lessen the levy obligations. Yes, please. That is literally my favorite parliament agenda to get. So by tradition, it's not like we're going to integrate any lands, though. Aristocratic court is okay, I guess. But I'm guessing the royal harem is probably going to be better. Because we can go for the powerful harem, which allows females in cabinet. Or we could go for the public harem, which gives us a 0.10 monthly legitimacy. But I guess we'll go for this. Because we had a couple genius daughters. And we probably want to use them in the cabinet if at all possible. So another law change. Maybe the Mamluk promotion goes from merit basis to dynastic basis. So that will give us additional monthly legitimacy. And that's going to mean we will have to spend less on cost of the court expenses. And ask for law changes. Maritime law. Do I want to change away from this, for example? Or the air religion. There we go. Any religion. For the humanist push. Well, we don't want the humanist push technically. But we definitely want the tolerance of heathen beliefs. Because again, our entire country is going to be heathens in just a few more years. And then aristocratic support. And I guess we are going to fail this. So we might as well request additional taxes here. Or maybe another law change. Anything else that we want to get here, folks? Anything that you have an idea about? Can you take market? Yeah. Not yet, because we decided to get the institutions first. But after we are done getting the institutions, we're going to convert. I'm buying up our stability for that. And let's see. I guess we are instead going to request additional taxes here. And there we go. That's a lot of taxes. A lot of taxes. Come on, Renaissance. You just need to spread to like 2 more locations. You can do it. I believe in you. You can do it. Oh, we also got locked out of the forced slave conversion. So, I guess I'm going to keep this without a policy just for now. No, I don't believe that's the Ottomans. I mean, it's just that they are majority Orthodox. Because, of course, they are majority Wait, what? Huh? I think the more important question to ask here is, what the hell happened here? Oh, I know what happened. So probably the Pope declared the Smyrniot Crusade, and then in the peace deal, they decided to convert the Idanids to Catholicism. So the Idanids converted their lands to Catholicism. That is just hilarious. All right, that's just hilarious. Coming to age. There we go. And yes, that's why I did not choose the slave conversion thingy. Oh, geez, we definitely need to get those docks very soon at this point. So one more here. There we go. Grab them, folks. The more RGOs we build, the better. It's kind of bad that they kind of doubled the price on the RGOs, but you can still get a decent bit of money out of them. And already our tax base has doubled compared to the start of the game. And I guess in another 30 years, we're going to see another doubling here. Find the word. Please. Yes, expensive education for the gifted child. So he does not become a washed out gifted kid. There we go. A Renaissance go brrr. And we are also going to queue up, of course, the additional cabinet seat. And they changed the rights of the nobility, so now when you curtail the nobility, you no longer are blocked from actually putting nobles in the cabinet. So this is basically meta in the early game for the additional 10% maximum tax. So I'll go for that as well. And then probably the university, because we want to get the education of the elites here. Anything else? Anything else that we want to take here? Maybe the chancery. Definitely the efficiency of cabinet and court spending efficiency, although maybe not necessarily this one. And I guess that should be more than enough for now. Then we'll head for the max literacy and then get rag paper and bureaucratic offices. And those are going to be the most important texts of the Renaissance, folks. Do I want to also embrace professional armies? We can wait for that one, because it's probably going to spread throughout the Delta, which contains like 2/3 of our population. And we will be able to embrace it for cheaper later down the line. So let's buy ourselves back up to 40 stability, and then we are finally going to convert to coalition. Alright, changing societal values. Do I want to change anything else here? Not that one, not this one. Spiritualist we can't push any further. Aristocracy we can push some more. And the additional nobles are probably going to be nice, but it's not like we are aching for demand all that much. Naval we can't quite push. Traditional economy we can't quite push. Yeah, I don't think we have anything left to push here. Also 100% jurisprudence, lovely. But we do want to push 50 serfdom and 50 quantity. So let's see if there are any privileges that we can hand out which increase quantity, specifically quantity. And I can't see anyone. Maybe there are some laws that matter there. Also, I really like the value system. Like, the idea of it is really nice. And there are some no-brainers right now, so probably Paradox needs to balance things out a bit more. And I guess they're trying to do that mostly through the through the government reform changes in this patch. But in general, this is like nice. The whole idea of the value system that they imported basically wholesale from EU3 is really nice. Anyways, doesn't look like we can get any decent privileges, so we'll just ignore that for now. And basically, we are waiting for our stability to climb back up, and also we are waiting for the dock buildings to be unlocked. So I'm going to save up a bit of money right now. Peasant conscription, sadly that's it. Peasant conscription, what's that? Is that a law or a or like a policy? Like, is it a privilege or a law? Oh wait, I think there are some privileges that do not give quantity but rather give quality. Oh yeah, peasant levy, so that's the law, I guess. Percentage of soldiers, average influence. Yeah, I guess we'll probably have to just rely on stuff like the parliament debates to push quantity even further. But yeah, we'll see about that. Events, bureaucracies, country. Let's see. What was I going to get here? Let's get royal marriages, because why not? Are there like any nice characters here? Because now that we have the royal harem law, that means we can actually put most of these women to work. And I guess she is going to be our new bride. Yeah, it's going to be nice having fairly extensive, let us say, royal family. Oh, oh, so they do actually have spouses. I was just marrying them off to like their second and third wives. That is some hilarious. There are some cultures like Azeri compared to Athari. I think I get what you mean. Yeah, that is the case here, isn't it? Like, does Azeri actually spawn? There are some minor holdouts in like southern Azerbaijan, but there aren't any countries with the main culture, I guess. Maybe Sunik was Azeri culture because their lands seem to be very much Azeri, but other than that, I guess that's the case. I guess you're never ever or rarely going to see Azeri culture spawn or become anything important. Also, yeah, whatever. Yeah, so at this point, it's basically a waiting game, folks. And we're going to be waiting and waiting and waiting until we get to like 50 stability and until we unlock the docks. In the meantime, that sounds nice. Let's see. So we still have diplomatic range up to Junagar. So I think I'm going to start building a spy network on them. They have a single galley and we have 4 galleys in the Red Sea. I think we got a cog as well, yeah. And I guess we could use our Red Sea Navy to send maybe a small contingent of men. Maybe also improve with Kuch. But are they I think they're a Maha Samant of Junagar. Maybe improve with Samma. While they're still Muslim. And if we can get like fleet basing rights, military access, food access from Samma, that would be like a pit stop that we can go on the way until we reach Junagar. Hello, what is my goal for this campaign? It's not building up Cairo. It's actually going to be building up Alexandria. Because I believe that Alexandria has the highest population capacity of any single location in the game. And we're just going to try to build it up to become literally the most populated location in the entire world. And this is what I'm talking about. This is why I picked the powerful royal harem, basically. Not that we have any shortage of very, very powerful, very proficient crown estate members as the Mamluks, but you know, it's still the more that you get, the better it is. Let's see. Do we have our crown prince? I guess not. So you also go here. Yep. It is quite interesting. So the way that this campaign idea basically popped up in my mind was, if some of you guys remember, we basically did the same. We basically built up a huge city in Alexandria in our Knights to Jerusalem run. And essentially, I'm trying to even outdo that one because now we have the megalopolis location rank. So we will be able to build a megalopolis here in order to get an additional 400,000 population capacity. And furthermore, we are going to convert to coalition in a moment to get plus a 200% local population capacity. So I guess we are going to see something like, let's see. What's the capacity on Constantinople, for example? 2.2 million. I guess we're going to see at least 3.5 million. And if we can get it up to 100 development, we might be able to build up a city with like 5 million people in it or something absurd like that. Jamie J1600, hello mate, hello and welcome to the chat. And there we go, we got the docks. So we're going to build them up, crucially over here and also down here in As-Suesh. And in fact, I might as well just build them up everywhere. Where are the docks? There we go. We can build 5 of them, which is lovely. And we're also going to get the protected harbors very soon, so I'll build them up as well. And with the remaining money that we have, I guess we're just going to keep building up. Okay, maybe not you. We're just going to keep building up our RGOs. And let's put you in charge of the Southern Navy, my dearest Crown Prince. And we can also, we're not also going to embrace the professional armies. All right. With Sama and oh, I was wondering why we weren't getting any religious figures. That's interesting. Are religious figures, is it possible that they're broken right now? I'm not quite sure. Because we haven't really been getting a lot of these. Also, I should probably marry off my crown prince to as many nobles as possible. Let's get 4 of them. Because of course we are going to start missing out on the multiple wives thingy as soon as we convert to Christianity. And let's see. Create a... oh, not a slave rate. Ah. Yeah, I guess we have been... oh, wait. We can get a slave rate CB. Because technically we only need like a single location or maybe a couple locations. And you can definitely get like 3 or 4 locations with the slave rate CB. Also, this area itself is also fairly well populated. But we're more interested in Junagadh as a stepping stone towards southern India rather than for itself. And some already begins at positive opinion, so there's that. I think I'm pilgrimage, yes. Or no, because we're already at 100 jurisprudence. We do not need to go on another pilgrimage. Medina is Shiite. Oh yeah, that's very interesting. Do they like fall to heresy or do they begin the game as Shiite? Also, 26% in Alexandria. And we got a theologian as well, which is very nice. There we go. We got the protected harbors as well. So I'm going to build up a bunch of protected harbors. As many as we can in order to get a further push for a maritime presence, not maritime presence, but further harbor capacity, which indirectly gives us proximity speed through land. And let's also build up a bunch of bridges, because why the hell have I not built bridges so far? This literally makes no sense. Gosh, I keep forgetting to build some of these buildings, especially the bridges. It's also very interesting to see that our estates are not actually building anything. Are they like spending too much money on their expenses? Because I haven't seen a single estate construction since the start of the game. So maybe the whole estates don't have any money, so they can't get anything thingy. is still a thing, I guess. I'm not really sure. Mountain pass charters. Why the hell not? And let's see if we can get another low change here. Do we need another low change here? The rigid one is probably better. I guess we could switch away to buy blood, but again, I don't intend to take any land. So that's probably not going to be very important. We got these, we got this. Peasant levies, we got that one. Ajnad al-Halqa, I guess that's the one that we want. Yeah, these ones we want. Maybe switch away from this, but it does give us serfdom push. We probably want to go for navy audits here. And then support for land focus, ironically. Go for this one. Yeah, so we can get additional taxes, that's for sure. And serfdom support, why not? I'm keeping an eye out for our estate satisfactions, but it does look like your estates do not move as much as they used to, except the Umara do still move quite a lot. So would it be worth it to go further into communalism? Probably, yeah. And we can get another law change. Do we want any other law change, folk? Open borders, gold and silver coins, martial society, maybe. Switching to civil society might make sense because of the additional maximum tax that we can get. And then we can still pass the mountain pass charters, assuming we don't get any bad events. Oh, tolerance of the true fate -2 is less than ideal, let us say. Yes, I actually built a new navy in As-Suwaish. So the ships that we have in the Mediterranean remain in the Mediterranean, and we're actually getting a new navy down here. We did not actually move them because, unfortunately, as you said, there is no canal between the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. Mecca starts Shiite too, yes, so they do start Shiite. Can you recommend buying it or should I wait? So I think if you're okay with playing a beta for the, let's say, next month or so, you might consider buying the game because the beta right now is actually in a pretty decent state. And if you really want to like make sure that you're going to enjoy the game, wait until maybe the end of July because then they're going to release the patch that I'm playing right now from the open beta to the official version on Steam. And at that point, the reviews will probably change a bit in order to show what the general perception of the new patch is. And I'm guessing people are actually going to enjoy this because it's probably the most balanced, or maybe the second most balanced patch that the game has had so far. So I would suggest waiting until the end of July, and then once the 1.3 patch actually releases in the official version, then I would recommend buying the game. But even now, you can probably... Ooh, that is really nice, by the way. Even now, you can probably just try to play the open beta, and you might enjoy it. Also, there's a chance that the game might actually go on sale for the Steam Summerfest. So maybe wait out on that one as well. Oh yes, bridges. I really love bridges as well. I also love Bridgerton. I guess that's probably something, probably not something that most people in the Paradox community enjoy, but God, I am a sucker for like the period dramas, let us say. Maybe, oh, jeez, I should not have done that. Road building is so bloody expensive in the early game. I keep forgetting about it. Will my economy crash if you go from 1.2 to 1.3? I do not think that it would crash because most of the changes are done to the early game economy, like they doubled RGO building costs, for example. So if your economy is already well established, it's probably going to be okay. But make sure you choose the latest patch. Make sure you choose 1.3 and not 1.3.0. Oh, procs, yes. Because 1.3.0 was just terrible, and that would have made your economy crash. The procs is like this. We're getting a decent amount, even down in KUS, like 40%. That's quite alright. The bridge is definitely helping. What else are we getting here? Let me see. Got local infrastructure, admin ability, mountain pass charters, but -2 proximity cost without infrastructure, and 5% prox efficiency. So all of those are pretty decent bonuses, I would say. Ah, your wife loves Bridgerton. What a cute marriage you must have. Vikings, that's a bit old, you know. Is it still going on? Because the last time I saw it, it was like 10 years ago, I don't know. I guess they got like new versions or something like that. And let's push serfdom, but we can't actually push serfdom. So first, what we're going to do here is maybe grant some privileges. These are mostly free subjects. Anything that I can grant to the Umara. This one would push us. And it would also give us levy combat efficiency, so that would be very nice. -5% peasant enfranchisement. I think I'm going to grant them this. We also have the primacy of the nobility, right? Yeah. Really bad stuff here. And I did kind of botch the early game by forgetting to use the Black Death for like the additional stuff. Jeez, they have so little money. I still think that the estate earnings, let us say, are broken right now, but I can't really pinpoint how or why they're broken exactly. And see, these are just insta win button. Literally bad game design, nothing else. But we do have 55%, so you guys know what that means. It is time to convert to coalitionism. Let me hand out one more privilege here. Maybe something like this. Peasant training ground. Combat efficiency, levy size, decentralization. Anything good here that you want to give? You probably want to hand out common militias. Those are really nice. And peasants will also start demanding weapons, I believe. Or rather, maybe they change that because it doesn't say so. And then we're also going to the ulama to request 15 legitimacy. So we are back up there. And as you can see, our estates are still really satisfied. They really should make these emergency options rather than just stuff that you can do all willy-nilly. Anyways, let's do a save here. Let's do the coalition save. Coalition, not Polynesian. Because, of course, folks, we are going to convert, and I'm fairly sure that this is going to mess something up. There we go. And let me go on a pilgrimage. I want to go to Antioch, maybe. Yeah, let's wait 1 month and go to Antioch. Loghead, hello, mate. Hello again, rather. Yeah, I tend to do these streams for rather long streams. Yeah, you get what I'm trying to say, right? So we are going to be live for a bit longer. And let's see. Yeah, we'll wait a bit longer for that one. So we are a coalition. We do have fairly decent estate satisfaction. Despite the... Are we raising additional taxes here? No, we are not. So let's see. So right now, all of our estates are lower Egyptian Sunni. They are heathens. So let's see how exactly that impacts. So we got -7% to the estate satisfaction of basically all of our estates. That's interesting. But we're not getting a lot of other stuff. Let's see. What if we go to the Rebels tab? Sunni Zealots. Yeah, these guys are getting a lot of stuff here. We urgently need additional tolerance of heathens, but unfortunately we can't really get anything. So maybe what we want to do here... we can't exactly do that. Maybe we grant another privilege to the commoners. That's going to raise their satisfaction quite a bit. Let's see what what it's like over here. Let's wait for 1 month. A bit less, but still a lot, because I guess a lot of... basically all of our population is probably supporting these guys. Yep. I guess we messed up. We probably needed to get more tolerance of heathens stacked somehow. Now, I don't really see how exactly we can do that, though. I mean, we got no censorship, we got any religion. We can't really get anything else until later down the line, I guess. Alright. Let's start to convert the populace here. Which is the most populous province? Probably over here. And I'm going to stop encouraging serfdom, because this is really an all hands on... jeez. I will keep encouraging serfdom, because the prime minister unfortunately has terrible military stats, so we can't really get anything out of him. Oh, why did I convert? So basically, the goal for this live stream, or rather this series of live streams, because it's going to take at least 3 or 4, is to build up Alexandria to be the largest city in the world. And to do that, we are going to use the buff that coalitionism gets, because they have a holy site here. They give plus 200% local population capacity. So basically, we're going to use that to increase the population capacity to literally ungodly levels. And you know what? We are Christian now, so you guys know what that means, right? We are going to Morocco, which has a fairly decent population, but terrible armies, because of course they lack cores on a lot of their lands. So we're going to slave raid them for slaves, and we might even be able to get Granada. Oh, also big chunky war here between Castile and Morocco. Lovely. Can you not become an empire already? That's a really nice question. Let's see. We need another 700,000 people of our primary or accepted cultures. So we are close, but not quite there yet, and we also lost a lot of stability, so we'll need that as well. And in the meantime, we got an additional government reform. So what shall we go for here, folks? Noblesse oblige. This is basically a second increased provincial control that you can use. Religious influence? Probably not. Diplomatic stuff? Probably not. Anything good here? I don't really see anything good here. Like, we definitely want to get religious tolerance, but before that we want to get spiritualist. So I don't know, man. I really don't know what to get here. Probably we want to wait until we can get the planned storage system, but I don't see any easy ways of pushing quantity. So I guess we need 17 quantity, probably from parliament debates. But anyways, for now, I guess what we're going to get here is either autocracy or privy council. Can you guys see anything that pushes us towards quantity? Because I for myself can't. Free subjects, plutocracy, traditionalist, land and defensive. That is very meh. Aristocracy, traditional economy. Well, nothing good here, so I guess we're actually going for the Privy Council after all, which is basically the most bland government reform that you can pick in the game. Alright. What's the conversion rate like here? Plus 300, oh geez. That is a fairly decent conversion rate if I say so myself, folks. I think what the game is missing here is like, instead of this being minus 160 and this being plus 160, it's like this is double that and this is double that. So I don't know. It's still going to take us a while, but we are getting conversion. So there's that. I wonder, is there any way that we can avoid this rebellion, or are we just doomed? I guess we'll have to do the good old raise your levies before the rebellion, and that leaves the rebellion without any levies, so you can just destroy them trick, because otherwise we are kind of toast. There is no way that we can actually win against, I mean, whatever the hell this is. Oh, we are already at max with the traditional economy. Like, well, not at max, but as you can see, there is no way that we can get +1. So we will need another +8 from events. And luckily there are a lot of events which push you towards traditional economy. So I'm fingers crossed that there is there's an aspect of fate here which gives you plus tolerance of heathens, because otherwise we are quite toast. Prosperity recovery, tolerance of true fate, tolerance of heretics. No, no, no, it's just tolerance of heretics. There is no tolerance of heathens. Ah, that is bad. Wait, that's interesting. Rejection of sacraments. So if we get this for 50, we can add 3 of them. It basically comes down to the same. What the hell? Oh, also, Gnosticism. For the additional monthly prosperity, I'd say that's pretty nice. Baptism by fire. Jesus. These guys, these coalitions get so many cool aspects of faith, by the way. Like adult baptism, aniconism, baptism by fire. Do you guys have any idea how metal that sounds? Crown as head of faith. Anglican. I like that. Freedom to preach. Nice. Gnosticism. Of course, we're going to pick this eventually. And probably this one to name change. Ooh. Oh, that's interesting. Coalition canon for just pure monthly religious influence literally makes no punishment. What the punishment by stoning? Jeez, that's so metal. If you pick like war sermons, punishment by stoning, and baptism by fire, that's basically like turning Christianity into the Aztec religion. There are so many metal, but I mean truly metal, hardcore aspects of faith here. This is unbelievable. For now, I think I'll actually go for the adult baptism. For the additional pop conversion speed, I have no idea why this gives you innovative. Like, do people suddenly become more innovative because they become baptized as adults? Literally makes no sense. But we do need the conversion speed, so there is that. And luckily for us, we can basically get like an additional aspect every 5 years or so. Let's see, can I improve? We can probably improve our opinion enough with the Ottomans to be able to go on a pilgrimage. I was going to say crusade, not a crusade, on a pilgrimage to Constantinople. Well, yes, but if you actually do the numbers, unless I'm missing something here, you spend 50 to get that, and then you spend another 50 to get these two, and then you spend another 25. Oh, so it saves you 25 saves you 25 religious influence over the long run. But really, it's just 25. Doesn't really matter all that much, I would say. All right. I guess I might as well, or should I? We don't necessarily need it, but you know, we basically have professional armies basically everywhere, so I might as well embrace it. We are still at positive stability. And ideally, I want our stability to be a bit higher than usual, mostly for the pop, join, and leave rebels threshold, because we definitely need that to deal with the endless rebellions otherwise. But anyways, we'll see about it. And let's see. Oh, we can also join orders of chivalry now that we are Christian. Ah, that is nice. Let's see. And it looks like the moment that you become Christian, you lose all of your spouses except for your primary one, which is interesting. 15 military ability, 15 military ability. I guess we'll go for the dip rep here. Or maybe the morale of armies. Let's go for the dip rep, because why not? Well, yes, I really think that, no fun zone. I really think that right now, most of the stuff that's supposed to be individualism versus communalism is kind of wrapped up into, let's say, free subjects versus serfdom and innovative versus traditionalist, for the simple reason that individualism sucks. I mean, it has probably some amount of use in multiplayer, but really it's just 10% army morale, 4 minus 5% estate satisfaction, whereas communalism gives you 5% estate, 2.5% estate satisfaction, minus 5% pop during rebels threshold, and crucially, minus 50% revoke privilege cost. So communalism is just OP. And there isn't really any comparison here. Also, third cabinet slot, yay! We can convert another province now, and of course, should I put it in Alexandria? Let me, before this stream is over, let me demonstrate to you guys how exactly the Holy City thing works. So let's go for Alexandria. And then we got another prodigy. Healthy prodigy. And she's a female. And she's our ruler's granddaughter. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. So much yes. Ah, this is so nice. She is going to be the absolute Giga Chad of all prime ministers ever, let me tell you that. Oh yes, land. So I'm still not quite convinced whether it's better to go for land or naval, but I guess land has a lot going for it right now, because as you said, tailored urban rights is already very nice, and we want this because we want to develop Alexandria as much as possible. But on top of that, you got modernization of urban rights, which is another 5% max urban control, which is really nice. Wait, isn't there supposed to be like a baronial rule somewhere? Did they remove that one? Oh, that was no, that's not. Wait, what? Oh yeah, decentralization. In the Age of Discovery, we can get 5% max rural control for going full decentralized. As if decentralized wasn't the meta already. This literally makes no sense. Like buffing an already meta societal value. Alright, we got as much serfdom as possible, so maybe if I were to give out... Geez, are we out of the serfdom reforms? Let me see. Let's see, what can we get here? Yeah, I guess we would have to take away one of these from the common folks instead. We can't push land any further, which is bad. This is done. This is done. This is done. This is done. Is there anything we can push? I guess we are basically done with the government reforms, except maybe aristocracy. Yeah. Oh, we can get more innovative. Yes, of course. We'll get more innovative. And let's see. Well, trad innovative. I actually have something to say about that. They actually changed the traditionalist government reforms. So now you get the study of the classics, which gives you the gymnasium for 5% max literacy and 5% monthly research progress. So if you manage to push this to 50, that is basically the same literacy boost that you get from Innovative. And Innovative has embrace institution cost and cultural influence going for it. Traditionalist has estate satisfaction and stability investment efficiency. But at the same time, plus 200% embrace institution cost is a lot. So I don't know. I guess there is still some buffs to be made here. But like the additional 20% education of heirs and all of the benefits that you get from building the gymnasium, overall I'd say that it is slightly less of a lopsided thingy than before. Also, agrarian community has been added, which is pretty nice. I mean, plus 25% assimilation speed and huge, super duper uber 50% max RGO size in urban locations. So traditionalist actually is slightly more balanced. Theoretically, yes. Theoretically, you could build the gymnasium and then still push for innovative. But I'm fairly confident that Paradox made it so that it would get destroyed if you stop being traditionalist. Oh, really? And if they did not, then obviously they are going to make it that way eventually. Wait, what? So we probably need to import a bit of gold here. Let's say 5 gold. And trade orders, let's say 5 silver as well. There we go. And I'll wait for a bit. And then we'll see what exactly the trades are like. Plus 5, yeah. I guess we're going to keep the trades. Because as you can see, we lost the... There we go. There we go. And yeah. Alright, we'll keep those. We will keep the trades just for now. Because we are actually getting decent amounts of profit from them. So let's see. Horses, silk versus salt. So of course we're going to be very salty here. Build up another salt RGO and build up another wheat RGO in El Cairo. Let's build one in Saida as well. And at this point, as you can see, we are slowly but surely running out of valuable RGOs to build. So I guess it makes sense to instead start working on some of our other buildings. Let's see. So if I go for Alexandria, yeah, some of our urban buildings are also falling down in profitability. So I guess if we do not intervene here, our tax base is going to stagnate. At least for a while. So we probably want to start creating demand now, and the universities are going to be the best way of achieving that. But for the universities, we are probably going to need lumber, so let me get some more lumber mills first. Max entrenchment eunuch court. Huh. That's like the Byzantine bureaucracy, right? Which gives you... So that one gives you education of heirs. I think most people were using that one mainly in order to what's it called? Get like the get like eunuch advisors. And also, hello not Arsk. Also look at that insane Timurid horde. They have vassalized basically the entire remnants of the Golden Horde. They have conquered half of Persia. And yep, the Timurids are actually a threat for a change. So that is really nice to see. Alright, so we can also start purchasing fleet basing rights and military access from Samma. And let's see. Oh, did we like, we lost the... Yeah, that's bad. We unfortunately lost the slave rate CB on Junagar, I believe. Oh, crumbs. Alright, Alexandria. What do we get here? Promote state religion, yes please. Yes, yes, thank the good Lord, thank the duality, thank whatever. Change policy. Ah, you want us to change back to mandatory impressment? Sheesh. I mean, it does give more sailors and serfdom. I probably should not have switched out of that one. There we go. We're going to slowly push for serfdom and land this way. Convert to a state religion. See, that's a very interesting parliament agenda that probably allows you to convert religions without spending the stability that you need to spend usually. So that's really nice. Timur is dead. Oh yes. So Timur is not dead. Temurlang Borjigin Khan is still the ruler of the Temurids. And in the current patch, I believe that he gets the healthy trait. I guess he lost it here. Or maybe he just gets, oh, there we go. Conquers vitality. There we go. Plus 30 years of life expectancy. So this guy is going to live until he's like 70, 80, 90. I fully expect them to nerf this to be something like 20 or 15 even. But right now, Timur just lives until he's 90 years old. And the Scourge from Central Asia is just the good old modifier that we had. Alright. Encouraging innovative a bit more. This is 1.3. So you saw the video I made about that. And then I believe that you did not see the second video that I made about 1.3 because they just released a new patch, a 1.3.2 update, which actually changes or rather fixes most of the worst issues that the initial release of 1.3 had. So now it's actually quite okay. It's actually more than bearable. Ooh. Ooh. Development and commoners estate satisfaction. I mean, see, this is another basically non-choice because army tradition is literally useless right now. So, wait, why is this? Oh, no, it's not. I thought it was longer than usual for some reason. I guess we might as well promote a new Mamalik. And they come as coalitions as well, which is nice. Kanoko will serve. Yes, he will serve. I guess Timur does actually destroy the Gelarids now because in most games of 1.3, I believe, he probably conquers basically all of Persia, and usually that will include Mesopotamia as well, and even parts of Anatolia sometimes. And yes, you get the free bureaucracy slot from the megalopolis capital, but unfortunately for us, we do not actually have any bureaucracies available, so we can't really make use of that. Bring him to our court. Ooh, plus 10 innovative. Oh yeah. Hell yeah, man. I'll definitely take that. And this guy, I'm going to put expensive education on him, so let's wait. Also, it appears, folks, that our game is starting to slow down. Interesting. Oh, right, mandatory impressment still has to, like, get there. Let's see, so I guess what we're going to do here is maybe, because we actually can't accept the Bedouins. Sheesh, anything better that we can do with this guy? Maybe develop province? Or maybe... whatever. I guess for now, I'm going to use him to crack down on the Sunni zealots. And as soon as they're dealt with, as soon as they stop provoking rebellion, we're probably going to use him on conversion duty as well. But as I was saying, before Tree Age, I guess, yep, you can't, well, you can if you're playing as Byzantium or as China. But otherwise you can't. And I believe that the bureaucracies unlock in the Age of Reformation, actually. With the executive bureaucracy, Or maybe they're tied to... I'm not quite sure actually. I'll have to check that, but at some point they do unlock, yes. And at some point you're able to have bureaucracies as basically any country in the game. But what was I saying? So basically, folks, our game has started to slow down. And I guess the reason here is there's still an unsolved memory leak in the game. So essentially, it's good to just close the game and then come back every once in a while, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to restart the game, and I'm going to take like a 2-3 minute break here, so I'll see you guys in 5 minutes once again in the war room. And in the meantime, that's going to give the computer here time to restart the game, so we stop suffering from the memory leak, and we will be able to get a faster EU5 experience as well. So see you guys in 3 minutes. I'm going to be right back. And we are back. Let us continue our save. And sheesh, it's been almost 50 years now, so that is nice. So that was like 50 years in 5 hours, or close to 45. But we did play very slowly at the start of the game, so there's that as well. Timur got giga buffed. Yep, Timur did get giga buffed. And as you can see, the game is noticeably faster when we just reload after like 4 or 5 hours. Let's see, for you we got admin education, not too bad. Oh, also, unfortunately, switching to Christianity means that we cannot use the royal harem anymore. So we'll have to go for monogamous marriage. Yeah, that's rather unfortunate. I'm still not going to allow slave religion. Matrilineal customary law does sound rather interesting, because it actually allows females to ascend to the throne, so that's very interesting there. And for the royal court customs, I guess we'll go for court of culture. The additional innovative push is definitely going to come in handy. Oh yes, 5 hours. I guess that's a bit of a long stream now, isn't it? But I'm kind of used to that. Unhappy estate. And basically, we'll probably end the stream the moment when Polish-ism becomes the majority religion in Alexandria, because I want to show to you guys how exactly the Alexandria city holy site actually works. All right. Also, it is time that we embark on that slave raid against Morocco. Hooray! Hmm. Can we get maybe... We can get access from Tunis, so let me purchase military access. And let's wait for a few months until our diplomats have recovered. In the meantime, can we build any more bridges? Maybe over here, a couple of them, yeah. Let's see, what else? We want to build up Alexandria to be the city of the world's desire. So hospital makes sense to save us against any possible smallpox epidemics, of course. Anything else? We probably want to build up more granaries around. Oh yeah, Christian polygamy with Hussites. That is one of the other hilarious things that you can basically get in the game. Our trade income has increased somewhat, but it's still kind of mess, so it's probably not worth building marketplaces just for that. I believe that we have more than enough wharfs and also docks and protected harbors, so there's no salvation there. What we could do is start building market villages in locations which lack them, because having even a single market village means that you start getting burghers, and burghers start giving you development based on their literacy. So if you look over here, you can see that even though this is... Wait, what? Oh, if you look over here, for example, you can see that even though this is a rural location, we've got 10 burghers here, and the burghers are giving us a minuscule amount of additional development through their average literacy. So you want to have at least a single market village available in every single rural location that you have. Also, we lost a lot of income over there. We are still buying up our stability, but I guess we do not need to do that anymore because these Sunni zealots have apparently been dealt with. Yep, looks like we're okay. So I guess we can make do without stability. And let's see. Can we reduce these guys' maintenance cost? Cost of goods. What exactly do you consume in maintenance? You got naval supplies, weaponry, assault we are already building up, and cloth. So maybe naval supplies guilds. Would they be profitable? Probably not, but getting at least a few of them is probably going to be worth it for the simple reason that it will decrease the amount of money that we're paying on naval maintenance. And of course, I forgot to send these guys out on patrol duty. Silly me. Alright, so we also got fleet basing rights with Sama. Not going to use that just yet, but I guess it is time that we start slave raiding the Muslims for a change, because they have been very, very bad boys, and they have in fact been slave raiding their neighbors. Boo! So, we're going to declare war on Morocco, and we are going to get food access and military access from Morocco. I'm sorry, from Tunis. So let's raise all levies, because why not? And all naval levies too, because again, why not? Please max out bridges in the Delta. I have already maxed out bridges in the Delta. In order to build more, we would have to build roads and... well, roads don't actually cost as much. I'm still going to hold off on that just for a bit. Just let the economy recover, build up a bit. And we will get those bridges eventually, trust me, because I love bridges as much as the next guy, and probably more than the next guy in certain cases. Got it. Oh, we can also get an additional 10% merit proximity efficiency once we get meritocracy. So, yeah, that's going to take a while, unfortunately for us. All right, so we've got the navies. Let us gather them up in Alexandria. And let me divide these guys into 2 formations, get them all to Alexandria as well. There we go. I think that's going to be it. Sheesh, we can only transport them in like 5,000 stacks at once. That's bad. And goodness, the AI in this game, I swear to God. Seriously, like, why does the AI randomly, and I mean literally randomly, cut off your food access? It literally makes no sense. I mean, you were okay with granting me the food access in the first place, so why are you removing it now? Make it make sense, AI. Make it make sense. Does nobility spam as Egypt work? I mean, we are trying to get a bit of a nobility spam by going full aristocracy, so that's going to give us some additional nobles, but I'm not sure how exactly you can get more nobles otherwise. If there are any specific methods that you have in your mind, definitely let me know, because I would be curious to know about them. All right, we have, I believe, something like 15,000 men now, so that should be all right. And we can go on our second pilgrimage. Let's see. Interesting. Oh, we need more money for that. I think I'll actually take a thingy here. Oh, also credit. We can issue a government bond. Hmm. 4.58%. Yeah, if we manage to reduce the bond interest a bit more. Creditworthiness. Equilibrium targets. So your stability increases your creditworthiness as well, and the creditworthiness reduces your bond interest. And if you can reduce your bond interest enough, that's interesting. I'm going to try to issue one. Seriously? Wait, you can literally redeem these at face value. You do not have to... Oh. Well, that's actually really nice. In that case, you probably want to max out your government bonds before you start borrowing money. Because usually the bond interest is going to be less than the bank interest. So there's that. So I'll use that to go on a pilgrimage to Constantinople, which gives us more than 50 religious influence. Come to Isalden. What's Isalden? German culture. That would be hilarious indeed. So, any suggestions here, folks? I think the, let's see. Crown power is nice. Monthly prosperity is really strong. So I think we'll probably go for that. But so is monthly legitimacy. What's our legitimacy like? We could certainly use more of that. And also, max literacy and the state satisfaction. Hell yeah, I think we're going for this one. The max literacy alone is well worth it, let me tell you that. Very interesting. So, technically, if we issue a bond for 900 ducats, it costs us 3 ducats a month to maintain that one. So if I can figure out a way of building buildings or RGOs or anything that will produce more than 3 ducats a month for me for 900 ducats, that's basically free money. And yes, I know that is how government bonds actually work in real life as well. That's literally how England became the superpower of the world. So each one of these tanneries, for example, costs you 40. So you can build 20 tanneries, and with 20 tanneries, that actually gives you 5 ducats a month. I mean, yes, I know it doesn't quite work like that because you know, the supply demand curve would change, but I think we're actually going to issue a couple more government bonds here. And we're going to use the capital that we have raised through them to maybe build up. Let's start with some RGOs first. But the RGOs cost too much, do they not? So we can get 0.36 from this RGO. And we can build 9 of them. That wouldn't cut it. So we would instead have to invest. Stud farms. Now these bad boys are definitely going to cut it. Yeah, I'm going to build maybe one over here and one in Rashid, but unfortunately we can't really build any more. What about bailiffs? Are there like any locations which produce super duper huge amounts of money for us? Maybe the cotton over here. So if I were to build a bailiff here, we would get, let's see, we got 4.45, right? And that's with 60%. So we get a bit over 1 ducat a month, I think. Yeah, I guess we'll actually build the bailiff here. And it also increases the average control. So bailiffs are much, much better than they used to be in previous patches for the simple reason that average control is now a much more valuable resource, or a much more valuable value, let us say, to push for compared to before. So I've built them up in a couple different locations. I don't see why this specific location is depopulated so much though. Katya, what do we have here? Horses. Can we build stud farms? Probably not. Can we build? Is taking and paying bonds or loans on time increases your credit worthiness? I'm not sure. Let's check it out actually. Effective rating. Honestly, I have no idea. It does not appear to be the case here, but you know what? Because it's free. Let me try. Now, it does not seem to affect that, but maybe repaying loans rather than bonds actually matters. Interesting. I'm not sure if I'm doing this right. There's probably going to be like some sort of let's say some sort of meta developing around this, but I really think that bonds are going to see a lot of heavy use over time. So we got the bailiffs building. I guess we could build up maybe a few more spinners guilds as well. Maybe like a couple over here, a couple over here, a couple over here. One in Assuesh. And maybe some tanneries too. And then let's take a look at our proximity. So, oh, we got a fairly decent road network. It does appear that our burgers are doing exactly what they should be doing and building up the road network. Maybe something like this, Tartus. Would it be worth it? Probably not. Probably not. Probably not. Yes. Well, I literally did not do anything with the bailiffs back in the day when they acted as a proximity source, for the simple reason that it basically wasn't worth it. I mean, 20 proximity source is much worse than 20 plus 20% max control. For the simple reason that you can stack plus 20% max control with any other proximity source that you get. And that actually allows you to achieve much higher levels of proximity compared to like just getting a flat plus 20 proximity source. Yeah, let's see. Anything else? Anything good here? Probably not. I think it's quite alright just building up in the delta. And maybe winery. That does sound rather interesting. So maybe some wineries as well. But ideally, we want to urbanize more of the delta eventually. Let's see, what exactly are we paying money on? Diplomatic spending, which we do not need to do. So I'll cut that down. I literally have troops in your lands, Tunis. I literally have troops in your lands. Why are you cutting my food access when I have troops in your lands? This is unbelievable. This is literally unbelievable. Right, the changes for average control also really nice. Basically, if you go over here, average control of Egypt, they changed this with patch 1.2, and with patch 1.3, they have increased it even more. So now your average control gives you a multiplicative modifier to your crown power, up to minus 25%, I believe. I'm not quite sure. Up to minus 25% monthly research progress and monthly complacency, which is an indirect tax on you because you need to raise your diplomatic spending to counter your complacency gain. But the real kicker here is just the monthly research progress. That's just going to kill off your research speed at 0% control. And people say that AI will take over. And also, as I said, the crown power here is multiplicative. So the average control in country and the economic base of subjects impacts your crown power before any other modifiers get applied. So it is it's much worse than before, let us say. So ideally you want to have fairly high, or at least 50% average control if you can have it. There we go. And also, I realized that I forgot to do that. Let's see. Laws, socioeconomic laws, or maybe administration laws, or maybe estate laws, rights of the nobility. They changed this one. Previously, it blocked the nobility from your cabinet, which is really bad because you have a lot of nobles and ideally you want to put a lot of them in cabinet. Now it does not do that, and in fact, this got buffed significantly. Now it gives you minus 66% nobility power from cabinet positions, so you can even get even more nobles in your cabinet. And there is literally no reason why you do not want to pick the curtail the nobility now, because plus 10% maximum tax, hell yeah. Minus 10% nobles power, hell yeah. And minus 66% nobility power from cabinet. That is just amazing. Previously, nobility electorate was also very much in the play. And I guess technically it still is. The monthly legitimacy is nice, but it's 10% max tax. I mean, who am I kidding here? We're definitely going to take that. And for you, my child, you're going to get admin education. The food buck is super annoying. Yes. And I also agree that the research... You know what? I think the research speed penalty actually makes a bit of sense from a thematic standpoint. And it even kind of reminds me of like EU3, where bigger countries had a more difficult time actually researching anything, basically. But, you know, it's still bad. And, oh, Jesus H. Roosevelt Christ, we are starving. We are starving. No. Seriously, man? I guess I'll just, like, cut off half of you guys. And the other half should go here so we at least get some food. There we go. There we go. So if we met... Sheesh. And that is basically tribal cavalry levies for you folks. Welcome to the tribal cavalry levy room. It was quite fun when I was actually... what was I going to say? It was quite fun when we were making use of them in the Granada campaign. But right now, it's just pure annoying when we have to fight against them instead of fighting with them. Tribal cavalry is just broken as always. If you already have high max tax for nobles, I mean, from experience, it's really difficult to get really high max tax from nobles. As you can see, right now we have a state satisfaction equilibrium of 82%, and we're taxing them at 23%. So for this to be not worth it, you would need to have like 55% tax on the nobility, and that's not something that you can get, at least in the early game. So it's probably going to take a good long while before it becomes not worth it. And Jesus, this is so bad. But basically we have the quantity advantage here, even though they have the quality advantage. So we can just keep attacking them and attacking them and attacking them until essentially they run out of men, because already half of their armies are gone. And we can even get more levies. Like, as you can see, our levy capacity is still very much intact. Simply because you have so many people living in your country as Egypt. Let's go shift click here so it keeps the regulars. Otherwise, we might have lost some of them. Oh, there we go. See, that's a victory. We just, well, we are losing because Morocco gets access to tribal cavalry levies. As you can see, they have cavalry levies because they have a lot of tribesmen, especially Berber tribesmen living in their lands. And even worse, Tafi fought their vassal. There you go, 2,200 light cavalry, which is nuts. It's basically the same strategy that I used in my Granada campaign to defeat Castile, because light cavalry levies just destroys everything, just shreds everything that you can throw at them in the early game. And if you guys haven't watched the Granada campaign, because to be honest, it's a bit dated, definitely give it a look. It was probably one of my, you know, best start guides, let us say. Like, it was probably the best. Oh, there we go. Love that one as well. The best start that I could find for a hopeless position, more or less. Although we do have the Golden Horde now, but back in the day, Granada was a peak war room gaming, let me tell you that. So I think that's going to be Jesus Age. Oh, yeah, that's the Granadans. Yeah, the Granadans aren't going to do anything. And we can just siege down Morocco in peace and get all of those sweet, juicy slaves into our lands. And I guess, because they have Granada as an ally, there is a decent chance that they do not actually unconditionally surrender this time. Also, now that we have cracked down more than enough on the zealots, let's go back to pushing innovative. And let me take these guys. Let me put them on carpet sieging duty. Let me take these guys. Let me put them on carpet sieging duty. And we'll probably take these guys. And you guessed it, we're going to sail over the edge of the earth. And we're going to put them on carpet staging duty. There we go. Let's see. So we begin with around 700,000 slaves. Let's see how many that we have by the time that all of these sieges are done. And if there are no enemy armies, the AI actually does a marvelous job of simply carpet sieging anything that it can get its hands on. From 680,000, we're up to 720,000. Lovely. And I guess that's going to go up even further eventually. How Christian Mamluks heresy. Hello, hello, mate. I thought you would be too tired after your own live stream to actually jump in, but nice to see you here. It is heresy, but let me explain to you why exactly I did this, and I'm explaining it for the 10th time today, so I get used to this. You see, we're trying to build up the biggest city ever in Alexandria, and Alexandria has a holy site that belongs to the Bogomil and Polish faiths that gives you plus 200% local population capacity. So that's going to take this location here from 900,000 to 1.3 million. And once we manage to build up a megalopolis, if we look at Constantinople, for example, that's going to be an additional 1 million population capacity from that holy site modifier alone. And that's why we converted to this weird-ass Christian religion that I'm betting most of you guys did not even realize existed in the game, and it is glorious. So rather, it is going to be glorious once we manage to convert all of Alexandria. Yes, that's what... Yeah, that's why I turned Christian. That's why. To get more people, to be able to cram more people into Alexandria. And I guess we're at 7.3%. So as soon as that number there reaches 50%, you're going to see something marvelous. And Tunis has resigned our food access again. I hate the AI in this game. I am miserable right now. Wabadabalub, I am miserable. I am in great pain. Please send help. Not 100%. I believe we are at 92% traditional economy. Basically, we went and stole some Polish believers from Byzantium. And then, of course, we chose the, let's see, we chose the present in country for religion conversions because otherwise there is literally no way of actually converting. I mean, it kind of sucks. Like, you should have some way of promoting minority religions that allows you to convert without changing the game rule. But it is Iron Man compatible, so anything goes, I guess. Not that I play on Iron Man, but, you know, it's still something. Anyways, damn. Oh my god, Albanian Ryanit is here. I love your videos. Yeah, shout out to the little bro and a shout out to the big bro, Jedam-san. Both of them are really, really nice creators, so definitely check them out. And definitely let me know if you enjoy their content, folks. Damn, one off. 10 legitimacy. 10 legitimacy is a lot. Let's see if we can actually hand out any privileges. Not that one. To the clergy, could we give... Oh, yes, yes, please, yes. Thank the Lord our God. Oh, I'm sorry, we are gnostics. Thank the eternal spirit, not the demiurge, not that one, the other one. Not that one. And I guess plus 100 possible clerics in towns and cities. That's going to increase our demand by quite a large percentage. So let's go. We'll go for that as well. And let's get these guys back home. Or rather, not back home, but across the Straits of Gibraltar. All right. We lost a core. Oh, I guess we captured a few too many slaves here. Let's see. Where are these guys? Did we lose Astute? Yep, we got too many slaves. Sicilians, Greeks. No. Wait, what? We're not supposed to lose this, though. Oh, we are supposed to lose this, yeah. Interesting. So I guess what's happening here is probably due to the way that slavery works in this game. The slaves that you take, which are of a small culture which does not exist in your country, essentially become part of other cultures that are already present in the locations that you capture them to. So in this case, since we had a bunch of Coptic Sunni slaves here, all the slaves that we are taking from the Mameluke Sultanate of Morocco are essentially assimilating into Coptic, and that gave Coptic not a significant minority in Asyut. So I guess we will have to accept the Coptic culture at the end of the day. But geez, oh, it would cost us a lot to actually accept them. Yeah, that's bad. You know what? I'm going to unfortunately take you away for a second here, my friend, and I'm going to start assimilating Asyut to lower Egyptian culture. And thank you, Lexus Roy, for reminding me that it's been a while since I interacted with the estates. See, this is why this is just bad game design. You can just hit these guys up for 20 stability anytime that you want, and there is no end to it. I guess I can also hand out more privileges to the clergy. Maybe this one? Florence of True Faith is nice, but it would barely have any impact on us. Let's see. Anything good that we can grant here? Probably not. Maybe the maximum diplomats. It's literally 10% additional power for them, so I'll go for that. Anything that we're missing here? Maybe control over the coinage? Maybe guild investments. Assuming it does not push us to capital economy, which it would not in this case, I'll go for this. The nobility will be pissed to an acceptable amount, so there is that. And let's see, one more. Please give me one more. To the tribes, maybe. Pushing communalism. Expand farming cost. I think this actually is a bit underrated right now. I think I'll take that one. And of course, then we are going to get 15 legitimacy. So nobility, can we get ask for extraordinary taxes? No, that would cost us too much. From the burghers. Yeah, the burghers are out of money for some reason. Yes, I agree. Slaves should probably not be counted for coring purposes. But that's the way that it is right now, so there really is nothing that we can do about it. So let's send this one over here. So have you guys heard about the Sumerian bar joke? A dog walks into a tavern. It is very dark. He says, "I can't see a thing. I think I'll open this one." Isn't that hilarious? It's the dog, and he says, "I think I'll open this one." Also, we unlocked the universities, so of course we're going to not build them because we can't afford them. Let's see, any regulars? No regulars. Let me disband you guys in that case. Oh, Jesus. Oh, I forgot to turn down the diplomatic spending again. I'm so bad at this game, folks. I have no idea. It could be. It is possible, I guess, that it's not a case of not spending their money. Maybe it's a case of not having money, but they do get income after tax. Expenses from pops. Well, I guess the whole thing with the wealth-scaled population demand still doesn't quite work correctly. So we're probably suffering from that one. You can right-click to only levies. Interesting. Really? That is good to know. Every day we learn something new about the Paradox UI, folks. Isn't that marvelous? Ooh, another 20 ducats. I really love that they actually added looting to the game without adding looting to the game. In that you can only loot certain estate buildings. Let's see. All is fair. Oh, this guy. I believe we had another event about this guy. Hmm. Some artistic skill to our artists. I think in this case, yeah, it's a bit of additional money, but I'd rather have that than piss off the clergy needlessly much. Ooh, another 10% cabinet efficiency. Yes, please. Thank you, sir. Good sir. Thank you. And we can get the reformed Mamalik as well eventually. But before that, let's go for a rag paper, which is the favorite advance and the favorite production method of Jedamsan, if you guys don't know about that. Let's see. Yeah, let me send these guys up north as well. In fact, there we go. Just look at how many slaves we're getting. At the start of this war, we had 680k. Now we have 760k. So I guess we got, or rather, we will end up getting nearly, what's that? Nearly 100,000 slaves out of this entire ordeal. And of course, Castile decided to attack Granada. Isn't that lovely? Was that the Prime Minister? Please tell me that was the Prime Minister. I believe it was. Yes, it was. Oh, thank God. Oh, I can't make you a Prime Minister. A ruler's nephew? A ruler's nephew? I don't want to make either one of you guys Prime Minister, though. I want to... Sheesh, I wish we had someone decent, but anyways. No Prime Ministers just for now, and I'm just going to convert everyone to Polish-ism. Already we're at nearly 7%. So that's going to be nice. Let's go for the Kahliya. There we go. Sure thing, mate. Divide in half, send half of them over here, half of them over here. We're also getting Muyakar, which is, I'm not sure which location that... Ooh. Yeah. Go back, go back, go back. Let's see how many slaves. That wasn't a lot of slaves. I would have expected more slaves out of that. And also, the Sunni zealots are rising again. Oh, geez. I probably should not. I probably should not have reduced our commoner satisfaction that much. I think I'll move this guy away from the Kahriya to Alexandria, at least until we manage to appease our commoners enough that the Sunni zealots... can you get passive slave income? I believe that's only for the Barbary states. I believe you need to have a very specific advance that only the Barbary states get, and maybe a couple more that I'm missing, but I'm fairly confident that you can't get that as anyone that is able to slave rate. Ooh, damn. Coffee Fault actually managed to get one over us, and now Granada too, which is rather unfortunate. But we are going to destroy them, so it's all fine and well. Oh, are these guys all prisoners? Interesting. And alright, let's head to Granada. Ah, Castile got here before we could. Alright. Oh yes, roads too. Roads can do that as well. I forgot to mention that. So war reps, military access, food access, fleet basing rights. Dismantle forts, because why not? And of course, money and humiliation. That's going to be it for Granada. And then, as soon as the siege of Wehran here is over, we're also going to peace out Morocco. I'm just waiting on that to get some additional slaves. I'm getting Tafifalt would have been nice, but unfortunately we could not get that. There we go, Wehran has been sieged down. So let's kill off their soldiers just for the heck of it. Light cavalry. There we go, more slaves, 1,000 more slaves. Let me get these guys here so we can finally disband all of our levies, put them back in the fleet, send them back home, and let's see. That's going to be peace with Morocco, folks. So humiliate them, abandon piracy. That actually sounds interesting. Mantle forts, war reps, military, food access, all of that stuff. I don't think we're actually going down the liberation route here because why not? There we go. And that's a lot of money for us, folks. So what should we do with all of this money? Build up more stud farms? If only we could build them up. So Cairo. Why can't I build them? Oh, we can build them in Alexandria. So maybe one. Yeah, maybe one. Maybe two. Whatever. And then let's look at Alexandria and see what else we can get here. Brewery. The spinners guilds are nice. I guess we could build up maybe a couple more levels of the weaponsmith. What about Cairo? Anything good? The spinners guilds are still really going strong. Tailors guilds, I would have expected more tailors guilds as well. Ah yes, roads. Oh, thank you. Thank you for reminding me that we actually need to start building universities. And maybe hospitals too, just for the heck of it. Because universities push demand, and demand is king in the early game. We do start with a decent amount of demand from our population alone, but it's not going to be enough to cover all of our expenses. And then I guess we could actually build up more roads down to Damietta and over here. And we're also getting a decent bit of money overall. See, this is why curtail the rights of the nobility is so bloody strong. We're getting plus 10% from that, and that essentially increases our tax by a third. So we're getting an additional 25 ducats a month from that single law that we have passed. Alright. And it looks like we have appeased our estates just enough to prevent the Sunni rebellion. So I'm going to switch this guy over to converting another province, and Paulicianism, I believe, is the second largest denomination, third largest, after the Maaphysites, but we're getting there. We will get there eventually, and again, the crucial thing here is for Alexandria to become majority Paulician, and we are a fifth of the way there, I believe. Hi, Mr. Betseg, Mistress Betseg, I don't know, whoever you are. Let's see. Current. Oh, we also got these guys, which are black flags, so I'll just have to march them back home the long way around. Oh, we can sponsor irrigation projects, or we can fund artisan guilds. Oh, such nice stuff here. We can also build monasteries, which would be nice. I think the monthly literacy here could be useful, but at the same time, increased naval infrastructure is nice as well for the additional development that we would be getting. And sponsor irrigation projects is just 0.30%. Yeah, we'll have to go for this one. The prosperity is just too nice to pass on, unfortunately. Yeah, well, unfortunately, we cannot actually convert to your religion, noble estate. I'm sorry for that, but nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do. So, for the next war, where shall we go for, folks? Tunis looks nice. The Ottomans definitely look nice. But the majority of their population is Orthodox. So we wouldn't actually be able to get any slaves from them, I believe. Or we might be able to. I'm not quite sure. I don't think I'm very willing to push our luck here. So Tunis is a possibility. They do have a lot of fairly well populated areas, but most of their western areas are basically tribesmen, so we wouldn't be able to get all that many slaves from here. Only 56,000, which is basically nothing in the grand scheme of things. Yemen is a possibility, I suppose. Nearly 2 million peasants. And we could take maybe Socotra from them, which would allow us to jump over to India. So I think Yemen is going to be our next target here. And we will probably have to hire some mercenary transports in the Red Sea in order to get there. Why are there Catholics and Ottomans? That's a very good question. The best theory that I have right now, looking at where exactly the Catholics are, is probably the Smyrniote Crusade succeeded, and the Pope forced the Aidenids to convert to Catholicism, and through that, the Aidenids just converted the land themselves. That's my best guess, but again, I'm as stunned as you guys are. Also, Cairo is a quarter coalition. Let's go. We are actually getting acceptable amounts of conversion here. Let's go for Yemen as well as a rival. And we actually even have a land border with them thanks to our vassal Mecca, so that's nice. Let's see. Hoysala, over these guys are Mabar. Yeah, so I think going for Yemen, taking Socotra. Socotra should give us just enough range to reach India, I believe. And maybe I want to get a spy network on Junagar, but we are not going to use this to get a claim immediately. We probably are going to steal some maps from them. There we go, the Majestic Greece. The division of Egypt. Division of Mamluk lands. So we lose a bit of money, but I guess it will pay more than enough through the monthly legitimacy that we get. See, this makes no sense. Culture's capacity for just 15 years is basically nothing. Well, yes, the Ottomans and the Timurids, I believe, have received basically the most improvement in this patch. It looks like they finally managed to reach like their historical borders. Also, let's see if there are any decent charters, urban rights that we can grant over here. Studium privileges does sound nice. Local pop promotion speed, institution growth, but minus 5% production efficiency. Probably not go for that. Granary Town? Yeah, I think we'll go for Granary Town in Al Qaeda. And probably a staple port in Damietta, maybe, or let's see, did we get the staple port in As-Suwaish? We did. So Akka, we did. Antakya, there we go, that's our other local governor, and it's missing a staple port, so we'll go for that. And then we will buy our legitimacy back up. My hometown is Catholic now. Oh, Turkish. Oh, your hometown is Turkish. Let me guess. Are you a Nazi? Are you from Nazilli? Okay, Denizli. I'm going to say Denizli. Yeah, I guess that's the only way that you could make it work. Like, if you're about to get +1 from an advance in 15 years, you basically get the +1 15 years earlier. But other than that, it doesn't work. It doesn't really do something. Why not become Coptic? Well, you see, the city here requires you, well, it doesn't require you to be Paulician, but it requires the location of Alexandria to have a Paulician majority. And if we are going to build up Alexandria to be majority Paulician, we might as well remain Paulician ourselves. Like, if the Coptic holy site here actually gave you the same population capacity bonuses as the Alexandria city, I would definitely remain Coptic, but unfortunately it does not. So, oh, Coptic is a culture. Oh, right. You're talking about the Coptic culture. Yeah, that makes sense. In that case, why would we do that? Like, we are lower Egyptian? I guess we might, again, we might consider, what can I say? We might consider going Coptic, but probably not yet. Because first, ideally, we want to deal with the religious uprisings here. If we switch away both our culture and our religion at the same time, the uprisings would be probably way too difficult to handle. Also, Coptic does not have any culture groups, and it has the Coptic language, which is isolated. Whereas if we remain Egyptian, we would have the Arabic language and the Arabic culture group, which allows us to basically accept all of these cultures for free, more or less. So that's why we are not going for Coptic, I guess, at least in the near future. Who knows what the future might bring? There we go. Yemen is our enemy, so we can actually destroy them. Hell yeah. I'm probably going to vassalize Yemen. But of course, the CB is going to take a bit longer to actually get here. Well, let me say that you can see it within this map, let us say. So close enough to you. Oh, yeah, there's that too. Let's see. Oh, wait. Well, yes, but we also need 70 prestige to become an empire, and as you can see, we are a bit far away from being having 70 prestige. So I really think that the prestige requirements here are just, they make no sense, I believe. All right, Constantinople, another pilgrimage, folks. So I guess what we're going to pick here is adoptionism, maybe. Possible quirks is nice. Stab investment efficiency is nice, but I think we'll actually go Gnosticism because, hell yeah, we are Paulicians, we are supposed to be Gnostics, and it also gives us 0.10% monthly prosperity. Monthly legitimacy is also kinda nice, but I don't know. I guess what we'll do is we'll get the prosperity right now, and once we are done converting our population, we will switch this away and replace it with the one that gives monthly legitimacy, so we can zero out our cost of the court. Also, most of the universities are done, so I presume that's going to create some demand for books and paper, and as expected, there we go, we are getting a decent amounts of profitability on our paper guilds, so of course we'll go for those. And of course, I'm going to build up roads in the entire delta, and we'll also get bridges here. The roads actually don't do anything because, yeah, but the bridges will actually increase our proximity speed here, so there's that. Gnometicism. Whoa. What culture group is the peasant granary fort? What the hell is a peasant granary fort? Oh, are you talking about the, geez, so many Sicilians. Oh, geez. Are you talking about the, let's see, the Agadirs? I think that requires you to have a Berber or something like that, I'm not sure. Oh yeah, same here, wish you could rebuild the Canal of the Pharaohs. And why did I not go Orthodox? The Orthodox holy site here does not get the plus 200% local population capacity that the Paulician holy site gets. That is literally the only reason we went Paulician instead of I don't know, Miaphysite. Yemen fought. Oh, that's a major war there, by the way. Big, huge, chunky war between Yemen and Ifat. India just looks so enticing. What happened to Granada? They got coalition. Or rather, they got coalition, but the coalition was just Castile. More importantly, I killed off their ally Morocco, so they just got wiped without their ally, basically. So, it's quite hilarious because I destroyed Castile, which caused Granada to rise. And then I destroyed Granada and Morocco, which caused Castile to eat them back up. So it's hilarious how we are basically the kingmaker in all of Iberia. Also, we are 50 years into the game, folks. Isn't that just lovely? I wish there was a Coptic cultured vassal that we could release here. I guess theoretically we could do that. Let's see. Let's see. Can we actually do that? There we go. Coptic coalition. But that improves the Copts' opinion of us. That means we can accept the Copts. Unfortunately, we still can't accept the Bedouin. But you know, we can't have everything all the time. Unfortunately not. Location of Asyut. So that gives us back our core on Asyut. Also, we're making a lot of money here, folks. A lot of money. Let's see how our tax base has advanced, actually. So we started with 160, we're up to 415. And I guess eventually we are going to see 480. So that will be a triple increase to our tax base. At some point. Again, I'm not quite sure when, but at some point. So 5 months till the Destroy Enemy CB on Yemen is ready. I don't think they have... Or they have a small navy, actually. Also, we probably need to build more ships of our own, because right now we're getting basically no maritime presence, even in the Mediterranean. So let's build up maybe something like this. There we go. It is 1.3 and there's so many new things that I can't really tell you all of them. But, you know, they're there. They're there. I mean, all I can say is I highly recommend that you play it yourself and see how exactly it looks like. Because it really is, I believe, in the current state of things, straight up improvement over 1.2.5. It used to be a straight up downgrade, but they fixed so many things that it's now well worth it. Also, war with Yemen, folks. Let's raise our levies and let us march through the deserts of Arabia into Yemen. Let's go for this guy. This guy looks okay. And I'm going to march to Mecca first, because our vassal Mecca already has... Oh, also, speaking of vassals, crumbs. I forgot to start enforcing religion on people. Yeah. Shall we start with duper? Because I already enforced. Wait, what? I enforced culture on these guys. Why did they become Iraqi? Ah, this game. Yeah, let's send our armies over to Mecca first. Are the Copts something like the Sami? What do you mean by the Sami? No, they're basically the last remnants of ancient Egypt. They're like direct descendants of the ancient Egyptian people. The Coptic language is the late form of ancient Egyptian, basically. In fact, we know how some parts of ancient Egyptian sounded because the hieroglyph script does not actually preserve vowels, or rather, it preserves them very intermittently, let us say. So, most of the vowel knowledge that we have about Egyptian actually comes from the Coptic language, which is very, very interesting if you ask me. And also, yikes, we are starving as usual. Hopefully we can destroy these guys. There we go, before we starve to death. I'm not quite sure whether it would be a good idea to destroy the rest of their armies, though. Let's see. November, so we have until the November of this year to actually win this war, more or less. There we go. Look at all of those slaves that we're taking. And this isn't even the well-populated parts of Yemen. Down here, you got so many people. In fact, I believe most locations of Yemen actually begin the game at above their population capacity. So as Yemen in the early game, you're actually going to lose out on a lot of population, or you'll have huge amounts of internal migration because of the whole population capacity issue. So we're getting a lot of slaves here. Let's see. So we begin at 833k. Let's see what the actual number ends up being at the end of this war. And I'll also get Adan, of course. Oh, Scheiße. Did they? No. No. They're still out there kicking. Yes. Yes, please. But they're not. Oh, they actually won. That is nice. So ideally, we do not want to destroy their armies until we have managed to occupy the majority of their country, maybe even the entirety of their country. I think I can afford to lose a bit of money here. Mainly because we want to raise our stability as much as possible. What exactly did they change about the end of battle screens? Oh, yeah. They added a couple more lines at the bottom, I guess. Which is kind of bad, but you know, could have been worse. Should you stop raising your levies in Alexandria? Well, I guess I get what you mean. I haven't really dabbled with like that interface all that much, so I'm not quite sure how that would be possible. Also, let me guess. Yeah, of course. The provincial capital is in Socotra, because where else would it be? Now, the big question here, the 1,000 ducat question here, is can we fully annex Yemen? And it does not appear to be the case. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But we should at least be able to take their lands around here. Maybe release some vassals. And that would give us both the market capital here and Socotra, which in turn would give us what's the term called? A stone, something of a stone. I can't remember it, but stepping stone. Yes, a stepping stone towards India. I believe there is already a Skanderbeg event for Albania, actually. I see. Interesting. Syriac Orthodox. Yeah. This is hilarious. We have 29,000 Mizrahi. Yes, Mizrahi. These guys are Jews. These guys are supposed to be Jews, and they're all Sunni. This is what the way that the slave compression, let's say, where you know the game kind of tries to consolidate the smaller cultures into the larger slave cultures that already exist does. You get 30,000 Jews who are not Jewish, but for some reason they still remain. Oh, that is nice. So many good traits there. Let's see, what else do we want to go for here? foster religious relations. That does sound nice. Expand gravel road network. Of course we want to expand our gravel road network, and also support for land. So we'll get request additional taxes, serfdom support, and that will allow us to pass this issue. Also, let me go for this. Let us build more roads in the delta. And let us also build more roads heading down here for, again, the additional proximity speed and nothing else. And maybe even a road going over here. And eventually we'll build up the... well, the thing is, I believe the Skanderbeg event is not actually for Albania. I believe it's for the Ottomans. And they get an option, essentially, to... oh yeah, please. They essentially, the Ottomans get an option to basically train Skanderbeg. And if they choose that one, eventually he can lead a revolt against them. So it's kind of difficult to get it when you're playing as Albania. But you basically have to, I don't know, depend on the Ottomans to actually get the event. Otherwise, I don't think that you can. Thank God. Poundlock Canal, thank you. That's going to be an additional 10% proximity speed in all of our cities. And you guys know that we have a lot of cities. Oh, you should rename Cairo. Yes, now we can rename locations, can we not? What do we want to rename Cairo? Any suggestions here, folks? Right, what? The chat kinda died for me, so I can't really see anything here. One sec, please. Jeez, there we go. That one is also done, so I'm going to disband the peasants here. Let's see, how many men did we lose here? Jeez, 23,000, that is bad. But, would you look at that, we gained 170,000 slaves. So I guess we are in the black by 150,000. And would you look at that? Lovely, lovely stuff here. Ooh, 10 prestige. I'll have to go for that. I'm sorry, my friend, but I'll have to go for that. And we also got 10 centralization, which was somewhat unexpected, let us say. So the question is, do I want to take Southern Yemen or do I want to take Northern Yemen? And I guess we want to get Cairo's official Catholic name is Babylon. Really? Well, we're not Catholics, so I don't care about that. Alright, I guess I'm going to give this very much a Gnostic inside joke name. Yaldebayot. I'm not sure how to actually... oh, wait. Yeah, Sophia. That is the name that a proper Gnostic would call that location. And if any of you guys know anything about Gnosticism, you guys know why I picked that name. Let's see. So, okay, no coalitions, so no trouble there. Anything else that we want to get here? Maybe instead of land, maybe a bit of... oh, we can take maps. But do we want to take maps? Probably not. Probably there is no need for maps. I will get the standard stuff here, like those kind of stuff. And let's see, maybe dismantle a couple forts. And that should be it. Not just knowledge. It's a very specific, let's say, term. Or a very specific name of a very specific deity, let us say. for Gnostics. And because we are Paulicians, we are Gnostics. So yeah, insert mid-2010. Birth of a new Tikan in Malacca. Huh. We can't see what's happening in Malacca, but... So there we go. That actually gives us more than enough range to reach southern India. And you guys know, Jesus Age Roosevelt Christ, are you kidding me? Seriously, man? Hoysala got all of those lands? Well, I guess these guys are still around and kicking, so... I'm going to build a spy network on them. And also, we'll try to get... maybe not Junagar. Maybe Malwana? Yeah, these guys are also rather weak, so... we might be able to take, like, Goa from them, even using the slave raid CB, and then use that to basically stage an invasion of Vijayanagar. Maybe using some mercenaries, because no way in hell that we can actually get our levies all the way over here to southern India. In the meantime, I'm probably going to create... oh, we can get a historical subject here in Dhofar. So let's give them some of the lands that we have taken from Yemen. Up! Crumbs! Let's see, I hope we do not lose our diplomatic range. We did not. So you keep your diplomatic range through your vassals. That is really good to know. And let's see them Hadramut as well, maybe? Yeah, I think I'm going to create like maybe 2 or 3 vassals here. Let's create one centered around Adan, that's for sure. And siege them. These 2. And maybe a 3rd one over here just for the heck of it. And because I'm creating them as fiefdoms, they're all going to be Paulician. So that means they're going to start converting the populace here to Paulicianism. And that's going to be unfortunate for the Nestorians, who are also pretty cool, if I dare say so myself. But yeah, that's just the way that life goes, I guess. And this is why we... Jesus Age Roosevelt Christ. This is why we're not getting maritime presence. Yeah, that's rather unfortunate. I forgot to actually put our navies on patrol duty. Was she a figure of Gnosticism? Basically, God. That's basically God and Gnosticism. I mean, not quite, of course, but like a divine presence, let us say. There we go. You guys are going to go down as well. So let's see. I guess next up we're going to raid southern India for slaves. And what else can we do here? I'm still waiting for the Paulicians to become the majority in Alexandria, but literally no way that we can get here. Light ships. It's almost always worth getting ships. For the simple reason that ships give you maritime presence. But I suggest that maybe you might want to, I don't know, stagger the research so you do not unlock the light ships immediately. So you can basically get like, I don't know, what can I say here? You can basically build the earlier age ships, and you definitely do not want to unlock the later age ships, especially from the Age of Discovery onwards, until you have a solid economic base to build upon. Because otherwise, it's not going to be good for you, let me say. We still got 62 creditworthiness. A bit from stability, but nothing else, I guess. Trading, let's see. Can we get any indication about how trade is going? So the trade is coming along pretty well. I think, let's see, if you're getting 7 ducats out of 22, so that's basically a third of the trade capacity that we are getting in profits. So each marketplace gives us 1 trade capacity. And each one of them costs something like 0.14. So yeah, marketplaces are actually worth building in that case. And I guess we're going to build a few of them in Sofia in order to increase our market access here. In fact, let me build a lot of them, maybe 10 of them, because the higher our market access is here, the more, well, the less loss that we are having to low market access, because market access acts as a throughput modifier on all of your urban buildings and as a wealth modifier on all of your RGOs. So ideally you want to have as high a market access as possible. And unfortunately we are going upriver here, which if they haven't changed that, interesting. I can't really see that. Oh yeah, we're going upstream on a river here. So it's not really giving us a lot of benefits either. In fact, if you're playing as the Mamluks, it probably makes sense to move the market center in Alexandria to Cairo or Sofia. But because we eventually want to move our capital to Alexandria, I decided to not do that. And also it might be a better idea to build up your slave centers or slave markets over here. Oh, but wait. We can't build up any slave markets because we are Christian. Let's see. I'm going to close down all of our slave markets. I'm only going to open up the slave markets in Alexandria. And I think what's going to happen in that case is all the slaves are going to be funneled to Alexandria. And we will essentially have a huge slave population here. Already, I believe we have a fairly decent slave population. We are accepting the Copts, so there's that. So I guess most of the slaves here are going to assimilate to the Coptic culture. And that should, in theory at least, allow us to get, I don't know, what's that called? Allow us to build Alexandria up even more. But the other question is, how can we actually, let's see. Last I checked, slave assimilation and conversion was broken. And they would just remain slaves essentially. So even though we are accepting the Coptic culture here, I don't think that they matter. Like, I don't think we can actually move them away from being slaves. But I'm not sure. We'll see about that. In fact, let's see. Nope, we're actually not getting any sort of... Well, the slaves remain slaves, even though we have accepted their culture. Is it maybe due to the fact that we do not have the slave conversion law for forced slave conversion? I think that's the case here. I think what we want to do is we probably want to switch away from any religion to maybe same religious group, and that will allow us to force slave conversion as well. Oh yes. Yes, so now we actually have a bit more money, which means we are going to start building up, or rather resume building up bridges in the Delta. In fact, let's mass build them. We got a couple locations missing, but that's alright, we'll build them. And then we'll start building irrigations in Alexandria. Oh yes, market warehouse also makes a lot of sense. I keep forgetting to build those, damn it. Let's go. There we go. Oh wait, it doesn't do all that much though. It's mostly for burgers market capacity. Also, more bridges as promised, and that should be enough for the bridges. We got bridges basically everywhere here. we can build 1 more pound lock canal, 2 more pound lock canal, 3 more, just 1 more. There we go, 5% max literacy. So what's the max literacy now for the peasants in our rural locations? Our max literacy is 33.81%. That is not bad. Not bad at all for the age of Renaissance. All right. The fact that there are only four coalition states in the entire world, and 3 of them are what's that? Are fiefdoms. That's just hilarious. So oh, just look at that gal. Look at that gal. Do I want to change anyone? But all of our guys are also fairly decent with okay stats as well. So there's that. And I believe at this point we just need like 70 prestige before we can become an empire. Yep, we just need 70 prestige. So maybe if we were to beat up some people. Interesting. After 5 minutes. That's very interesting. Sure. Oh, you can get this event more than once. That's interesting. Honestly, I'm not really sure about what the slowdown is about. There is apparently a memory leak, which basically means you're going to see significant slowdowns at some point. But 5 minutes into the game, it feels like there's something else going on in that case. Let's see, are we getting... We are actually getting decent amounts of conversion. Even in some of these other locations. That's interesting. Or maybe that's just in-market migration. I'm not sure about that either. Oh, also, we can start getting CBs on southern India. So there you go, that's one. And next month, I believe, we can also get it on Malwana. So there's that. There we go. All right. And of course, the slave raiding CBs are just so quick to create. It's really nice. Alright, let's see what else you got here, folks. Ah, that's rather unfortunate. So, let's see. These guys are strong. These guys are very weak. I guess they'll lose their inland location. Maybe we might be able to be opportunistic here and take like a couple locations from them. What's their navy like? They have literally a single galley. These guys also literally have a single galley. So I'll also declare another war here. Just so we do not have to raise our levies again. And let's see. Can I actually set them? Is there a way to like raise your naval levies on this side instead of on the other side? There we go. Select rally point. If I go for this. Oh, it's still... Wait. Yeah, it didn't work, I guess. So what we're going to do here is, of course, we are going to hire some mercenaries. Because mercenary transports are definitely well worth it. You can just keep them around for like 10 years and you're going to get 5,000 men. Now, normally I would still use the levies, but in this case, we literally can't use the levies, so there's that. And let me raise something like this, something like just in the delta. Because we probably don't need any more than that. There we go. And I will, in fact, raise our naval levies here. So that's one additional fishing boat that we can make use of. Yeah, 5,000 men at once. That is definitely going to be a long and arduous journey, but I have every confidence that our glorious troops can make it. So let's send them over here to southern India. There we go, coming of age. What else, folks? What else? Oh, they're already in southern India. Well, that was quick. I expected them to take longer. Sheesh. Your navies just fly through the Indian Ocean, apparently. Oh, we also got rag paper, which is lovely. Best production method ever. Let's see. If I take Goa, if I take literally that single location, that is basically all that I can take. And the funniest thing is, Goa, I believe, does not have positive food. So if I took only Goa, we would still starve. And there we go. Yeah, that was bad. So I guess I'll have to be opportunistic here and pick a location which actually produces food. So maybe this one. That makes sense. Seriously, you're running out of food? Well, we are in Arabia, so it's probably a huge desert here. Alright, so what we're going to do here is I'm going to take this single location and I'm going to get military, food, and fleet basing rights as usual. And let's say take maps of, what can I take? Orissa sounds nice. And Ceylon, that's Ceylon for you guys. And maybe dismantle a couple forts, or maybe not, because we can't dismantle the forts. But anyways, we will have our base in India, and that is all that matters. We will now be able to ship all of our troops here. And once our troops are there, we will be able to conduct further excursions into India from our base. There we go. But of course, it's going to take a while for all of our troops to reach there. Let's see, can we actually... Let me try this, because usually it doesn't work, but in this case, it looks like it worked. There we go. Alright, so we just have to wait for the ships to ferry our troops over. These guys are giving us maritime presence, which is lovely. And in the meantime, back home, let's see what else we want to build. We probably want to build max level irrigation in Alexandria. There we go. Additional pop capacity and food production, which is always going to be lovely. Also, our conversion efforts appear to be coming along pretty nicely. And hopefully in the next parliament, we will be able to unlock the method of converting and assimilating the slaves as well. There we go. That's already 15,000 troops. We're just waiting for an additional 10,000 to arrive. And after that, we should be able to land them maybe over here. Or maybe even better in their capital. That might even be better. But let's wait until all of the troops have arrived. This is one of the only areas I believe. And they bugged out again. I hate the AI in this game. I literally hate the AI in this game. All right, let's see. What else do we want to get? Probably more universities in order to increase the demand even further. And also, they also give you a lot of cultural influence, which is always nice to have. Ooh, ooh, that is bad. That is not bad. We could theoretically accept the Circassians. There we go. And we remain under our accepted culture's capacity. And the moment that we're about to exceed it, we will probably have the additional culture's capacity from here. And oh, I also forgot to build a chancery. Jeez. Or did I? Let's see. Do we have? We did not build the chancery, of course. That is unfortunate. So our research tree is almost done. We got this one. Port spending efficiency, I think, is going to be nice. This we could definitely make use of. And after that, let's see what else do we want to get. Trade range, probably not. Counting house into bank interest does sound nice. We probably want this one for the gunsmiths and the cannon makers, which are going to be useful. This is useful, and the recruitment law is also useful. Anything else? Well, it does look like we have basically run out of the good stuff to get. Okay, maybe Deus Vult, so we can use that. And then, of course, this one and this one, because we will definitely be urbanizing quite a lot. But let's get bureaucratic offices first. It's the slave consolidation. And basically, we had some Circassian slaves at the start of the game, because some of the Mamluk slaves are from the Caucasus, obviously, and most of the others are Turkic rather. And the way that it works is when you get new slaves in a location, they consolidate into the already existing slaves. So you're going to get more slaves of whatever the initial slave culture was. There we go, bureaucratic offices. And of course, we're going to grab the... Oh, we also get education of the elites. I forgot about this. Education of the people is usually the way to go here. Yeah, probably. Let's see. Where's the other law? There we go. Bureaucratic offices, monthly prosperity. Thank you very much. And what's the prosperity ratio like? Already we're at 92%. Although a decent chunk of that is coming from the irrigation projects. Let's see. Freetown Charter is also nice. So we'll actually have 100% prosperity in Alexandria for a short while. Wait, what? Oh, rebellion against duper, of course. There we go. Circassia, I'm not sure. Turkey, I believe they were sometimes termed Turkey. But again, I'm not quite sure. Let's see, what else do we get here? Military chaplaincy. No idea what any of these are. I'm kind of confused, so I guess we'll go for this one. And just use the additional support to request additional taxes. Address burger complaints. Yes, please. Oh, that's bad. Oh, wait, that's not bad. That is exactly what we needed. Because I'm going to change the air religion to same religious group or same religion, maybe even. Yeah, let's go for same religious group just for now. And that should allow us to change the slavery law, if I can find that one. There we go. To forced slave conversion. So once that is implemented, we will be able to start converting the slaves. And once they have been converted, they should drop out of being slaves. So then we should be able to assimilate them. That is interesting. There we go. They're being... Okay, let's see. So they're being converted at a fairly rapid pace. But the bigger issue is, are they actually assimilating? Because I don't see any... Oh, baby. They're not assimilating because the assimilation speed is so low. But they are definitely converting. And I guess this is going to become majority coalition very soon. In the meantime, let me send all of our troops to India finally. And we'll try to get that raid on these guys. Come on now, there we go. I'm going to reduce the speed just a little. And send these guys over to probably the south. Or maybe the north. Yeah, probably the north. To ensure that we have a shorter distance to cover, basically. Oh, that's interesting. There we go. It automated away. I'm eating chocolate chip cookies. Ah, I wish I could be eating chocolate chip cookies right now. Chocolate chip cookies are just so nice. Teşekkürler efendim. Çok teşekkürler. İyi ki izliyorsunuz. There we go. Saat de geç oldu yani bu saatte izliyorsanız. Helal olsun. And there we go. So, oh, let's hope these guys are just levies. It does look like they're levies. There we go. So we got 10,000 men there. And I can ferry over even more. Let's remain here so the morale recovers. Do we have... Unfortunately, we do not. So I guess we're going to start running out of food rather soon. But it's still something. Burji rule as state of the Circassians and Bahri rule as state of the Turks. Ah, Jesus. Seriously, man? Yeah, I think we kinda screwed up here, folks. We probably need to hire mercenaries to fight our next wars in India. Because apparently it's impossible for us to ferry levies quickly enough to actually be able to do anything. Also, let's get you married to him, because why not? And let's get you married as well. We have so many daughters that we have to marry. And this guy, sheesh, why are there no young women? Why are there no women of marriageable age? That is so bad. I guess you'll have to marry a lowborn, my son. And you too. And Jesus, you too. Oh, that was bad. That was really bad. But technically, I guess because we switched out of the royal harem, we were forced to switch out of it. Ooh, those are both really nice. Let me go back to speed 7 here. All right. I'll switch away the auxiliaries. This is basically a suicide mission at this point. Yeah. Suicide it was. Alright, I guess we can at least get a white piece. So that's not too bad, is it? Right. So next up, we will probably want to deal with Vijayanagar. Because again, huge population that they've got. And for that, we will have to hire mercenaries because There's literally no way that we can ferry our levies here quickly enough before they hit us. So let's see these guys, and we can always destroy them if we do not want to bother with them. Or another thing that we can do, we can actually raise our Mameluke barracks back up and start hiring some regulars. We definitely did not need them at the start of the game, but right now I think that will be well worth it. So let's see, anything else that we can get here? Definitely do not want to perform a reduction. And again, the burghers do not have any money to give us, which is clearly insane. And I don't want to piss off the commoners either, so probably not. There we go. We're getting okay amounts of manpower right now, which means we can probably hire maybe some Mamalik horsemen. And these guys are probably nice. 4 of them should be more than enough, and we will get more as we start getting additional manpower. Let's see what the balance is like. Yeah, the Mamluk barracks do not cost nearly as much, and in fact, I think I'm going to open up all of them over here. Yeah, sure. Let me transfer you over to Dwyer again. Alright, so Politionism is gaining believers really quickly. And we are building up our regular armies. More stability investment is always a good thing to have. So marry another noble, maybe marry this guy. Maybe wait a little here. And military education. Ooh, Giga Chad. Giga Chad, thank you so much. Unfortunately, we will not be able to marry to another Giga Chad, my son, but, you know, all things in time. Also, seriously? Ugh. I'm going to hope and pray that our 2 vassals here, yeah, Adan alone should be able to take care of those guys. And in the meantime, I can enforce culture on, let's say, Mecca sounds nice. They will hate us, but they will come to accept it over time. Let's see, how many men will we exactly need here? I'm not quite sure, but I think something like 3,000 should do the trick. Yeah, that would be 5 regiments of horsemen on each flank, so that should be more than enough. And of course, more legitimacy here. Yeah, the army maintenance is increasing rapidly, but it's probably nothing that we can't control. So we'll wait for that, and then once we have something like 3,000 Mamalik horsemen, we are probably going to go over to India to start destroying those Indians. Those pesky little gnats. The manpower is just recovering at an abysmal rate though. How much does it cost us to maintain them? A lot. So maybe 2,000 might be a slightly less ambitious and slightly more achievable target. And we will probably have to hire mercenaries anyways. Alright. So 2 more. Oh, there we go. Wait, what? Oh! Oh, they actually changed that. So now you are the... oh, that is really nice. Now you become the war leader in rebellions against your vassals. So that means you can actually do the next soul revolters yourself instead of having to wait for your vassals to actually occupy and take over the land. That is really nice. Probably one of the best changes in the entire game with the new patch, I would say. And also, our burghers, I believe, have finally become a majority coalition. And fingers crossed that our other estates also follow them. We also got Religious War CB, which is nice. So let's start fabricating a Religious War CB on Vijayanagar instead. And also on Hoysala, because why not? Because obviously we can... there are no Christians here, so we can just get all the slaves that we can from all of their lands. And a new ruler, isn't that marvelous? Yeah, he has rather poor stats, but I think he'll be alright. And 2,000 horsemen plus auxiliaries should be enough to at least fight them to a standstill. But I still think that we will probably have to rely on at least some mercenaries. Because the regulars alone will be outnumbered something like 30-1 by the forces of Vijayanagar. And we might be able to just like run around and destroy some of their forces, but I wouldn't count on that, to be honest. Also, we're going to run out of manpower very quickly as well. Yeah, that's bad. What's the conversion like here? We are at 33%, which is not bad, but could have been better. I guess we're rapidly converting these slaves. So there is that. So probably by converting the slaves, we will be able to get ourselves back up to 50% before long. And already we have more than 50% in Dakahlia and nearly 50% in Cairo. That is really nice. Super duper good, actually. The Timurids look so scary. Yes. Yes, finally the Timurids are a force to be reckoned with. And I think that might be my favorite change about this patch, because they really do manage to grow. Like, they really do grow to be very scary. War goal can be enforced. Interesting. Did our vassal just... no, they're trying to occupy it, but to no avail, I'm afraid. Hi, Timmy. Yes, hi, Timmy. Nationwide witch hunts. Oh my god, this is so nice. 25% pop conversion speed. And it's also only tolerance of heretical beliefs, which we have very few heretics compared to our heathens. So that's actually really nice. That's basically free conversion. All right. Ooh, okay. So we'll also get a lighthouse here, which basically does nothing, but it's fun. It's a fun little event. Let's see. We can get the CB on Hoysala, and we can even get a religious war CB instead of the slave raid. Let's see, why not here? And in a couple more months, we'll also be able to get the same on Vijayanagar. There we go. Oops, so I'll get the... no, not the slave raiding. Religious war. Let's go for Tulunadu, maybe? Maybe not. Yeah, whatever. I don't think it's going to matter all that much. And I'll keep the spy network on Vijayanagar for now. Ooh, the megalopolis. Development, legitimacy and prestige, or lose legitimacy. Of course we're going for the development here. Thank you, Urfa. We are going to fully annex you. Thank you very much. And we're going to hold our parliament. Fingers crossed that we get the prosperity again. Sponsor trade expedition, sponsor noble arts, nothing of the sort. So I guess instead we'll request additional taxes, support for land focus. We could, yeah, probably not. We don't want to change any laws either, so maybe promote a couple Mamalik over here. Yeah, cool guys. And then go for this. And that's going to push us through in order to actually pass the debate. There we go. Our nobility are also coalition now. So that's going to be an additional 7% satisfaction equilibrium that we can get on them. And I think we can also perform a reduction here. There we go. For an additional money, and also that destroys some of their buildings, which is going to be very useful. And I'll also grab appeal to the commoners for the additional stability. So let's see what else we got. Port language is nice. Is there anything that we want to spend stability on? I don't think there is, but yeah, probably not. I think we're okay with what things are right now. Sheesh, that's bad. Also, sometimes the game just bugs out and doesn't like redo your taxes for some reason, which is very annoying because then you have to just go to the budget tab every single time and do them manually yourself. All right, let's see what we got here. It's almost plurality coalition, but I'm not sure if you need a plurality or a majority. I think you need a plurality. Let's wait for a few more months, and we're also going to get the religious war CBs there. So final vibe check. We're getting 0.17 from the available free land. There we go. The population capacity of 1.44 million. Plus 200% from being the city holy site. And available free land jumped up from 0.17 to 0.20. Wow, such an increase. I think if we move our capital here and build the megalopolis, we can actually get the available free land modifier in its large form. Like, let's see, I'm not quite sure, but plus 400, plus 500, plus 528, and then that's going to be modified by 350, 460, let's say 500%. So 528, we're going to have more than 2.5 million population capacity here as soon as we move the capital here and build the megalopolis. And that's just going to be insane, literally insane. But Jesus, the Sunni zealots are at it again. Alright, you know what, folks? The chat has literally died. Viewership is down to 30 something. And I think it's been 7 hours since the start of the stream. Yes, I'm an absolute mad lad. I like doing 7-hour long streams. And also, we are just about to get the religious war CBs on Vijayanagar and Hoysala, so we probably don't want to fight those wars. So I guess that's going to be a thank you all for watching moment for us for now. So thank you all for watching. We have played for 63 years, and we have managed to accomplish the first step of our mission, which is to get the majority Polish demographic in Alexandria, which in turn gives us plus 200% population capacity for being a city. So if you guys have anything else that you want to add, anything that you want to ask me, anything that you want me to show to you, now is the time. Otherwise, we are going to say good night or good evening or good morning to all of you. And then we're going to tune out. Yeah, thank you guys for watching as well. It was a fun stream. It was very chill. It was nice. It was exactly how I wanted streams to go by, basically. So thank you all for watching. Thank you all for tuning in. And I guess I will see you all once again in the war room.